Hello, everyone. Welcome to the much anticipated Around the World virtual relay events as we enter a new era for food and climate driving transformative actions. My name is Amelia Yahya. I'm a news anchor for CNN Indonesia, and I'm so very honored to be a part of this important global event. And on behalf of our dearest organizers, I'd like to preface this by extending our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. All of you in Australia, all the way to Colombia, where our event starts and where we conclude. So today we have one main objective, and that is to spark action to transform our food system in this dire and unprecedented time of this COVID-19 pandemic era. And together, hand in hand, we aim to inspire a collective action on the 11 priorities laid out in the flagship and very exciting report, Transforming Food Systems under a Changing Climate Initiative, catalyzing efforts to address the current food crisis prompted by COVID-19 that launches today on the 25th of June. And to get the report, please go to the link provided below to download your copy. And please make sure you type the link address exactly as displayed. Our event is live streamed on multiple online platforms, on YouTube, on Facebook Live, with the main live stream hosted on the CCAFS website. So please do join in. As the incredible event is open to all, we have an array of topics to cover, and we welcome not just those from businesses, government officials, and international organizations and researchers, but also consumers, producers, and our youth, the eager young minds to join this transformation as well. And during this session, we have live pollings and Q&A sessions where we hope to interact with all of you. So to ask a question and participate in the audience interaction session, you will need to download the Whova app. Please see the instructions on this slide. And to access the app, you will need to enter the email address used for the event registration. And also, please create a password. If the event doesn't show up automatically, please search for a new era for food and climate. Then click the join button on the bottom of the event description page and enter the event invitation code the organizers have already sent you. Or please request a new code and wait until the organizers approve your request. Your participation in our discussion is very important. So without your support, this great transformation would not be possible. So drum roll here, without further ado, I am very honored and so very happy to be welcoming our first keynote speaker to deliver his opening remarks. But first, please allow me to tell you a little bit about him first. He's a special envoy of COVID-19 of the World Health Organization and 2018's World Food Prize laureate. He's a medical doctor who has made his career in the international civil service. And just in February, he was appointed as one of 6 special envoys for the Director General of WHO himself, tasked to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Let's welcome Dr. David Nabarro.
Good day. I'm so pleased to be speaking with you right at the time when the report on transforming food systems is about to be released through a grand relay organized by the Climate Change and Food Security Program of the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research. So let's just think about what this is really going to lead to. You see, the more we all look at food systems, the more we come to realize that they can function so much better. Because we want to be sure that our food systems everywhere enable everyone to get the food they need to be well nourished and healthy. We also want to be sure that the more than 2 billion people whose livelihoods depend on everything to do with agriculture and food are able to have viable and decent livelihoods. And we're very keen that producing food is also good for biodiversity and contributes to ecosystem services. And we'd like food production and food consumption to be compatible with climate and not to contribute to climate change and indeed to actually help people to have resilient livelihoods when they're put in danger as a result of changing climate. And with these factors in mind, it really is a good idea to be looking at ways of transforming food systems so that they are better for people and planet. And that's what's been asked for in the Sustainable Development Agenda that was agreed by all world leaders in September 2015. Now, the Climate Change and Food Security Programme, CCAFS, which has put together this report, is saying it's time for all of us to get talking. Get talking about food, and most importantly, to get talking about food systems. That is all the different elements from food production, through to processing, through to marketing, consumption, and then all the steps on the way that are so important, including how to avoid food loss and waste, and also how to ensure that food is as nourishing as it possibly can be. And really importantly, it's about ensuring that everybody everywhere who's working on food, particularly women, are able to get a decent standard of living. And so, how are we going to do that? Well, what I've found over the last few years is that there are all sorts of different points of view about how to sort out food systems. And people really don't find it easy to agree. And so, one of the things that I've been involved in is encouraging dialogue everywhere. Dialogue between people with very different points of view, to focus on the ideal future state of food systems and to think, how can they actually work together better? And of course, that dialogue can only work if people are prepared to shift out of long-held positions and to actually reconsider the kind of food system that they would like to work for. And to do that, we've been encouraging dialogues in many different locations. More than 1,800 people have taken part, and what we're seeing is how structured dialogue can make such a difference. It can actually bring people together to think differently and act differently. And so, as we're thinking, all of us, about how we can best react to this work, I'd like us to bear four things in mind. If we're going to find better ways of working together on food, we've got to engage with each other, but not with those we usually engage with, but other people as well, people who've got very different points of view. And we've got to explore with them what the options are. We've actually got to open our minds to different ways of thinking and working. And then we've got to encourage new forms of arrangement to emerge that are more equitable and creative. And then we will actually be more powerful and better connected and bring about more effective results. So engage unusually, explore collectively, encourage each other equitably and creatively, and emerge more powerful through the connections we make to achieve more equitable and sustainable food systems everywhere. Thanks for the chance to talk today. Best wishes to all with the relay.
Thank you, Dr. Nabar, for the keynote address. As Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, has said himself, he's calling for action to avoid an impending food emergency as a result of COVID-19, unless immediate action is seriously taken. This situation could have serious impacts on not just millions, but billions of lives, which is why we're holding this very session to discuss just that with two of our great speakers, Professor Andrew Campbell, the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Centre for International Agriculture Research, and a member of the panel of experts who authored the just launched report. And we also have Professor Bruce Campbell, the Director of the CGIAR Research Program on Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security, or CCAFS, also an author of the report. But before we start our discussions, I'd like to remind our dear speakers that in respect to time management, each speaker would have around 5 minutes to convey your messages. And while they're sharing their insights, we invite everyone, all of you, our audience, to write down your questions to Andrew and Bruce on the Whova app. So, Professor Andrew, hello. We'll start with you. Earlier this month, the UN warned us that the world is facing the worst food crisis in 50 years. So how do you think we should avoid this crisis, and why have you decided to be a part of this report, and how relevant is it during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you very much, Amelia. It's a great honour for Australia to kick off this global relay, and also for me to be involved in the launching of this transformation report. ACR is very proud to invest in and to partner with CCAFS, so the Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security Program of the CGIAR, and I congratulate our CCAFS colleagues for organising this interesting event. As Dr. Navarro has said, growing and processing and distributing food has enormous impacts. It's the single biggest thing that humans do on planet Earth. And therefore, we cannot address our health issues, nutrition issues, environmental issues, or poverty challenges without fixing the food system. And that's why this Transforming Food Systems Under Climate Change is such an important and timely report. Importantly, we need to make sure that the solutions work for more than 500 million smallholder farmers around the world, many of whom are themselves in extreme poverty and facing food insecurity. In ACR here in Australia, we have recently undertaken a rapid assessment of food system risks and resilience in our region. And that rapid assessment shows us, similar to what the Secretary-General says, that we run a severe risk right now that a health crisis will precipitate a tremendous food insecurity crisis, which will impact the economic recovery of our region and regional stability, and obviously many people's health. So it's urgent that we transform food systems. It's the single biggest thing that we can do to meet many of the SDGs. And so we think this is an extremely important event, and we're very pleased to be involved.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew. And Bruce, with Andrew, you're also an integral part of the creation of this very report, being that it is also a result of an effort facilitated by CCAFS over the past 2 years. Even before the pandemic, you're indeed a very busy man. So what prompted you to do this? And what have you learned in the process so far? And why is it so relevant now?
Yeah, so we've been working on this for about 2 years now. And why did we start on it? We've been, as a program, we've been working for about 10 years, and there's been some great successes in the program. But when we look at the challenges, we just don't see fast enough progress amongst our research community or amongst the global community generally. Let me just give you 2 examples. So with a multitude of partners working in Senegal, we managed to get to 7 million farmers. We find that almost 2/3 of them are using our climate advisories to change their farming practices, and those ones who are changing their practices are getting something like 10 to 25% more crop income. That's 7 million farmers. We have to get, as Andrew has said, 500 million small-scale farmers. So we just have to step up our activities to a much greater level within the next decade. Or we could look at the SDGs, for example, or the Paris Agreement, and look at our progress towards those targets. Let's take SDG 2, Zero Hunger. We've done great in the last 20 years, but if you project what we've done in the past forward, there's no way we will have zero hunger by 2030. So we will fail at the SDG. So for nutrition's sake, for the environment's sake, for poverty's sake, for climate change's sake, we've come to this conclusion that we have to transform the food system through all different types, different contexts, different places. It's really a global challenge, but with very different consequences in different places. And so it's been a great experience working with something like 100 partners for the last 2 years, learning lots about the different ways and the key priorities. And the rest of the event today is all about those 11 different priorities. Thanks, Amelia.
Thank you, Bruce. Well, Bruce and Andrew, you both emphasized the sense and the sense of urgency and the need to change. And Andrew, of course, we can't discuss 2020 without the devastating bushfire Australia faced since 2019. And it is undoubtedly a real reminder for the rest of the world what climate change can cause and can lead us to. Could you share with us what lessons we should have learned from that, and as we head towards a hopefully faster recovery of a COVID-19 era?
Thanks, Amelia. Well, one of the things we're acutely aware of here in Australia is that climate change is not some future phenomenon or future risk. It's here and it's with us now. We've long endured high levels of climate variability, but the frequency and intensity of extreme events, fire, drought, floods, heat waves, is something that has very big implications for farming systems and the way in which we produce food. We have significant programs here in Australia, a carbon farming initiative. We have a grassroots group called Farmers for Climate Action. So the industry itself is setting very ambitious targets. Our red meat sector has set a target of 0 net emissions by 2030. That's across all the sheep and cattle farms in Australia, like my own there behind me. That's going to be very challenging to meet even in a rich, advanced country like Australia with a terrific agricultural innovation system. But along the way, we're going to make a lot of innovations and a lot of new understandings that hopefully will help us to improve the profitability and productivity, sustainability and resilience of our farming systems. And we hope to share those lessons and adapt them and work with partners across our region to meet the same challenges that every country is facing, which is how to produce healthier food much more efficiently, much more sustainably, and within systems that are much more resilient to shocks. And we know from in Australia that we are going to see more shocks more often, more intensely.
Yes, indeed, climate change is not a future phenomenon. And Bruce, COVID-19 has also shown us that ambitious action at scale is possible, both on the part of governments and also on the part of individuals. So how can we build on these lessons to further transform our food systems and avert food and climate crisis?
Yeah, so the lessons from the COVID crisis, I think I see one really frightening lesson and 3 very positive lessons. So the frightening one is now we see what a crisis is, what a global crisis is like. And I have no doubt that we're going to experience similar climate crises in the next decade. Let's imagine simultaneous drought events in all the main wheat producing regions of the world, or most of them, and how those drive up prices. So I think that's the frightening piece. We're having a vision of the potential future if we don't tackle climate change adaptation and mitigation. On the positive side, amazing. In just a couple of months, the world mobilized $8 trillion to try and deal with the crisis. The Global Commission on Adaptation says we need $2 trillion to tackle climate change adaptation. So if we can mobilize 8 in such a short time, surely we can also mobilize 2 for climate change adaptation. The second lesson is around the absolutely amazing, innovative things that have happened in these last 2 months. One has just been astounded by the innovativeness of society in terms of doing business differently. And the third lesson for me is that actually the stuff that we've got doing and the stuff that's in the report is actually crucial for these COVID type things as well. As an example, one of the actions is around getting digital advisory service to farmers, all farmers in the world. This is a huge challenge, hundreds of millions of farmers. But those same platforms are at the moment being used in Ghana to get health-related messages to remote farmers. So it just shows you how current work taken forward in a great way can also deal with other kinds of crises. Thanks, Amelia.
Thank you, Bruce. And to our audience, if you'd like to ask questions to our speakers, to Andrew and Bruce, please participate in the live polling too. You will need to do so using the Whova app. Simply go to the Whova app and click Sessions, Q&A, and select polls and the opening relay session at the very top. And click Ask a Question and type your question and submit. And select the question being asked and submit your answer. So we have already received many questions from our audience. However, since we're pressed for time, we have more countries to during our event. Read out two questions for now. So the first is for Andrew. Andrew, the first question to our audience for you is, what government policies can enhance sustainability for food systems? Andrew.
That's a very large question and we don't have much time. Policies that make it easier for smallholder farmers to get credit and finance and to manage risk. Policies that enable people to sell their produce in high value markets. We're seeing with COVID-19, which of course is a disease arising from a coronavirus, which is a zoonotic disease that's crossed over from animals to humans, that policies around the way in which we market our food and around wildlife trade and so on, they are also critical risk management measures for the global food system. So the prevention measure for crises like COVID-19 is also in fixing some of the issues in the food system. Policies that make, in short, we need juicier carrots and smarter sticks to change the incentive regime for people who are managing water, who are managing land, and who are growing food. And ultimately, we need supply chains that reward people for growing food in more sustainable ways. And that gets right to consumer behavior and consumer preferences. So I'd recommend that if people want to find out the policy and institutional reforms that are needed, they should download a copy of the report we're launching today and they'll get a very useful roadmap there.
Yes, and we've provided the link for that too. Thank you very much, Andrew. And our next question from the audience is for Bruce. Bruce, the question is, can sustainable agriculture help the most vulnerable population to recover from COVID-19 and how? Bruce.
Well, so if you look at vulnerability to climate change, to many other things, it's often very much linked to poverty. And so if we're thinking about low-income countries and poor farmers, some of the things that Andrew has just said about policies and getting markets working for those farmers, getting them out of poverty so that they have the choices they can make, that they've got the ability to change behaviors, that they're not locked into a system which is keeping them in poor health and poor nutrition. So agriculture is very much linked into health issues, nutrition issues, poverty issues. This is especially in the small scale sector in low income countries. So changing the way we do agriculture has ramifications right across all the different livelihood dimensions as well as the environmental dimensions. So, for us, we think it's at the center of positive change that is needed throughout the world.
Thank you very much, Bruce. And Andrew and Bruce, this next question is for both of you. what are the expectations and actions that should be taken from this conference? We'll start from Andrew.
Well, none of us individually can change the world, but each of us can do our own bit. And so I would encourage people to download the report and read it, and look in your own domain to see what changes you can make towards those broader 11 action areas. And I'm sure the people who are sufficiently interested to log into this unusual online relay are all working in different little bits of that bigger picture. And as Bruce has just outlined, we've shown in the broader response to COVID-19 that when there's a very clear objective and mission, we can make major changes very quickly, including systemic changes. So it's about combining individual actions within an overall framework, and this report is an attempt to provide such an overarching framework.
Thank you, Andrew. Bruce?
I think, so, there's very many dimensions of transformation that are needed, and different groups are going to have to work on different pieces of those dimensions. So I think that there has to be a commitment to some very ambitious targets. So, for example, hundreds of millions of small-scale farmers have to be digitalized in the next decade if we want to get them the advisories and the platforms that they need to work with. That's going to need ambitious partnerships amongst different groups. And I think we're going to have to do business in a different way. So, for example, in the research community where I come from, we're exploring now, instead of scientists in the usual way dreaming up what they want to do and then going in and doing it, how can we work really closely with implementation partners who hopefully have got this ambitious transformation agenda? How can we be knowledge providers so that we can help drive the transformation? That's a very different way of doing science than what has been done in the past.
Thank you very much, Andrew and Bruce, for sharing with us your expertise and views, and I hope everyone has gained incredible and useful insights from them. And everyone, albeit fast-paced, the day is still very young. We will now flag off this relay from Australia to the next stop, Vietnam. And to flag off the relay, I invite our host, Andrew Campbell. Andrew.
Thank you, Amelia. Well, it's my great pleasure from here down under to hand over to our wonderful friends in Vietnam, and with whom we have a great relationship, and we look forward to Vietnam taking on the baton and to the rest of this relay. Good luck, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Sridhar Gumadi. I am CCAP Science Officer in Southeast Asia, located in Hanoi, Vietnam. I would like to welcome you all to the session, Ensuring Zero Agricultural Land Expansion on High Carbon Landscapes. Well, agriculture is still the most significant driver of global deforestation. Given the importance of planet's future for both agriculture and forest, there is an urgent need to promote positive interactions between these two land uses. With the projected increase in global population up to 9 billion by end of 2050, ensuring food security without further expanding agricultural land use into high carbon forests, especially peatlands and grasslands, is still challenging. The Transformation report highlights that 80% of the global forest losses by 2030 is expected to take place in 11 deforestation fronts, especially in the tropics. South America is one of the largest losers. In context to Southeast Asia, Mekong Delta and Indonesia are the identified hotspots. So from here, I will reintroduce Amelia to all those participants who joined the session. Amelia is a news anchor and news producer at CNN Indonesia and a correspondent for CNN International. We thank Amelia for accepting this offer and moderating this session, contributing to the transformation of food systems in a changing climate. Over to you, Amelia.
Well, thank you so much, Sridhar, for the address and for the remarks. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Well, after Australia, I hope everyone's doing well, and I'm definitely in a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed mode to discuss our next topic. As Sridhar has said, that we're going to focus on ensuring zero agricultural land expansion on high carbon landscapes. And during this session, we also have live pollings and Q&A sessions where we hope to interact with all of you. And to ask a question and participate in the audience interaction sessions, you will need to download the Whova app. See the instructions on this slide, please. And to start off the session, we have a live polling question for the audience. Please see the instructions slide on the screen. To participate, go to the Whova app and select polls, select the question being asked, and please submit your answer. So, drum roll here we go. The question is, the majority, or around 80% of global forest loss by 2030 is expected to take place in 11 deforestation fronts across the world. So the question is, which region of the world is expected to suffer the largest losses? Asia, Africa, South America, or North America? So everyone, please submit your answers and we will announce the correct answer just before our closing. Your participation in our discussion is very important for this incredible cause. Without your support, this great transformation would not be possible. And our speakers are also looking forward to answering your questions. And without further ado, please allow me to welcome our next keynote speaker, but please allow me to tell you a little bit about her first. Born in beautiful Costa Rica, she assumed office as the acting Director General of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, in June 2019, exactly a year ago. And she brings with her more than 25 incredible years of experience in conservation and sustainable development, having worked extensively on developing and applying environmental law and policy collaboration with governments and civil society. Everyone, I give you Dr. Gretel Aguilar.
Thank you, Emilia, and good morning. I wish to start by thanking CCAFS for inviting me to be part of this panel and for giving us, as the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, the opportunity to contribute to the report, Actions to Transform Food Systems on the Climate Change. I'm excited to be part of this launch event that will go around the world, and let me say hello to all those watching us from wherever you are. These sessions focus on making sustainable agriculture productive enough to meet global food needs up to 2050, without further converting high carbon forests, peatlands, and grasslands into agricultural lands. And methods suggested by the report include improving finance and supply chain accountability, increasing consumer advocacy through the media, and sustaining, intensifying agriculture that already exists. And sustainability, of intensifying agriculture that already exists. I will be talking about this last method today. So we are worried about agricultural expansion into new lands, especially in high carbon and high biodiversity landscapes, which contributes to climate change and threaten the habitats, wildlife, and natural process we depend on for survival. But agriculture does not need new land. Up to 40% of all agricultural land is degraded or degrading, which means that we can already do much by focusing on that. Farms are modified ecosystems that depend on nature for productivity, for reproduction, for reducing hazards and building resilience. Covering land health means restoring and protecting soil and landscape biodiversity. This is a UCN core mandate. Key to this is agroecology, approaches that are bottom-up, community-focused, and ecologically based, focusing on social and economic aspects of agriculture and tailored to local contexts. Promoting agroecological practices is crucial for us to ecologically intensify our agriculture, secure our soil and landscapes, and preserve our production capacity on existing land to avoid land expansion. The concept of land and health is central to this. The United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification estimates that we need $2 billion per year to combat degradation, $2 billion per year to combat degradation. Others have made higher estimates, up to $20 billion. However, the good news is that the money to transform the food agriculture sector is already available from the hundreds of billions of dollars governments spend each year on sustainable agriculture investments and subsidies. Furthermore, transforming agriculture pays for itself. We know that adopting sustainable farming practices on a landscape scale restores many value ecosystem benefits, from reducing flood and drought risk to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So we need to invest in sustainable agriculture because it brings multiple benefits to society. And we must shift agricultural policy to thinking in terms of production, climate, and nature. For example, in Myanmar, with the third highest rate of deforestation in the world, IUCN is working to restore almost 100,000 hectares of land and improve management practices on 1.3 million hectares of land. Our approach includes supporting regeneration in degraded and deforested lands, integrating biodiversity conservation into land management. And we have trained more than 250 people from government, civil society, and the private sector to all work together, and have strengthened the management of forests that provide high agricultural and ecological value. This is one example of a transformative model, and this proposed transformation can only be repeated elsewhere through partnerships. Partnership between agriculture and conservation actors. Partnership between producers, processors, and consumers. Partnerships between scientists and policymakers. We need a platform for trust building and collective action that will allow us to move forward and eventually grapple with the more intractable challenges. This is the subject of the major report IUCN will launch next month, called Common Ground: Restoring Land Health for Sustainable Agriculture, that converges in many ways with this CCAF report, and wish to provide our specific conservation and biodiversity perspective. We are excited for this publication and hope you will read it when it comes out. I wish to end by saying that I greatly look forward to today's discussions with our panelists, Murray, Daniel, and Astrid. You have so much to share and on how we can ensure that people worldwide will be able to eat well while keeping the planet strong, healthy, and safe. Thank you very much for your attention, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aguilar, for the very informative address and heartwarming remarks too. And speaking of deforestation, it is indeed the main driver of climate change, and we need to feed 9 billion people by 2050 in merely 30 years' time. But how do we do that without killing our home, our very own only planet, and ourselves? And the reason why we're talking about this issue in Vietnam in Southeast Asia is because the land use sector is the second largest source of emission in Southeast Asia, therefore presents unique opportunities to reduce the magnitude of climate change. And just as in Australia just now, we invite our audience to ask questions via our Ruva app. And this is going to be an interactive day, so please do interact with us. And let us start our first panel discussion with our speakers. First, we have the principal scientist of the Center for International Forestry Research, or C4, Mr. Daniel Murdiarso. Hello, Pak Daniel. And we also have our second speaker is the Vice President of Corporate Responsibility and Sustainability of Olam International, Mr. Moray McLeish. Hi. And we also have the coordinator of REDD+ and National Forest Monitoring for Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, Astrid Agostini. Hello, everyone. Daniel, we'll start with you. So, on science to policy first, where do you see the challenges to integrate science advice about zero land expansion on high carbon landscapes into policies? Daniel. Daniel, could you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you, Amelia. Well, from the scientific point of view, we have a lot to offer actually in terms of information. But let me be clear ourselves about what we are talking about today, which is the high carbon landscape. And I'm going to limit myself to talk about peatland, for example, where I'm working a lot on it. So this particular ecosystem only cover about 3% of the surface, the Earth's surface, but it contains more than 30% of carbon globally. So in the tropics, we have about 90 billion tons. So it's huge amount of carbon kept or stored there. So it is also like a sponge and can absorb and release water very easily. And certainly will avoid flood and drought during extreme weather events. And certainly it's home of various species, be it plant or wildlife. So it is a great habitat in the tropics. It provides roots and also energy and wood for people, local people as well. But a big but, this ecosystem is nutrient very acid. So, and if you want to make it productive, you have to put a lot of money to make it productive. And more importantly, this ecosystem is formed in millennia, thousands of years. So once it is converted, it is irreversible. So that's the science we know about this particular ecosystem. And from the policy perspective, because I'm also asked to look at what's the nexus between science and policy here. So peatland is like a little kid sitting in a swing in a very vulnerable place, very fragile. And at once it swung towards the direction of, okay, this is something which is marginal. We can use it. It's no use. It's unworth it. So we can convert it. Nowadays, it is swinging towards different direction. And in the climate regime, peatland is being a storage of carbon. It should be a magical solution for climate change mitigation and adaptation. So there is a challenge here to take the balance between environmental integrity on one side and food security on the other side. So science is I call to put that balance. If there is going to be a trade-off, win-win or win-win-win solution. Discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And from science to policy just now from Daniel, Astrid, we're going to move on from policy to climate finance. What is the role of policy and finance that's actually halting land expansion on high carbon landscapes? Astrid.
Thank you very much, Amelia. And thank you very much. I really want to start my remarks by saying that I think it's fantastic that we're starting off this day when we're discussing the transformation of food systems by looking at this very critical, difficult issues of expansion into high carbon lands and deforestation, because it's a major issue. We know the recently published Global Forest Resource Assessment had also highlighted again that while we are making some progress, there are still alarming deforestation rates, especially in Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and parts of Latin America. And we know, of course, that agriculture is a key player here, 44% coming from large-scale commercial agriculture, 33% in addition from small-scale subsistence. And all of this conversion that we're seeing, deforestation and peatlands, as has just been mentioned already, contributes well over 10% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. So we're talking about major issues here that we need to address in terms of food systems transformation and climate change. So looking at the policy and finance nexus, I wanted to propose four main messages here today. The first one is really that we need to focus on policy coherence. Without policy coherence across sectors and across levels of governance, we will not be able to have the effectiveness of intervention that allow us to reach the goals that we've set. In particular, the NDCs really are key here. Those are our key climate commitments, and they need to capture all the climate action needed across the sectors. And what we see in agriculture and forestry policies need to be coherent. And this doesn't just mean the text, this also means in the way they're implemented and how they fan out on the ground, the signals they send to the actors on the ground, to the farmers, to the forest dwellers. And we need to make sure that that's also coherent between the national scale and the subnational scale. Another key critical issue on the policy coherence and on the policy frameworks is tenure. And without tenure reform and without clear tenure rights, especially to indigenous people and smallholders, we won't be able to see the transformation going forward. Of course, the policy and the interventions don't just need to be at the land level, because we know the efficiency of the chain makes a huge difference. If we can reduce food loss and waste, if we can change towards more healthy diets, then those are all entry points that reduce pressure on land. A second point I wanted to offer is that if we want to really look at zero deforestation from some of the key commodity supply chains, this requires coordinated action between the private and the public sectors. We'll hear more from Maury, no doubt, in a minute, but certainly the private sector has started making strong commitments also in the context of the New York Declaration on Forests in 2014 with commitments, but it was supposed to eliminate deforestation from the supply chains in this year, 2020. We know this hasn't happened. So what this means is there has been a starting point, but it's been too limited. There hasn't been sufficient ambition. It's been too disjointed, and a lot more ambition is needed. We also need greater harmonization of efforts, whether it's in sector standards or coherent accountability frameworks, so we really see and can understand the transparency and up the ambition there. It is also important that, in addition, the private sector can't do it alone. We know that. We now see important initiatives in the importing country side. If we look, for instance, at the evolving frameworks in the EU on trying to look at imported deforestation, those policies can set key incentives. At the same time, we want to make sure that if there are due diligence requirements, there's also support to poorer countries, to poorer producers, to those with lower capacity, so they're not excluded from eventual markets, but they have a chance to up their game and really become more sustainable and supply also into those markets. And of course, the countries themselves at the jurisdictional level, at the country level, they need to support this through the policy coherence I already mentioned, through law enforcement, land use planning, as well as the support to smallholders to support transformation. And international organizations such as ourselves, but also civil society and NGOs have a key role to play, of course, in supporting this transition. The third point I wanted to make is that public investment and finance really must be supporting the transition to sustainable systems. And this requires both public investment. We need to make sure that public investment is screened to make sure that it doesn't increase the risk of deforestation. But also public investment must set the enabling environment. We must have the data, the analysis, the online data availability, the systems, the digital systems that allow monitoring and verification. We need to have the technical capacity development on the ground for producers. We need the investment in tenure and in law enforcement. We also need to have the redirection of public support. Gretel already mentioned that. We have a vast trough of agricultural subsidies, about 570 billion a year. Now, these can be redirected, at least in large chunks, towards more sustainable production system. That has to be the lever in order to get us and to really reward environmental services. And we also need to increase the value of standing forest by really upscaling the finance that's available through the results-based payments for REDD+, for reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation. And the final point I want to make is about private finance. Private climate finance is ultimately key because the public sector cannot do this alone. We can only reach scale through private climate finance or through private finance that's climate sensitive and that addresses deforestation risk. So what we need at the moment, this is a fraction of total climate finance. And we know the investment opportunities are very large, but they're not happening at the moment. And so we need, again, concerted action. We need the public sector to come in. We need to bring in encourage the private sector, but the public sector can come in to de-risk by showing valid models, by showing pipelines, enabling pipelines, also by co-financing in order to reduce the riskiness of private investments in this sphere. And this is a key area. And the enabling environment, of course, is critical in order to allow private investment to move in, whether it's in blended finance or any other way. And private finance also needs to be available to the smallholders. So financial products that are available on the ground through different financial channels are critical. The financing sector, my last point, also needs to really increase its own commitments in terms of reducing deforestation or ensuring that it doesn't enhance deforestation. So this means that we need to screen systematically, or the financing sector needs to screen systematically for risks and incorporate that in its portfolio. So those are the 4 key areas I wanted to touch upon. And of course, those are areas where we as FAO, but also with our partners in the UN REDD program are active in supporting the countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Astrid, especially on emphasizing the need for all of us to get the right data, because that is why our report is extremely important for us. And now from business, we're moving to clients, more from Olam International. Olam, as we all know, is one of the biggest food commodity traders in the world and developed the Living Landscapes policy. So Maury, what does that mean for you as a company, and what are your main lessons learned so far?
Thank you. And thank you to the previous 3 speakers for your wise words and to the organizers for inviting me to speak. I'm going to make 2 points, only 2 points, and give 2 examples. And my first point is that we need to produce more and better food, and we need to make sure that all of that food gets eaten rather than focusing on expanding the coverage of agriculture. We can produce more food quite easily by improving productivity, and especially the productivity of smallholders in developing countries. For example, smallholder oil palm farmers produce much less than is produced per hectare on an industrial palm oil estate. And the productivity of smallholder coffee farmers in Indonesia, for example, is less than 50% of their Vietnamese counterparts. So there's a great deal of room for improving productivity among smallholders. I mentioned making sure that all of our food actually gets eaten. We need to reduce waste from farm all the way through to the plate. Globally, 30% of food which is produced is never eaten. It gets left behind in the field, in the farm field, it goes bad in storage, or it gets piled high on a hotel buffet plate, never eaten and chucked in the bin. We have to stop that. The title of this session is Ensuring that Zero Agriculture Land Expansion on High Carbon Landscapes. I think it's probably impossible and certainly unfair to say that there should be no expansion in high carbon landscapes. But what we have to do is, where agriculture must expand, we have to acknowledge, as has been said, that there's room for expansion to happen without sacrificing those areas of high carbon stock, the forests, the peatlands, the grasslands that Daniel mentioned. And we can do this. It means identifying these critical areas to avoid, and also identifying areas of high biological diversity. And countries such as Gabon, which is 85% covered in forest, has done this very effectively, identified the important areas and chosen those areas on which it can expand. My second point is that the private sector has an incredible reach in this field and a role to play and a responsibility to do so. Our reach, for example, at Olam, we manage almost 3 million hectares of farmland directly in our farms and plantations, and we source from 5 million smallholders globally, products like cashews, chilies, coffee, and cocoa. Our role is that we can use this connection, especially with all these smallholders, to help us improve their productivity and reduce wastage in the supply chain. Sometimes doing these things requires the use of technology at large scale. Things like the Olam Farmer Information System and Olam Direct are tools that we've created to do this. But sometimes reducing this waste and improving productivity really relies on simpler things like providing training, providing equipment to smallholder farmers, and providing good quality planting stock. Thirdly, our responsibility. At Olam, our responsibility is set out in our Living Landscapes policy. This is a document which recognises that we have a role to play alongside government and civil society stakeholders in delivering positive impacts in the landscapes and in the places that we work. And the goal is to create prosperous farmers, thriving communities, and regeneration of the living world. All of these three things together are essential to keep the agriculture sector alive and thriving, and to keep the world alive and thriving. I said I would give two examples of how we bring our living landscape policy to life. The first is from an Olam plantation, and the second is from a smallholder supply chain. In Gabon, which I mentioned earlier, there's 85% forest cover. It is a high carbon landscape. The whole country is a high carbon landscape. But through a detailed national land use planning exercise led by the government, the country identified low carbon areas suitable for agricultural expansion. And Olam now manages 200 hectares of land in Gabon in these areas. 64,000 of that 200,000 is planted in certified palm oil, and we're also protecting 99,000 hectares, so almost 50% of this whole area as high conservation value area. So it's a great example of a living landscape where farming and healthy ecosystems coexist. These high conservation value areas are home to elephants, chimpanzees, and gorillas. And it's an example of where the private sector is creating conservation areas. Secondly, in South Sumatra in Indonesia, Olam is one of several companies buying Robusta coffee from around 150,000 smallholders who are farming in the area. Some of these farmers are encroaching in the nearby Bukit Barisan National Park. And our partners, the Wildlife Conservation Society, estimates that 10% of that national park is covered in coffee. So neither Olam nor WCS can solve this problem alone. But by bringing together a landscape partnership involving companies, coffee farmers, national park authorities, NGOs, and local government, we can jointly start to tackle the problem in the landscape that we all benefit from. So in order to make this happen and then to improve smallholder productivity, which I mentioned at the beginning, Olam has granted the Wildlife Conservation Society the use of our Farmer Information System tool, which they're using to map and train farmers on the edge of the national park to improve their productivity. This is a great example of a true partnership where we're sharing technology to help stop inappropriate agricultural expansion in one of these high carbon landscapes which we all depend upon. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, More, and thank you, Alan, for developing the Living Landscapes policy. And my next question is for Dr. Aguilar. Dr. Aguilar, in the beginning of your speech, you mentioned and talked about the need for partnerships between agriculture and conservation actors, between producers, processors, and consumers, and also between scientists and policymakers. So how can we ensure that local communities are integrated in partnerships as well?
Thank you, Emilia. I will answer from the perspective of farmers in the world's least developed regions, who can benefit the most from sustainable farming. Those regions have the lowest productivity while facing the greatest risk of land degradation. But they are also the source of valuable knowledge, and we must increase focus on them. The first step to integrating these local communities into multi-stakeholder partnership is by recognizing their valuable knowledge, often built up through centuries, that can contribute to agriculture. For instance, let me give you an example. In the African Sahel, farmers traditionally maintain trees on farmlands, and these trees created a patchwork of alternating shade and sunlight, creating microclimates that differ from the dry landscapes around them. During drought, crops beneath the trees survive better because the shade allowed the ground to retain moisture and nutrients. This was a local adaptation refined over generations and allow local communities to build resilience against drought in the Sahel highly unpredictable climate. This practice are helping farmers today to protect their crops, their livelihoods, and the environment at the same time. Many traditional farming practices are sustainable in nature, and we must spread awareness of the benefits of sustainable agriculture practice by local communities and encourage business and governments to partner with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aguilar, for emphasizing the need and the importance of partnership. And now we're going, well, since we're pressed for time, we don't have the slot for to ask our speakers the questions from our audience because we have to move on to the next country. But before we close our session, I'd like to announce the correct answer to our live poll questions earlier based on the answers received by most of you. You guys have answered correctly. It is South America. Well done. And so far, this event has been very fast-paced but succinct, and hopefully you've all gained incredible insights from our dear speakers. And the day is still very young. From Vietnam, let us now move on to our next destination, India. Thank you for participating in our events. And next is a video intro of our next session. Okay, welcome back. And now we're going to enter the session where we question our speakers, the questions straight from the audience. And the first question that we got is for Astrid. Astrid, can agroforestry be considered for carbon credit to the farmers? That's the question from our audience. Astrid, floor is yours.
Thank you for the question. I mean, agroforestry certainly has the potential to create carbon sequestration and to enhance climate benefits. So, I mean, whether or not something is considered within the specific schemes depends on the particular scheme that it's supposed to be accredited for. So that depends on the specific standard or the specific certification scheme, exactly how it's being considered.
Thank you very much, Astrid. And our next question right now, I'm going to direct this question to More. More, the next question is, what has now changed with the COVID-19 pandemic era when it comes to food and also climate change and its policies? Oh, all right. Unfortunately, Maura has left the room, but we have Daniel. Daniel, the next question from our audience is, who is most behind peatland conservation? And is it small-scale farmers or large commercial players? Daniel.
Well, most of the conservation work are done by the government, but they can be done in a way that the local community NGO can participate on that. So there is a room for multiple stakeholders to be part of the conservation of peatland.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. And now, Astrid, my question for you is, this is also from the audience, is what should our viewers, our audience take from this conference?
That's a very large question for a short answer. I mean, I think the key thing is it was already captured in the first session we had, where we heard also from Bruce and Andrew. It's the urgency of action, I think, is key to capture from this, and the fact that we need to intervene at different stages, and we need really concerted action across the sectors, across the different levels. We need to look between the technical solutions, the governance, the policies, the finance. We look across the chain, not just primary production, but we look throughout the value chain, as well as the food systems, the efficiency, the food loss and waste. They're looking at healthy diets and what contributions are available to have, dual benefits in terms of both health and sustainability. And the fact that all of this really needs to be addressed at the same time in a concerted way. We cannot have isolated different activities. We are in a globalized system. It needs to come together at the different levels, a coherent national action, but also coherent global action. And we all have a role to play to make this happen as consumers, as people in our jobs, with our voices, with our votes. All of these count in terms of making a difference.
Thank you very much, Astrid. And my last question is for Daniel. Daniel, you're in Indonesia, and Indonesia being the largest island nation in the world and also the largest economy in Southeast Asia. And this session from Vietnam, also in Southeast Asia. So what do you think Indonesia, being the largest economy in Southeast Asia, has done that is right when it comes to climate change policies?
Well, before I answer that question, I forgot to mention about the involvement of private sector.
Yeah.
In RED, because Astrid was mentioning about that RED mechanism, there are a number of private sector involved in the conservation of peatland in Indonesia, and that already start, bearing fruits in terms of payment. So that's also possible. So with that in the context, now talking about the setting of Indonesia in Southeast Asia, I think the decision or commitment to reduce emission up to 29% is a big thing. And I can see it that the land sector can play a big role, because out of that 17 to 19% are from land sector. So Indonesia is in a very central kind of example about how to deal with land sector, the production system, and climate change agenda.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. And Astrid and Daniel, this last question is for you. Any last words to our audience from Vietnam before we move on to India? Astrid. Oh, Astrid, I think you're still on mute. Could you please?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm actually in Rome, so I'm a bit of an intruder in the Vietnam session. So I can't. I'll send my greetings from Rome to the rest of the session. I think the last thought really is to see that we learn from each other in all of these different parts of the sessions, and that we take away the messages and see how we can implement them to make sure that they're coherent, that they reinforce each other, and that we each play our part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Astrid from Rome, and now Daniel from Indonesia. Last words.
Well, I think land sector is very key, and it is very difficult to walk through it because, you know, it's like walking in a very wobbly kind of rope. So you have to be very, very careful. And what I said earlier, how to maintain the climate or environmental integrity on one hand, and also food security on the other hand. And land sector is very crucial.
Well, thank you very much, Astrid and Daniel. I hope that everyone's getting incredible insights from both of you. And before we close this session from Vietnam, I'd like to once again announce the correct answer to our live poll questions earlier after giving you a little bit more time. And based on the answers received, 48% of you is right. The answer is South America. 48% of you, well done. And so far, this event has been very fast-paced, but also succinct, and hopefully you've all gained incredible insights and knowledge from our speakers, and the day is still very young. From Vietnam, let us now move on to our next destination, India. Thank you for participating in our event. And next is a video intro of the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very warm welcome to this session from very warm New Delhi. This is another very exciting session that we have now on securing resilient livelihoods and value chain through early warning and adaptive safety nets. Let me briefly introduce this topic before I invite our panel discussion. But let me also remind you that you can download the whole report, the transformation report. So this link will be visible to you in a minute. You can download the whole report from this particular link. The session is about securing resilient livelihoods and through early warning and adaptive safety nets. Briefly, as we all understand, climate risk is so important in our lives, including agriculture systems. And what we see continuous increase in climatic risk practically every part of the world. Some days you see rainfall going down, some days you see rainfall going up. In fact, in the same season, you see both happening. Right now, for example, in Delhi, we see little too much of temperatures, somewhat very high, fairly high humid climate, somewhat unusual climates everywhere. So this type of risk will limit improvement in food security and farmers' livelihood. They trigger extreme events, which in particular result into food crises and often erode farmers' adaptive capacity. They also restrict adoption of agriculture innovation and investment in value chain. So obviously we need to de-risk. Now, why de-risking is important? If we want to protect our development gains, whatever new investment technologies are being made, farmer livelihood and food security, de-risking is very important. We also need to de-risk to promote farmers' livelihood by overcoming risk as a barrier to adoption of innovation, access to credit, and development of value chains. So that's why de-risking is very important. In this transformation report, which has been written by lots of experts, the best experts available in the world, the overall goal of this particular action point, as you know, there are 11 action points. The second action point says to end dependence on humanitarian assistance for 40 million rural dwellers by 2030, realigning $5 billion per year for adaptive safety nets. That's the overall goal. Now, the report proposes 4 specific mechanisms to achieve this outcome. And we shall be, our panelists, very distinguished panelists shall be discussing this. The first one is developing and improving early warning systems in climate risk hotspots. The second one is aligning best practice safety net programs. Third is supporting early action with risk finance. And fourth, constructing a tighter continuum from humanitarian assistance to development process. So this is what we are going to discuss in this short session. At this stage, let me introduce our very distinguished panelists. We have Dr. Giriraj Amarnath first. Giriraj is the research group leader for the water risk and disasters team at the International Water Management Institute. He specializes in monitoring floods and droughts, rapid emergency responses, mapping, drought forecasting, flood forecasting, and weather index insurance, among many others. We also have with us Harini Kanan, who is a senior market underwriter in Swiss Re and oversees all lines of business, including strategy and business development. She was earlier head of agriculture reinsurance portfolio for Swiss Re Singapore. He specializes in parametric index insurance solutions and identifying strategic business opportunities, especially in India. And we also have with us Imelda Bakudo, who is very well known. She provides technical advice to ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, in its 10 member states for strengthen regional and international policies to gain wider access to climate finance. She has been instrumental in guiding the ASEAN Climate Resilience Network and other multilateral environmental agreements. So I would like to welcome all of our panelists. what we intend to do, each panelist will take up one of the 4 action points. So let me first invite Giriraj to take on the first action point about early warning system. Giriraj, please go ahead. You're on mute, Giriraj.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pramod, for briefly highlighting the importance of this webinar. And today I will be speaking about more on how do we manage risk in regard to achieving the targets of 2030. How do we align the integration of technology and the communities that are going to utilize the early warning to early action. That's the overview of my talk. And I would go to my next slide, which is summarize what we would be doing in the next 2030 horizon in order to achieve this progress. Is, as you recall, the early warning, as we all know, it's a very complex tool to understand, not just on the technology perspective, but also from the community perspective in making sure the right kind of a decision reaches to make some actionable decision. If you recall the recent cyclone Amphan, it was a category 5, where we have seen the Indian Meteorological Department provided an alert to the disaster response communities 5 to 6 days in advance. This is where the importance of early warning is crucial to reduce the loss of life and also safeguarding the people that will be exposed to future risk. I think this is a very tremendous job the Indian Meteorological Department has provided critical data, not just for the country of India, but also looking at the transboundary disaster information, including the countries like Bangladesh. So once we have this early warning information, we know the risk involved in a particular location, how does we look at different communities that are exposed to risk. And again, there are still a lot of challenges when regard to technologies, but in recent years, we can say a lot of weather forecast agencies are using artificial intelligence or machine learning algorithms to make sure that the early warning informations are robust and they are very much centric to the middle picture, what I just shown about, knowing the risk information and use the earth observation data to understand how the movements of cyclone is happening, and then use the telecom operations to alert the communities and also ensure you prepare a preparedness strategy. And again, this is more about action. And then we could also look more from translating that action into a financial information of knowing this is a specific trigger, then you know that how the community should able to get a safety net. That is where you provide some financial instrument to safeguard them through cash transfer or through number of other safety net program to provide people well in advance a dry ration or any other aspect. So I feel that including my last point is also the global climate adaptation really talks about the potential of early warning and advisories. I think we are in a very good track of understanding these technologies and ensuring the usability of this information, and there are very successful examples around that. So my last point is end-to-end early warning is very critical if you want to really talk about the safeguarding life. And again, this is all aligned to the achievement of sustainable development goal and as well as the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. Thanks, Dr. Pramod. And there are some additional materials are available. This will be shared by the organizers in regard to early warning information. Over to you, Dr. Pramod.
Thank you, Giriraj. Excellent points, especially this point about end-to-end early warning system. We'll come back to that later in our discussion. Let me now invite our next panelist, Harini Kannan. She will be talking about aligning safety net programs in climate risk hotspots. Harini, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Sir Pramod, for the good overview and introduction. So I think climate risk is a systemic risk for global economy, especially the most vulnerable of the population, right? And as we just saw a few examples, we're observing sudden shifts in weather patterns in the past few years, especially in Asia. We look more closely to India, the frequency of droughts and cyclones have only been increasing. If you also look at certain pockets of the world, especially around the Horn of Africa, Pakistan, or even India, past 2 years, prolonged rains have been leading to a lot more of locust issues, which again have a very big impact on the topic of food security. Right? In Asia, if you sort of even look at the total number of catastrophes that have happened worldwide in 2019, and there were about 317 of them. Asia has the second highest proportion of all these losses coming from NatCat. And I think the point here is 70% of this economic loss is uninsured. And I think I'll come to the point of why I speak about insurance in the whole aspect of safety net. But insurance, again, is a tool to enable different people in the value chain to cope with this risk. So you might, call this, shift in weather patterns as a freak set of events, or really a change in long-term climate. And if you sort of look at this in context with the current pandemic situation that we have, that leads to a much more severe, say, implication on budget of governments. So be it Amphan on the impact on budgetary provisions for West Bengal or Bangladesh, or, for example, COVID leading to shortage of labor to tackle climate risks in the region, right? And if you sort of put this all together with shifting in cropping pattern, there is an imminent risk to the most vulnerable population. I think in this context is where I want to talk about insurance as an effective mechanism to cope with this climate risk. And why insurance? Because insurance solutions, apart from obviously relying on government assistance, provides a very guaranteed access to funds for recovery up to the agreed limits. Right? There's a speed in delivery of insurance payouts, especially when you look at new innovative solutions like parametric products. It allows for governments to sort of look at predetermined premiums to plan their budgets with more certainty. Particularly to the points that Giriraj mentioned in terms of early warning and assistance that they can offer when prior to a calamity that can occur. Insurance obviously can be brought in the form of micro-insurance by, say, individual farmers or individual borrowers, which is currently pretty common in parts of India and many parts of Asia and Africa. Small businesses can also protect their livelihood via access to different insurance risk pools. Governments themselves can take up insurance as a tool to cover the direct and indirect costs. So I think the point I'm making here is governments in all these cases can't make budgetary provisions for such unforeseen risks. It's therefore important for the government and us as stakeholders to look at a public-private partnership where we sort of look at these instruments to cushion economic shock without reducing these economic incentives. So I think that would be probably the point that I want to make here in terms of how insurance can take a role in aligning safety net for smallholder farmers or vulnerable populations.
Thank you, Harini. I think you again made a very useful point. Insurance is a central safety net mechanism for a number of issues. We'll come back to this again in our discussion. Let me now invite Dada Bakudo, and she will be speaking about supporting early action with risk finance. Dada.
Thank you, Pramod, for the invitation to share with everyone the measures put in place by the Association of Southeast Asian Nations on early action and risk financing. The region has been experiencing, I think, an estimated loss of annual US $5 billion loss since 2000 from disasters. And what I'm showing you on my first slide is really, since the Intergovernmental Organization of ASEAN is on a high level, So what we have is to put a lot of policies and coordination measures. So this is a buffet of so many policies. Well, I'll start with the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response in 2005. There's also the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance on Disaster Management. And some of you might have heard of RINES as well, because you are early warning experts, or the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System for Africa and Asia. It's supposed to be an annual monsoon forum. I think at the moment it's not happening on a regular basis. And then sometime in 2013, the ASEAN Disaster Risk Financing and Insurance Scheme has been put in place together with the Asian Development Bank, and it's on its second phase at the moment. We know that data is very important in such risk financing and insurance schemes, that it's also putting in place an ASEAN data and analytics platform. It's trying to provide historical damage and loss database. What I also would like to share two policies, several policies on food security that has been historically been put in place, such as the ASEAN Food Security Reserve all the way back in 1979. And then there was also the ASEAN Plus 3 Emergency Rice Reserve Board. And these have been mobilized recently with the advent of the pandemic, as some of our member states have been reliant on other countries that have stopped trading, and food security has really been threatened with the pandemic. And so there was a lot of dialogues among member states, the 10 countries, on mobilizing these safety net measures that were already put in place historically. Then recently, the ASEAN Ministers on Agriculture and Forestry, 10 countries or 10 ministers of agriculture and forestry, has given a joint statement to how to deal with the pandemic, putting in place 11 action points that are looking at trade and as well as de-risking initiatives. Now, my reflection on all these policies buffet, that's actually barely scratching the surface of how much ASEAN, these 10 governmental organizations, address the issue of early action and risk finance, made more urgent during the time of the pandemic. So beyond these policies, there really should be a support for existing strategies that de-risk finance. One example is Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. It's a successful platform. I think continued support for this should be given, and also some dynamic incentives for the private sector to de-risk the smallholder farmers in the region. My overall also look at this whole buffet or gamut of policies is that implementation, there's a lot of policies, but implementation is still largely dependent on humanitarian assistance and foreign grants. There will all be these beautiful policies and statements jointly conducted by 10 ministers, but then the implementation, we would have to rely on foreign grants for this. How to assist this towards more independence, I think, as Pramod have put it as our guiding question, would be to first assist bureaucracy or invest in activities that build capacities for intersectoral coordination, because a lot of the early warning actions are really brought about in our house in different bureaucratic divisions. And then the building or encouraging of champions that are not rewarded by their ministries merely by the fact that they're able to generate foreign grant from policy introduction that they have done, but instead also look for champions who are championing the private sector on self-reliance. And so what we saw in this pandemic as the 10 member states is that looking at finance as money bags, but it's really a lot of self-reliance and human capital. What we've also seen during this pandemic is the rise of a lot of dictatorships. Some governments and dictatorships have used the pandemic as an excuse, and people have gotten skeptical of where foreign aids and grants are used, and that there is more reliance on ourselves. And we have seen a lot of private sector initiatives or small or civil society organizations leading the way, and demanding on their governments to show more transparency. So if you would like to know more about the initiatives in ASEAN on early action and risk financing, there's the ASEAN Climate Resilience Network, who is a member of the Global Alliance on Climate Smart Agriculture. That's it for me now.
Thank you, Dada. Again, very important points, especially about intersectoral coordination in early warning system and about food reserves, which is always very useful in many countries. I would now like to open to some discussion points. So remember, as I said in transformation report, we have 4 action points. We addressed 3. The 4th one we didn't address yet, which says constructing a tighter continuum from humanitarian assistance to developmental outcomes has been proposed to achieve 2030 outcomes. What are your thoughts on this? Who would like to pick up? Anyone? Perhaps Dada, you would like to start with this?
Sorry, Pramod, can you please repeat the question?
Another mechanism which has been proposed in the report for building adaptive safety nets is constructing a tighter continuum from humanitarian assistance to development process to achieve the 2030 outcome. It is in line with what you said about intersectoral coordination.
Yes.
I'd like to elaborate on that.
Yes, as I said, like we are being hit by disasters, and we are also currently experiencing pandemic, and this is very multi-sectoral. But still, we are still divided by bureaucratic divisions and our governance systems that are in different places. For example, a lot are on food security. Then there's the issue of climate change, health, finance, and trade. And it really brings to light the need for intersectoral coordination that is efficient and urgent in its action. In my experience with 10 member states of Southeast Asia, of ASEAN, this is the challenge, and there's no investment in actual making things coordinate. This is often the last thing given priority on coordination. Risk insurance also would not work without coordination between finance, the rural sector, food security, and even some of the health sector. So I think that investing in intersectoral coordination, in interagency collaboration should actually be one of the priorities that we could be looking at in order for food security to be achieved. And this goes as well, not just in topics as themes, but as well as in different governance systems from the local, national to the regional. We have a lot of common challenges in climate change. There's a lot of common characteristics and common climate change threats when you look at ASEAN as a whole. And so measures can also be in collaborative fashion. But at the moment, most of the challenges are really in looking at urgent action and even early action really underpins the need for collaboration and coordination.
Great, Dada, thank you very much. Let's move on to some other critical points. Perhaps Harini, this is to you. Agriculture insurance right now is not in so many countries, especially in Asian context if we talk about. It's fairly successful in India, but it's not in many other countries. So how do you see this becoming a real safety net, especially if the government support doesn't exist?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point that you've raised. And I would say agriculture insurance, if you look at Asia, China continues to be quite a large market. There's a very strong, I would say, public-private partnership in that country, similar to what we have in India, to sort of look at this topic in a larger context of financial resilience for the economy or the country itself. If you look at the rest of Asia, I think there've been a lot of efforts done by the governments of Thailand, South Korea, obviously. Japan has a very strong system which is outside the purview of insurance. They do it in the form of mutuals. Also been a lot of work being done now in the Philippines, Taiwan, Sri Lanka, also Bangladesh, in different ways, right? I think some continue to be successful because of a larger government intervention and a mechanism in which they have rolled it out sort of pan country, which brings you that safety net at a larger scale, together with obviously other interventions. But if you sort of look at the other pockets where it's still being tried and tested as a pilot, I think my only hope is that they understand the the value of insurance in the context where this definitely requires a larger role, especially with the government and the private sector collaborating, right? I mean, the government plays a very critical role here in topics such as emergency response, say reconstruction of public property, infrastructure, support, say, for non-insured households. But we absolutely need to close the protection gap, and I think this is where more and more work needs to be done in other Asian countries to ensure that the value of insurance is really built into the entire financial resilience. I think I just want to highlight here also one example very close home to home in India is where in May 2020 this year, a very small but a very good historic step has been taken by the state of Nagaland to cope and opt for disaster risk financing through insurance, which I think is also an example for the region in terms of how insurance can lead to the country's efforts to strengthen resilience, right? So I would say, Pramod, to your question, I think it's a different stages in Asia. It's mostly working well, but a lot of work obviously needs to be done, and this absolutely needs a public-private partnership.
Yeah, I think very well said. It's successful, but yet we need many more successful examples in different parts of the world, especially in Asia, other than India. Giriraj, a lot is being discussed about early warning systems, especially in view of this pandemic. How do you see the experiences from pandemic transferring to agriculture systems, early warning system for agriculture? What possibility do we see?
Your question is more about early warning to agriculture, or more to look at some
recent experiences of COVID-19. How do you think we should be better prepared in agriculture?
Yeah. So again, I could take an example of during the pandemic and the situation of locusts, which has prevailed in some part of India, including states like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, so and so. I think what we have been seeing is that we in fact did a very successful webinar on integration of early warning in locust process, how this will be used. A lot of colleagues from World Bank and FAO attended, and there is a good video is available I can share later today. Importantly, I think countries are increasingly recognizing the value of forecast model. And again, locust is not an visible things that can be detected by satellite data. And this is where we might need to find out invisible area to visible areas where they move. And that is where the climate change will also steps in more. If there is a favorable conditions starts coming, they might move in a large swamps, right? So understanding these global agencies like NOAA, the expertise coming from IMD or WMO are very critical here, where we could able to understand the predictions from wind, the rainfall condition, and we can integrate that with the field level locust centers which are available across country. Then this early warning becomes very critical for them. For example, I would say the short and long-term forecasts are very helpful for agencies who are working in extension departments like agriculture, who could able to look at how this can be operationally embedded in their planning process. And again, we cannot detect through satellite data, but what we could do is understanding the crop condition, where it is, where is available soil moisture. These are the areas where we might know the locust might come depending on the wind pattern. Plus, we could able to bring in the fertilizer, spray, or pesticide related things where management aspects takes care of them. So it's a collective process. Again, there is a critical role early warning can play an important role, and again it is going to respond to deal with the dual disasters like it happened 2 months before. It's not locust is a topic now because all these disasters comes and go, but early warning is cut across different sectors, different agencies where we could relate these data sets. I'm not sure did I respond to your question.
Thank you very much. We'll now need to move to the interactive session. There are lots of questions that are coming up. So we'll continue this discussion, but before we do that, let me invite Sakshi, because we also have a quiz, and Sakshi will announce the quiz. Sakshi, please.
Thank you, Pramod. Thank you for for the lovely introduction. So in this interactive session, we have one quiz and one audience poll. The idea is to understand your point of view on achieving 2030 outcomes. So you all are requested to respond to the poll via Whova app. So the first quiz question that we have for you is that, as we all know, early warning systems and adaptive safety nets are crucial for preparing many communities to deal with natural disaster and other related events. So comparing present scenario with what was some 40 years ago, how much more frequently are natural disasters occurring? Is it less often, twice as often, 5 times as often, or 10 times as often? We also have an audience poll for you in which we would like to know your opinion on what are the major constraints in developing early warning systems and building resilience. So is it technology? Is it skilled manpower, finance policy, all of the above, or none of the above? So to participate in the audience poll, simply go to the Whova app, click on polls, then select the question which is being discussed. Select your answer and simply click submit. So we are really looking forward to your answers. And while we wait for your answers, we're going to have an interactive Q&A session, which will be live. Our panelists are really looking forward to receiving your questions and to interact with you. So if you have any question, please go to the Whova app and submit your questions. To submit your questions, select session Q&A, then select the present session, which is securing resilient livelihoods. Click on ask the question, type in your question and just click submit. That's it. And we will be relaying your question to the panelists. So looking forward to your response. Thank you so much. Over to you, Pramod.
Thank you, Sakshi. We are getting lots of questions through the chat, and so may I now address some of these questions, the panelists. I will just request panelists to be brief so that we can take more questions. The first question is, why do we have so much agrarian distress in India when we have insurance covering more or less 50 million farmers? Almost half the farmers are covered by insurance and safety net, but still we have so much agrarian distress. Harini, would you like to take up, or Giriraj, one of you?
Yeah, I think I can briefly comment, and Girija or Riraj, please feel free to offer your comments. I think insurance is not the silver bullet to agrarian distress. I think insurance is one of the tools and mechanism to help elevate from the distress. Insurance obviously leads to access to finance and can provide you relief, which obviously needs to be looked at in the context of a larger supply chain, infrastructure, and issues which are beyond those that can be resolved by financial instruments. So I think that would be my crisp answer. I think insurance is a very relevant tool in the basket of tools that governments and institutions can utilize to elevate some of the crises.
Very well said. Insurance is just one of the solutions. Yes, Giriraj, you want to jump in?
Yeah, following what Harini mentioned, again, it's a very important point. I think in addition to just having insurance, it's also, again, government's responsibility and including the farmers' responsibility to have right kind of agriculture inputs. So, for example, a lot of farmers still doesn't use a flood-tolerant seeds or a drought-resistant seeds, right? What happens is you can have an insurance, you will have an early flood, and whatever the seeds you introduce might be washed out. So it is actually having your right kind of agriculture inputs. It's not just about seed, but also the right kind of a fertilizer, crop management practices. They all takes care of your healthy crop. And again, the last part is again your pricing side. That's again, there is a market intelligence need to be looked at when you should harvest and you go to the market in the right time so that you get your income what you are expecting.
So basically what you're saying, what we really need is not only an early warning system, but an early response system as well to mitigate the risk. Moving on, I think the next question is early warning system needs a lot of finance. So what are the opportunities for private finance in this early warning system? That's like paid early warning system. Dada, would you like to take it up briefly?
Well, we've tried looking at it. We've tried really, for example, Philippines had a very good example from the Rice Action Watch Network, in which they're really working with the Meteorological Society in delivering climate information to smallholder farmers. There was a need for an intervention from a telecommunication service for the information to be delivered. There is that spot, I think in Southeast Asia, it's not very well defined. The bottom line for the private sector, I think, is it going to be profitable enough for them? But there's definitely a space for the private sector to play into this, especially in terms of delivery of climate information. I hope that was
very nice. Anybody else would like to reflect on this? Giriraj, Harini? All right. If not, then we have more questions coming up. So one question is about inclusiveness of all these early warning systems, especially insurance. That we are targeting, although large number of people, yet tribal, women, younger farmers are often not part of it. What do we need to do to make early warning systems, safety nets, especially insurance, more inclusive? Harini, would you like to take that up?
Yeah, sure. I think if you sort of look at the insurance, at least in India, one of the largest, I would say, distribution mechanism to reach the rural household is the banking or the microfinancing and the lending ecosystem itself. And I absolutely agree with your point that there are quite a few of these communities which still don't have access to finance. So, which is, I think, why there needs to be a lot of innovation in the way we are able to access and deliver these services and solutions to that sort of population and segments. I think it is really in this context, again, that I want to highlight, say, the role of small state governments, like, say, Nagaland, or particularly in the northeastern clusters, where the government can build in insurance as an intervention in their overall, I would say, package for disaster relief, and make it available for these segments which ideally cannot be covered through these traditional distribution channel of insurance. So I just want to again highlight, and I'm happy to share this the view of how Nagaland did this year to protect its community against excess rainfall. So I think that's really a wonderful way to approach how you can cover these populations rather than going through traditional aggregation models to sort of distribute insurance.
Okay, and any other reactions on this from any other panelists?
I could also.
Okay. Yeah, very briefly, Giriraj, go on. Then Dada.
Yeah. I think there are very important points mentioned by Harini. I would also say that there should be a clear legislation to support the disadvantages group and women farmers. What we also see that we have a collaboration with the government of Bihar, where we say that any farmers who receive, there should be a clear cap on male and women farmers, so that we have more inclusiveness we bring in, and we also ensure that what right kind of agriculture practices we educate and provide awareness to the women farmers, so that we see more equality comes in, like the product we are doing on post-flood management. So I think the interventions we need to look more closely beyond the macro solutions we are discussing here.
Dada, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that designing the insurance scheme is very important in ensuring that there's inclusivity of all stakeholders, and that we have come up with an ASEAN 11-point scheme on how to really make sure that the other sectors are not forgotten in the design of the insurance scheme. It's for ASEAN, as well as perhaps working with civil society organizations where normally government agencies are unable to reach these very secluded parts of rural areas where insurance is much needed.
I think there are several questions, so let me just try to put some of these questions together as one question. In this whole arena of safety net that we are discussing, often we say technology is the main constraint, and some others say capital is the main constraint, some others say governance, and the fourth is the actionable information is what is missing. What do you think is the most important in making early warning systems work, especially in the context of developing countries? Is it technology, is it content, or is it finance, or is it governance system? Harini, would you like to take up, or Giriraj, or Dada, whosoever?
I could just start saying that I think technologies, we had immense growth in the last 5 to 6 years, whether we talk cloud systems or anything. Forecast has reached a fairly a good reliable accuracy over 70% in a country like India now. And what it mainly thinks is the convergence of this information into an actionable information. That is where I think the governance should play a role. And then, of course, finance, I don't think is a big constraint in large part of countries in South Asia. I think I would go more with the governance side, understanding on using this data, making right kind of a policy decisions on that across sectors again.
Okay, any other reaction on this before we move on to the next section? We're running out of time. There are lots of questions, but maybe we can do that privately with the audience later. Harini or Dada, any final comments on this?
Yeah, I think Pramod, technology is not really the issue when you look at climate information reaching rural households. They're written in Manila paper crudely with using pencil pens, as we have witnessed in Southeast Asia. What's more important really as an issue is accessibility, being able for the information to reach these rural communities.
Okay, so before, yes, Harini, you want to say something?
I think technology is an enabler. Ultimately, it's the governance and the ecosystem which enables technology to work. Technology is absolutely the must, right? Given the penetration of smartphones and access to internet, I think it's just an excellent enabler for us to ensure that we put this in the framework of the right governance.
Okay, great. We announce a quiz in this part of the interactive session. So over to Sakshi, let us know what is the result of the quiz.
Thanks, Pramod. And I must thank the lovely audience who has been so actively participating in this session. Thank you so much for posting all these questions. I'm sure most of them got answers, but still, if some of them were not answered, you can always reach out to our panelists via Whova app and announcing the answers to the questions. So the quiz, the right answer is option C, which is 5 times as often. So as per the FAO report, the frequency of the disasters has increased, and it is now 5 times as often as what was happening some 40 years ago. And in terms of your opinion on the major constraints, most of you have linked all of the above. It is also technology, skilled manpower, and finance, which are the major constraints. So thank you so much again for actively participating in this session, and over to you, Pramod.
Thank you very much. That was quite useful. Now to conclude, we are almost at the end. I would like to reiterate what our panelists said. I think we are still early days in terms of agriculture system, early warning system. We have made a lot of progress. Technological progress in particular is a lot, but we still need to see some more progress in terms of using this technology, moving from pilots to large scale. So that's something that we really need to do. And to do that, we need more actionable information, better content about what exactly we do with early warning. And as Giridhar said, end-to-end early warning system and a response system as well. What do we do with warning unless you know what is the response? And for that, obviously, you need a lot of finance. Dada gave an example of food security buffers, that ASEAN has established. I know that type of system is prevalent in many countries, which comes as a great help in time of crisis. But again, that also is expensive proposition. You store a lot of food for an unknown climatic risk. So there's a cost involved. So one has to really understand the trade-off between this cost and storage. Overall, I don't see any other option for us except to start investing more and more in safety nets, especially because of climate change. If I could just summarize in one phrase what all of our panelists have said, is invest in food safety nets today is basically investing in futures. Investing today in food safety net is investing in future. I think that's the message coming loud and clear from all of you. And with that, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much to our panelists, very distinguished. There are a lot of questions, a lot of points which we could not take up because of time constraint. But thanks everyone. Thank you, Sakshi. Now I'd like to invite all of you to join our next session, which is on incentivizing climate resilient and low emission practices. I think in another 15 minutes, this session will start. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, ladies and gentlemen, depending on where you are. My name is David Solomon. I am CCAF's Regional Program Leader in East Africa and the facilitator of this session. On behalf of CCAF's and our CG and non-CG partners, I would like to welcome you to this virtual relay launch event of Transforming Food Systems under Changing Climate. This session is about enabling markets and public sector action to incentivize climate resilient and low emissions practices in agriculture. And it is coming to you live from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. During this virtual relay session, we will have live polling and question and answer where we hope to interact with you all to ask a question and participate in the audience interaction session. You may need to download the Hover app. To get also action, please download the report at the transformingfoodsystems.com link so that you can get all the full idea about all the other sessions and an overall idea of the transformation initiative. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at agriculture, agriculture is key for food and nutrition, natural resources management, and economic development. If you look at the region that, for example, that we are engaged in East Africa alone, about 250 million people are in one way or the other engaged in agriculture. And this sector contributes from 25 to 45% of the GDP. So it is absolutely important. Overall, we can say that this sector is a strategic channel of influence when it comes to food and nutrition, environment, health, poverty, conflict, and migration. However, there is an over-reliance of agriculture in this region and in most areas where we work on subsistence and smallholder rain-fed agriculture systems. Production increases often are achieved through unsustainable ways, or overall, we can say that the sector faces, for example, 4 major challenges: environmental, economic, human and institutional capacity, and social demographic related ones. The other one, and which is also most important, is that if you look, climate variability and change is becoming more and more, bringing more and more challenge, and it's become an additional risk multiplier for agriculture and food and nutrition security. So the question is, how do we bring about more than 200 million farmers into appropriate market by 2030 through increased profitability and market development? With a focus on East Africa, this session will discuss how public and private sector stakeholders could facilitate the scaling out of climate resilient or low emissions practices through enabling market digitization and incentives. To discuss this with us, we have invited leading experts from government, representatives of Farmers Union and Farmers Federation, private sector, NGOs, and from the African Union. So, African Union. So as our first speaker now, I will invite Khalid Bomba, who is the CEO of Ethiopian Agricultural Transformation Agency, to give us his keynote remarks. Khalid, over to you.
Thank you, David, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about the progress in Ethiopia as it relates to transforming food systems and the relevance of this very much needed report. I have a very short slide deck that I hope everybody can see, and I'll try to cover 3 broad areas. The first is really, how does this report bring relevance to Ethiopia? Second is, what is Ethiopian government more broadly doing when it comes to issues related to transforming its food systems, with particular reference to scaled interventions that include both the private and public sector? And then lastly, what the organization that I lead, the Ethiopian Agricultural Transformation Agency, is doing in this regard. So when we think about Ethiopia's food system, I think there's a few key themes that have been evident over the past 10, 15 years that are important to highlight. The first is the fact that the food system itself is going through a period of evolution, where the focus on production and productivity has led to substantial gains, both in terms of production driven by yields and cultivated land under production, but also an increase in yields, an increase in farmer incomes. Now, what's also happened is that land holdings have been decreasing in size, partly through the handing down of land from parents to their children. But what that's led to is an increased concentration or an increased focus on rental markets, but also other practical and innovative solutions, such as the clustering of farmers to create economies of scale through what we're calling production clusters. Another major innovation that's happening over the past decade or so is an increased focus across the supply chain itself. What we've seen is that the initial focus just on production and productivity to address food security issues is insufficient to really deal with the challenges of a food system approach. And as a result, there's increased focus on the market side of the equation, but also in thinking about issues related to climate change, issues related to job creation, and issues that are much broader than just the agricultural system itself, and includes other ministries such as the Ministry of Water and Energy, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Transportation, as well as issues related to logistics. So it's really a broad systems approach that we've been looking at. And then lastly, with the high population growth that Ethiopia has been facing, as well as increased urbanization, there's been a change in the diet and overall diet and consumption patterns in the country, where we've seen lower consumption of staple and starchy staples and increased consumption in animal source foods, as well as fruits and vegetables. So these three macro level issues are causing us to really think much more fundamentally about a systems approach rather than the traditional approach of looking at just production and productivity. Now, in this regard, I think the report is really quite timely and provides much needed guidance on the direction and wider considerations for Ethiopia, as well as more broadly East Africa for the next 10 to 15 years. Most important is the fact that the report itself forces us to take on a much more transformative mindset rather than thinking business as usual, because that's just not going to work anymore. And in particular, I think there are three areas that really stood out for me as I read the report that were very much in line with what we're doing in Ethiopia, but reinforce some of the issues that we've been thinking about. The first relates to a transformative approach to policymaking, because we need to think about our policies from a much more climate smart perspective that unlocks financial opportunities for all across the food system, rather than in the past where we were just thinking about production and productivity for food security. The second is improved land and resource management. Again, thinking about changes in mindset, which will help us think about enabling dietary transformation, but also importantly, thinking about issues such as food loss. And then finally, something that we've been thinking a lot about in Ethiopia is how do we bring new innovations and technology into our food system in areas such as early warning systems, advisory services to farmers, or even just basic decision-making for actors across the supply chain. Now, there were four big areas in the report that also stood out in terms of what we're doing in Ethiopia and examples that we can provide. So for example, in terms of rerouting rural livelihoods, there's a number of investments that the Ethiopian government's been making over the past 5 years that I think are very relevant. First is an investment in agro-industrial parks, 4 of which are being built across the country, which creates important backward linkages to the supply chains from smallholder farmers, and then forward linkages to urban markets, both domestic and international. There's also an increased focus on mechanization, both when it comes to the production side of the equation, but also looking at other mechanized services that could be provided further downstream. Legislation is being drafted to expand credit, and also thinking about what can we do to improve access to women and youth in the supply chain. When it comes to de-risking livelihoods, I think a lot of people are aware that Ethiopia has, over the past 20 years, made significant investments in the productive safety net, which secures livelihoods while developing climate-resilient public works. And significant investment has been made here, and lots of impacts have also been seen, both when it comes to reduction in soil degradation, as well as increased vegetative cover. There's also been, as I mentioned earlier, significant investments made when it comes to ICTs and other innovations. Two other areas that I'll just quickly mention is reducing emissions and in realigning policies. In reducing emissions, huge investments are being made by the government over the next 10 years in this regard. And then in realigning policies, there's a homegrown economic reform program that the Ethiopian government has invested significant time and energy into. Lastly, just touching on what the Ethiopian Agriculture Transformation Agency is doing in some of these areas, I think there's a big investment that I should highlight when it comes to production clusters that we have focused on around 10 specific commodities, 60 different interventions. And one of the big interventions here is bringing farmers together to produce as one group. And last year we had 1.3 million farmers working in those types of schemes. And then in my last slide, I just highlight very quickly, and I won't spend too much time on this because I know I'm running out of time, some of the innovations that the ATA has introduced, such as the 8028 hotline, which is a farmer hotline, an extension system that has over 5 million farmers signed up, or the Ethiosis Digital Soil Mapping Project, where we have provided a digital soil map for the entire country by collecting over 100,000 soil samples, analyzing them, and providing fertilizer recommendations in a much more targeted way. Or the market information system that just launched last year, but is having huge traction. And then lastly, a cooperative-based seed production system that's changing the way in which seed is being produced by enabling and engaging private sector smallholder farmers as actually producers of high quality seed. So I hope this very quick and brief overview of Ethiopia's activities in transforming our food system illustrates that many of the interventions, many of the issues that are raised in the report are indeed issues that we've been working on, but really much more work needs to be done. So let me stop there and thank you again for the time and opportunity to make these remarks. Thank you, Dalit.
Khalid, thank you very much for that insight. We know that the African Union keeps an agricultural transformation scorecard, and Ethiopia is doing really very well, and the role that Ethiopia's agricultural transformation is playing in that. So we really appreciate it, both the insight on ATA as well as also the linkage with the transformation initiative. So thank you very much. Now we will follow up with Stephen Mashuri, who is the CEO of Eastern African Farmers Federation, who will be giving us, the farmers' perspective from Eastern Africa. Stephen, over to you.
So thank you very much, and I want to thank the organizers for this particular invitation. So I have a couple of slides that I'll be presenting about the state of play when it comes to CSA, the issues that farmers have raised with that respect, and some recommendations. So I think we all know the definition of CSA, and I think FAO is very clear. It has productivity, resilience, mitigation, achievement of food security and other development goals. And, looking at the context in terms of where we are at, for the last, maybe the last 6 or 7 seasons, stemming from the COVID-19 challenge you're having now, we still have locusts, floods, we've had prolonged drought, we've had cold, we've had the fall armyworm. All these, events have actually challenged many value chains, there's been major disruptions. And I think this has caused a lot of worry when it comes to food and nutrition insecurity. We've seen food prices spike. We've seen farm input spikes. There are, of course, fears about food importation and the impact of that. And even now, during the COVID-19, we are actually trying to look at the real impact of some of the prohibitions. Of course, this has resulted in, among other things, post-harvest, not only production, but also post-harvest challenges. I think we've seen the rise of aflatoxin, and we've also seen the drop, in terms of lower agro-processing capacity. The challenge, though, all these, among others, is that the farmers actually bear the brunt of all these disruptions. And when you look at all of the risk mitigation measures, they're either not timely, not well resourced, and hence they don't really cover farmers properly. In fact, if I look at some of the many interventions that have been around, we can say a lot of them have really played a lot of lip service. And when you look at, for example, discussion on climate finance, I think it's become a mirage as far as the farmers are concerned. Access by them is a challenge. When you look at all of these COP meetings that we attend, the decisions far and wide are viewed to be quite exclusive when it comes to farmers. When you look at even government preparedness, when it comes to all these events, there are challenges in terms of maybe governments have too many priorities. When it comes to issues of resources, knowledge even about some of these events. And what has happened is that because of the frequency of some of these climate events, we have lagged, in terms of how we intervene. Capacity has lagged, so we're actually playing a lot of catch-up. When you look at some of the risk mitigation products, again, there's a question about exclusivity when it comes to farmers. They have to weigh through the jargon, in terms of some of the terms in insurance, the issues of just awareness. We know there's a challenge in terms of design of the products. Some of this is because of challenges in terms of data availability. Looking at the variety of products just for risk mitigation, not very many to choose from. And of course, perils have been reviewed over time, the latest casualty being the folamine, which was dropped off. So, there are challenges. And we even know some of those providers also have capacity challenges. When you look at some of the credit companies, some of the insurance companies, there are major capacity issues when it comes to understanding agriculture. When it comes to issues of policy, and I think this has been, a challenge over time. Good policies are always followed by, proper investment. And I think due to the challenges I mentioned earlier in terms of resourcing, I think most of the policies are not followed through, with respect to investment. So there are many islands of successes that don't really converge. Of course, issues of data asymmetry. Now everybody is falling over themselves trying to collect data, but there's a challenge in terms of standards, in terms of how this data is collected. And I think probably later in the future, we may start coalescing around collectivity when it comes to data, and it may probably help in terms of decision making. So what I'm saying in summary is that agriculture has so many moving parts, and there are as many moving parts as there are partners and actors. And when you look at value chains are so diverse between and among themselves, and this even cuts across various the many countries. And I think the challenge that I mentioned earlier is that some of the interventions have been viewed to be very piecemeal, resulting in islands of success, and the general collective picture is quite worrying. And this is because the pace and the gravity of the climate events are so quick that the interventions are actually playing catch up, and hence as a result, the feeling is that the interventions are not overly sustainable. So what are we recommending? And what are we also doing? I think one of the things we are actually asking for is that I think it's now time we have an agriculture emergency fund. It's challenging when you look at when you have these events and governments are scrambling for consolidated funds that have been actually set aside for something else. When actually, if the events are so close and the impact is so well known, we need to really look at how do some research in terms of how do you set up such a fund, how can it be deployed. Otherwise, we risk the collapse of our food systems. one of the things that we've seen that would support climate smart agriculture interventions is if the players in that space actually work with actors, for example, in trade, because we need to have some kind of a pool. So some of these interventions are actually seen to be effective. Now we have the ACFTA, the African Common Free Trade Area. And I think it's an opportunity for joint investments and to fully explore, the potential of CSA comparative advantages. For example, pest control. We had locusts, and what we saw was that one country was waiting for the locusts to actually start getting into the other country before they actually. I mean, if there was a regional intervention, we know there have been units that have actually been set for that, but they've not been funded over time. And I think there are these kind of opportunities. When it comes to issues of post-harvest, and I think it's very critical now, looking at the COVID issues, we actually need to rethink about post-harvest beyond grain, and preservation, storage, and processing. So we need to look at how we can store more vegetables, more fruits, meat, milk, and create awareness about this. We need to think about nutritional security, going forward. Then digitizing agriculture. I think now is the opportunity to actually do it. As an organization, we are actually doing it. We have an e-platform. We have about 250,000 farmers there. We're in 3 countries. But the beauty about digital agriculture is that it creates so many other opportunities. When it comes to, for example, technology transfer, issues of logistics, finance. I mean, we know that. The challenge we have is that everybody's doing it, and many of these platforms are actually crumbling. And you actually need to really rethink, in terms of how do we improve some of the business models, the services that have been provided, deployment of the same capacity, as well as sustainability. I think to be effective when it comes to CSA, we need to really think about how we can improve our decision-making mechanisms, and one of the ways is actually digitizing agriculture. Thank you very much for listening to me. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Stephen, for giving us the perspective of the perspective from East African farmers, both the challenge and also opportunities. And we'll get back to you on the Q&A session if the audience have further questions or they need, certain things to be elaborated. But thank you very much. Now we will go to Fatih Nazi Hassan, who is the Division Supervisor on Human Capital and Institutions Development at the African Union Development Agency and the new Partnership for African Development, which is NEPAD. Fatih, over to you.
Thank you very much, David, and good morning to all. I will try to be brief. I have some slides. Can you see my slides? Are you able to see my slides, David?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I will talk about what we're doing in the nexus of food system and climate change as AUD and NEPAD. First, I would like to introduce what is AUD and NEPAD for maybe the few of you who do not know AUD and NEPAD, and then touch to the Africans' approach to the climate change, and then focusing more precisely on what AUD and NEPAD is doing. So as most of you may know, AUD and NEPAD is the African Union Development Agency. It was built on the previous NEPAD Planning and Coordinating Agency. And in November 2018, it was created by the heads of states of African Union with a twofold mandate. The first one is to coordinate and execute the priority regional projects and programs for regional integration with a clear view to support the realization of Agenda 2063, which is a strategy, a blueprint, and also a vision of Africa's development. And the second part of our mandate is to strengthen the capacity of AU member states. While doing this, we are advancing knowledge-based advisory support. We mobilize the resources, and we work as the technical interface for all the stakeholders and development partners. One example of the approach that we implement is to have a strategic program or strategic approach, and then try to see how we can adapt it at regional level and at continental level. For example, on the food system, nutrition and food system implementation plan that was developed and adopted last year, what we're trying to do is to support the Agenda 2063 and support the member states in their activities and actions to address malnutrition more effectively. We're trying to coordinate and accelerate action in order to eliminate hunger and food insecurity. What we're trying to do is to have a systematic approach while we advance food nutrition, food system and nutrition activities. We do this in link with climate change issues, nutrition issues, obviously, human capital, environment, but also economic development, with clear linkages with regional integration, movement of goods. We also mentioned AFCTA. This is clearly what we're trying to do, to have an integrated approach in everything we do. And food system nutrition is not an exception. We are working in almost all the member states. We have a footprint in 52 of the 55 African Union member states. We do not currently work in Somalia for, I think, obvious reasons. We do not have currently a program within Western Sahara and Morocco. Morocco just joined a couple of years ago, so we're still figuring out exactly how we could support Morocco. And it's also a challenge to work in Western Sahara. But other than that, we work in every African Union member states in diverse areas: human capital development, regional integration, infrastructure, industrialization, resource natural governance, and obviously food security. When it comes to the climate change approach, we are obviously aligned with the Agenda 2063, which is our guide for everything we're doing. As you know, Agenda 2063 has 6 aspirations, and when it comes to climate change, our activities, our support to member states fall under the aspiration number 1, which is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Under this aspiration, there's 2 goals that are a guide for us. The first one is modern agriculture for increased production, productivity, and value addition. And the second one is goal number 7, environmental sustainability, climate resilience, economies, and communities. We design and implement our support to African Union member states, keeping in mind, obviously, our mandate, but also recognizing that Africa contributes to less than 5% of the global carbon emissions. But in the other hand, Africa is paying the price of climate change. We also know that Africa shall address the global change of climate by prioritizing adaptation to climate change and climate shocks. We do have a climate smart agriculture set of activities, and it's basically twofold. The first one is to support member states in achieving national climate change priorities and targets under the Paris Climate Change Agreement. We do support African Union member states in accessing the Green Climate Fund. So we provide technical support for them to be able to access these funds and to be able also to design and implement actions that are responding to their national priorities. On another hand, we also play the role of, as I mentioned, evidence-based technical advisory. We play a role of knowledge broker by supporting member states within 3 objectives: sustainably increasing the agricultural productivity, adapting and building resilience of agricultural and food systems to climate change at multiple levels, starting from the smallholder farmers specifically women farmers, up to the support to governance and government action. And we are also trying to support the member states in removing gas emission where it's greenhouse gas emission where it's possible. Another type of activity that we undertake is through partnerships. As you know, partnership is at the core of NEPAD spirit. NEPAD is really the new partnership for Africa development. So we form partnerships everywhere possible. And specifically, one of the partnership is with the EAT. And we commissioned a study that was launched last year in the sideline of the AU Summit, the July AU Summit. And the commission was about healthy diets for a sustainable food system. We know that the food system and the diets that are actually, the way they actually look will not be conducive for sustainable Earth. And we have asked Lancet to support us in designing a study that helps us further understand what should be done in terms of changes of diets. And this study is available on EAT website and also on our website. I propose here an example of one of the findings and on exactly what should be done when you compare the dietary intakes currently and what should be the objectives in terms of dietary intakes in the future. I have a very limited time, so I'm going to try and wrap up just by summarizing what we're trying to do as a UD in NEPAD. We're looking at systematic change. So we're trying to support member states in locking in a commitment in terms of investment in nutrition, in sustainable food system, within budgetary processes, within adoption of laws. We mainstream the Paris Climate Change Agreement within the national development plans and also within the national agricultural development plans, so that we're not only looking at programs and projects, but really at how to lock these approaches within the national systems. We also support the member states and regional economic communities with their early warning systems. And through our activities around mobilizing the partners and being the interface between African Union and stakeholders, we mobilize the financial and human resources for transformation of food systems and climate change mitigation systems. We build capacity, we engage with the partners for implementation and follow-up of actions. And we are also looking at appointing African youth champions for climate change action plans, because we know that we need to include all stakeholders at all levels, and specifically the youth in rural areas for climate change action plans. I will stop here. If there's any question during the rest of the communication, I'm happy to respond. Thank you very much.
Fatih, thank you very much. That was really great. You gave us a perspective about AUDA and NEPAD and also the role that it plays on executing, regional integration under Agenda 2063, as well as the focus on the nexus of food systems and climate change, especially with the focus on nutrition security, which is well aligned with Transformation Initiative. So thank you very much. This will give everybody, an opportunity to know a little bit about AUDA, NEPAD, and also in the future to really link up and build partnership. Now we will go to Karen Bassier, who is the Sustainability and Social Policy Senior Manager at one of the Africa's leading ICT company, which is Safaricom. Karen, please, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dawit. So good morning and good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are connecting from. Agriculture is the biggest single employer in Kenya, accounting for over 60% of total employment in this country. At 60%, you'd expect it to contribute more than the 30% it does to the Kenyan GDP. How is this even possible that 60% of the people are employed in the agricultural sector and it only contributes 30% to the GDP? Well, it's because the average Kenyan farmer doesn't look like the guy on the left. The average Kenyan farmer looks like the lady on the right of my presentation. She farms mostly for subsistence, not on a commercial basis. The average smallholder farmer in Kenya rarely makes surplus that she or he can profit significantly from, even though they spend most money on what they believe is high quality inputs. You see, there are many challenges facing the Kenya's agricultural sector, from inefficient distributed government subsidies to pure weather forecasting, to climate change threats, to parallel yet sadly cheap and poor quality farm inputs. And it is because of all these things that our farmers in Kenya cannot compete with their counterparts in America, Europe, and Asia, despite here in Kenya, where we are enjoying best climate and some soils. So many smallholder farmers in Kenya will remain smallholder farmers forever, with no quantum leap in income to allow them to grow. So these are just the challenges I've talked about. And if you look at some of the other challenges that face the farmer is they have no access to credit. They have a lot of post-close harvest associated, and they struggle. Agribusinesses in Kenya are really struggling. So at Safaricom, we asked ourselves, what can we do to transform the lives of smallholder farmers and therefore the fortunes of this agricultural sector? So we came up with a solution called DigiFarm. So in Safaricom, we believe in harnessing the power of digital technologies to pilot, accelerate, and scale innovative ideas with high potential for impact in food, agriculture, and climate. So what is DigiFarm? DigiFarm is an integrated mobile platform that offers farmers convenient, one-stop access to a suite of information and financial services, including quality products, customized information on farming best practices, on climate change, weather patterns, access to credit and credit facilities, and also information. The farmers can share information and transact with their fellow farmers. So what is the vision of DigiFarm? The vision of DigiFarm is to make the smallholder farmer wealthier from their same piece of land by addressing the below gaps. So we look at knowledge on best farming practices and quality inputs. We look at access to financial services, credit, climate, crop insurance. Then we look at access to markets. This is what we found that the farmers really struggle with. And DigiFarm, as a solution, is here to help farmers bridge the gaps I have just mentioned. So you may ask me, how does it work? The whole concept is behind a buyer-driven demand. So we look at what do the buyers, what does the market want? And so then we profile the different farmers and they register in the system, and we work with our county governments here in Kenya to register these farmers and profile the farmers who could grow or who have potential to do this or interested farmers. So once the farmer profiling is done and the farmers are part of the system, we look at input packages provided, ideally mapped to DigiFarm depots. So we have depots across the country where the farmers can go to get the inputs they need. Then we give them loans and insurance. So there's the size of land is determined by the package, the input package you get. So we have a loan tenor system for them, and it is determined by the value chain. So in case you're a sunflower farmer, you have 3 months loan. Then we have the buyer. So the buyer, in this case, helps in the production. So the buyer, we know what the buyer wants. So we produce specifically with the farmers for the buyer, and the farmers learn and how to harvest and all that. When the crop is ready, the farmers take them to a designated collection center where the buyer will assess the quality. Then the payment is made via our mobile money platform, that is M-Pesa. So DigiFarm features self-registration, where as a farmer, you opt in. We don't force you, you opt in. You can access information, as I've said, about livestock, about crops, about best farming practices, weather patterns, insurance, and that kind of information. Then you can get discounted farm input. So if you're a farmer on this platform, we have farm depots that we've partnered with, where the farmer can go and get discounted quality products that they can use for their farms. They also get loan facilities on the platform where they can use to buy the seeds and everything, and when they harvest, they do pay back. Then we have also the DigiSoko. So DigiSoko is the digital market. So registered farmers have access to market services where they can sell their products at favorable rates. So what does this look like on the ground? So I'm just showing you a cross-section of pictures where farmers can redeem inputs in one of the engineering depots. Engineering is a place in Kenya, engineer. Then we do soil analysis. So we help the farmers do soil analysis so that you're not just over-fertilizing or under-fertilizing your farm. So you have a soil analysis report. This is just some of the farmers that we have interacted with. We have sunflower farmers in Makueni. We have potato farmers in Marakwet. We also have farm barazas where the farmers sit down and they're educated on agriculture and irrigation, because most of our struggles here in Kenya, the farmers depend on rain-fed agriculture. So in some places, we do encourage irrigation so that farming is continuous throughout the year. So what are some of the challenges and opportunities that we see in this area? So we see that digitization of farming is a great thing, but access to platforms in rural areas and the targeted farmers. These farmers are small-scale farmers, so they have problems accessing internet, as well as having phones that are internet ready. But DigiFarm runs on a USSD platform, but for them to learn more, they may need to move here. Then we are looking at opportunities to use drones to collect real-time in-depth data on food, agriculture, natural disasters, damages to them. So that's an area where there's great opportunity. We see a lot of locust and fall armyworms and early warning systems. And I think Stephen hinted to this in his presentation, as well as hinting to digitization of agriculture. Then we look at climate change, predictions and early warning. I think here in Kenya, the rain has become unpredictable. So we have unpredictable weather patterns, so planting seasons and so on. So if you're a farmer who depends solely on rain-fed agriculture, then you have a problem, but we see it as an opportunity for farmers to be able to tap into. Then looking at the future and where we are going in terms of digital services, there's still opportunity to use IoT, Internet of Things, for data analytics on climate and agriculture so that the farmers get real-time information and we can do the analytics for them. So I'll stop here and I'll be happy to answer any questions in regards to my presentation. Thank you.
Karen, thank you very much for giving us the perspective from the Safaricom side and the role that digital platforms such as DigiFarm can play as a one-stop shop. Now we will go to Rikin Gandhi, who is the CEO of Digital Green, to give us the insight about what Digital Green is doing and how it is also aligned with the Transformation Initiative. Thank you very much, and Rikin, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dawit. Imagine you're an agricultural extension officer tasked with training farmers on a climate-smart agricultural practice. Farms are remote and terrains difficult to navigate. Communities are large and diverse. Governments around the world have built large armies on the ground to help farmers plan ahead and cope. But even in countries like Ethiopia that have made major investments in having more than 60,000 extension agents, it still is a daunting challenge given the sheer number and diversity of farmers. There's also the issue of motivation for farmers to trust an extension agent coming in from the outside, the generic information that may not always be relevant, and the natural biases that farmers will have toward realizing rewards in the present. So at the same time, though, farmers already exchange information with each other about what crops they grow and how they grow them with their families and with their neighbors. Digital tools, in line with the report's recommendation around helping farmers make better choices, have the opportunity to build on these existing social networks that the farmers already have with one another to create incentives, some of which may not be always be entirely on money, to start farmers on a ladder of achievement where they can literally be seen as a role model farmer amongst their peers. And at Digital Green, we partner with public extension systems like those of the governments of Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Kenya to produce short 8 to 10-minute testimonial videos and demonstrations that are by farmers and for farmers to share best practices related to climate and natural resource management practices to increase their sustainability of their economic as well as environmental well-being. Now, these videos are screened by to more than 500,000 odd farmers in the case of Ethiopia by the country's government development agents amongst various farmer development groups. Data and feedback is collected to inform and inform the production and distribution of the next set of videos. And these videos feature all sorts of natural resource management, water conservation, soil, locust, and fall armyworm mitigation measures. But really, the first question that people ask when they watch these videos is not about the economics of the practice, but rather, what's the name of the person in the video and which village is he or she from? Now, as the Meher season begins in Ethiopia, digital means of engaging extension agents, especially given the limitations of travel that COVID-19 has introduced, becomes all the more important, and not just to push information out to rural communities, but also to gather data and feedback back from the communities as well as the extension agents about what is working, what is not working, what are other issues. And that's where the work that others are doing with, including the Agricultural Transformation Agency, with using IVR and Telegram groups can really be instrumentative in that regard. Further, obviously better information can boost crop or animal yields, but that doesn't always necessarily translate into more money into farmers' pockets. And the current pandemic has obviously exposed the fact that farmers are often having surplus production that they are having difficulty to sell, while there is strong consumer demand, including in adjacent village communities to these farmer producers, where there's a supply-demand mismatch. And government and research centers themselves also have challenges of having a great sense of what exactly is taking place given the COVID situation. At the same time, there is a growing group of startups in the agri-tech space across East Africa that are developing all sorts of solutions, from precision agriculture to IoT to drones and marketplaces for inputs and offtake, that now have an opportunity, in line with the report's recommendation of driving social change for more sustainable decision making, that a real movement that engages youth across the region can create opportunities for convergence and coordination across these various interventions across the agricultural and food system. And that's where the role of technology and data can build layers of an enabling environment of connectivity and data sharing, together with capital, including venture capital and government investment, that can really drive public and private collaboration, and that could be seen as building ultimately a farm stack of services that build on top of one another to create greater and greater value for both farmers as well as consumers alike. Ultimately, the climate smart food and agricultural divide won't be closed, of course, by technology alone. Things like physical infrastructure, human capital, political institutions, and finance are necessary foundations to any amplification that technology can add. We found success by partnering with government, NGO, and private sector agencies already working with farming communities, and that's really what will ultimately result in advances of driving towards sustainability and climate smart food and agricultural systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rikin, for that insight. I think we're running a little bit late, so unfortunately there will be no time for question and answer session. So with brief remarks, I will go ahead and and close the session. But before I do that, I would like to use this opportunity and thank all our panelists for joining us and giving us their insight. I would like to also thank our audience for actively participating. A number of questions came forward from for ATA, the Eastern African Farmers Union, AUD, NEPAD, Safaricom, as well as Digital Green, but we didn't have time to entertain all. So we encourage you all to continue to interact with us through the social media channels as well as the Hova app. Now I would like to invite you all to the upcoming live session that will be hosted from Rome, Italy, on driving social change for more sustainable decisions. And with this brief remark, I would like to thank you all and continue to be engaged, of course, with us and also download the report and by visiting or by joining other sessions. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and all the panelists. And over to you, Ram.
Thank you, Dawood.
All right. Welcome everyone to our session today, Driving Social Change for Sustainable Decisions. Today, we're inviting a range of youth representatives from different initiatives around the globe to share their inspiring experiences and views on promising mechanisms to foster the linkages between science to support climate action and food systems transformation. Today, first, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Cedric Habiyaremye. He is a research associate at Washington State University, founder and CEO of Quinoa Hub, and co-founder of FarmWalla. Cedric serves as the Rwanda Research Lead at the Food Systems for the Future and New Voices Fellow at the Aspen Institute. And most significantly, he has 8+ years of experience working in international agricultural development with a focus on research, development, and policy. Welcome, Cedric. And secondly, we have Amanda Namayi. Amanda is passionate about leveraging information communication technology solutions for challenges being faced in the agri sector. Previously, Amanda was Kenya's country ambassador for the Global African Agribusiness Accelerator Platform, regional coordinator for the East Africa for the Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network, and currently she is a steering committee member for the Youth Alliance for Zero Hunger. Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you.
And finally, today we are joined by Luke Spajic, and he is a food systems research student at the University of Adelaide, Australia. There, he co-founded the Adelaide SDG Hub and member of the Youth Assembly. Luke is interested in understanding and overcoming the barriers leading to the evidence policy gap in food systems and climate change more broadly. Luke was the lead author on an article about the how of the meaningful youth engagement in the Lancet Planetary Health. All right, and with that in mind, I would like to remind our participants before the session, if you're interested in understanding more about this Transforming Food Systems initiative, to download the link, and it should be appearing here, where we detail the 11 clear actions of what is needed in order to really transform our food systems. And secondly, I would like to also ask our participants to not forget to download our Whova app. The Whova app we use for the Q&A session, as well as to vote for the Twitter competition. So it's very important that you guys download this, and the instructions should be appearing on screen. All right. And with that, I would like to give a context for today's session. And I would like to first start with a cartoon, and if you can show the presentation. And you guys may see on this cartoon an image of a scientist or a climate scientist trying to portray the issue of climate change. And as you can see, that during the 80s and 90s, humanity realized that climate change is increasingly becoming an issue, with carbon emissions making the atmosphere and changing the way that the heat is being trapped on Earth. And by the 2000s, scientists have already had a substantial amount of understanding on how this is affecting our planet systems and as well as humanity. And I'm sure that you guys have also learned about this, because back in primary school when I was only 8 years old, I remember this word global warming really becoming aware among even my friends at that time. And surprisingly now, 15 years after for myself and actually studying about climate change, I've been quite frightened by the silence and the lack of action that is needed to create this transformative change in the way that we are currently doing in order to stop and halt the global warming. And you can stop the presentation now, thank you. And I just want to draw our attention back to a time of during the 80s, and you might remember that humanity also faced a grave challenge back then as well. We were facing the challenge of the ozone layer, and the cause for that was due to the fact that we were emitting too many what they called CFCs, which is a cooling gas that was used for air conditioners or refrigerators, and we were emitting so much of it that we were creating a hole in the ozone. And at that moment in time, when we were posing an existential threat to the planet as well as ourselves, humanity came together and created a policy framework called the Montreal Protocol that actually was able to halt this process. And coming back to now on the issue of climate change, I think it also poses that same existential threat, but definitely the solutions to it is very different. And in fact, it's not just one silver bullet, but rather it requires a systemic change that, dare I not say, requires a complete revolution in our own behaviors as well as within our policies and economic system. And of course, this assembly makes the affluent afraid. They become antagonized by the abrupt change and anxious to give up their power. But it comes a time when our generation that will be living in the future must come together and stand up and create this change. And no doubt you must have seen on the news already, but there's been countless movements, for example, by Greta Thunberg and her climate strikes, or so many other global movements going on around the world, telling our politicians to act. And you can feel that vigorous and pulsating sense of injustice that many of these youth feel that we're doing to the planet and our people. And harnessing this power, it is indeed very important, because this power can create change. And I believe that science can help direct us to the right direction. Science has shown us that climate change has become an issue, and we can provide also the potential pathways that we can do to alleviate this. Science can give us the solution to a climate that's becoming increasingly variable. It can provide us with the solutions for the farmers who are losing their seasons over droughts, over changing rainy seasons, and even saline intrusion. And science can provide us with a solution to feed 10 billion people by 2050. For CCAFs, that issue is very important for us. And we're specifically also interested in the food systems, which is one of the key drivers for climate change, as well as one of the direct impacted by climate change. And of course, this calls for climate action and a major transformation of our food systems, as well as overall. And with that, I would like to set the context of the discussion today with that note, is how can we connect that science to youth movements to mobilize 10 million youth to create this transformation. And before we go into our session today, I would like to start with a quick quiz in order to engage with you, the participant. And I will display quickly here an instruction in terms of how the quizzing process will go. And it's important to note that this will be used for this quick quiz as well as for your voting for the Twitter competition, which I will show further instructions later. All right. And with that, let me start the first quiz for you. Since 2005, a global gathering of young people to address climate change and promote sustainability is held ahead of the annual UNFCCC conference of the parties. What is the name of this youth gathering? You guys can answer this question on Whova app, but I will also be showing the answer to this by the end for you to know the exact answer to this question. And please find further instructions. And yes, with that out of the way, I think we will be going into one of the parts that I'm sure a lot of our participants have been looking forward to, the Twitter competition. And regarding that, we've received quite a number of posts, and that has reached many people, and it's represented a wide range of audiences. And if you remember, we asked you to post a picture or a video about how you are contributing to this transition towards and the transformation towards a sustainable food system. And with that, I would like to show you the first post that received 522 likes, which is quite impressive. And the first post is by the Starving Farmer, and I will quickly read this to you. As you see, I am a young farmer from Malawi, helping farmers access high-quality seed for tuber crops. Potatoes, garlic, and ginger through seed multiplication, trainings for farmers, and market linkages under Agri Center for sustainable food systems and climate resilience. That's wonderful. And please remember that you will be voting for the top 3. So this is the first one. And our second post comes from Mama Mboga. And this post received 304 likes on Twitter. The context goes as follows. We empower Mama Mbogas to handle their stalls professionally by keeping books, selling clean food, and supporting small-scale farmers when sourcing produce. We want young girls to aspire to be Mama Mbogas. Ah, man, that's awesome. And I will keep the image on screen for a bit so you can get to see the content. All right. And our third post comes from Mambo Muntu Delroy Matienga. This post received 231 likes. Ours is a 1-hectare Pietro Rosa, or tomato, variety. We're on our second harvest with my friend Owen. We are targeting a good quality and nutritious yield by mid-July, and we've extended with another 0.5 hectares. Let's go, Mambo. That's awesome. I'll leave this on the screen again for you to view. The fourth post comes from Slay Farmer. 111 likes. Nice number. I am a tomato farmer from Uganda. I advocate and work towards reducing food insecurity through agriculture with more specifications on homestead gardening. I also train and encourage women and youth to engage in agriculture for sustainable development. Great work, Slay Farmer. And finally, our last post comes from Sustenario UFG. The organization promotes Brazilian biodiversity for sustainable diets, respecting the environment, seeking an interaction between the university and society based on science in an easy, accessible, and fast way. And it seems like some of the images shown here comes from one of their campaigns. Great work. And I would like to remind our participants to vote for the top 3 out of the 5 that you have just seen. And these are some clear guidance that we want to give you in order for you to find exactly where to vote. So first, so you have downloaded the Whova app already, but you can go to the Whova app, and I've highlighted here. You click on that tab that says polls, and just find the question with the name Twitter competition, driving social change for sustainable decisions. And to select the top 3 answers that you want, and we'll be tallying the votes, and then you can submit your answer. And we will be announcing the winners at the end. So please stay ahead. The poll will be open for the next 15 minutes. So please go ahead and vote. All right, thanks production team. You can bring the slide down in 10 seconds. And yeah, I would like to also ask our panelists today, what are some of your initial reactions to some of the posts? Amanda, you have any thoughts?
Yes, I do. I like the fact that it's a rich mix from across the agricultural value chain. We have advocacy, we have those who are directly involved in production, like the one from Malawi. And also we have Mama Mboga, who is helping them with the bookkeeping and financial literacy. So I like how it's rich and diverse from across the value chain.
Great. Cedric, you have any thoughts?
Well, I love how they're very catchy. They have catchy names and brings someone like the beauty of agriculture. And then it shows also they tap the whole value chain, which is beautiful and powerful that way. I love it.
Yeah, awesome. Luke, you have any initial reactions? Luke, I think
I agree with Amanda. I really like the variety. I think that it really shows that there are so many different angles that people can contribute from, and so many different opportunities for people to get involved in the whole breadth of activities.
Yeah, most definitely.
I also like the name Slave Farmer. I thought that was quite good.
Oh yeah, that one, it got me too.
Yeah, and I think that's quite, it's somewhat representative of really of the food systems, right? I mean, it requires the transformation, but it requires a participation from many people along this chain. And I think with that, it sets quite a good context for us to go into the meat of the session today, is about discussing how we can transform the food systems and take on climate action. And I would like to first begin on the science spectrum of everything. And with Cedric, and to really understand how science can deliver informed decision making. And Cedric, let's start with you. And in the diverse context of where you're from, Rwanda, and also where you work in the US, what are the major disruptions you see to the food systems that really highlights that need for systemic transformation? And how is your work as a researcher and as well as CEO of a company addressing some of these challenges? And do you see a role that us youth can really play within this transformation? Over to you, Cedric.
Thank you, Nam. The COVID pandemic is exposing the fragility of the world's food system. The primary issue today has been the disruption of food supply and the demand. And in many countries in Africa, including Rwanda as well, in some places, farm production has stopped. And in other places, food is produced but cannot get to the market. And the food that gets to the market are too expensive for people to afford due to the fact that a lot of people lost their jobs and incomes, and these are weakening the purchasing power, thereby limiting the demand. And this is a trend that is likely to accelerate. There are many other cases in countries, even developed countries like USA, Canada, UK, where farmers are forced to dump food because of COVID-related closures. Even though we know there are a lot of people who are insecure and hungry, and food are being dumped because they're not getting reached to the market. And this is happening not necessarily in Africa, but also in developing countries, like I said. And it is clear that the recent disturbing increase in food insecurity are not a result of scarcity, but a matter of logistics. We must address the immediate threat of hunger and food security now, and also take the opportunity to build a more resilient food production and the distribution system that can withstand the next crisis. So I see the problem, food security, I like to call it a wicked problem, but I see that it requires a collective actions. In my work, I wear many hats and I try to get involved as much as I can through raising public awareness and advocacy and bridging the gaps between researcher and policymakers to help make the informed decisions. You know, many researchers, we as researchers, we mostly spend much time doing research, but we do not spend time getting to know policymakers and building relationships that can help make those informed decisions, and vice versa. This is just an example, but it's clear that it's one example among many, and it's clear that there is a gap, a big gap in interdisciplinary approach around food security. So we need to work together than before. And with a strong interdisciplinary collaboration, we can get the work done. So at both of my companies, both Quinoa Hub and FarmWella, we are establishing a system that helps farmers have access to market and make the product available for the consumers. This is the gap that has existed and still is existing in our farming system and in the international agricultural sector as well, and especially in developing countries, including Rwanda and other countries in Africa. And most importantly, we are focusing on engaging our fellow youth to embrace agriculture through the creation of hub centers, think tank platforms for information sharing and capacity building for all of us youth to work this journey together. Because we believe that as youth, we have the power and the potential to make the change. And we keep in mind that it is our responsibility to build a better world for us to live in and for the next generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. And very well said. I think youth does play a very much important role here, and the capacity building and connecting this is important. And that point actually connects a lot with what I'm going to ask Amanda here. And Amanda, you have been assisting youth and agri-entrepreneurs to participate in agriculture and actually causing a broad adoption of climate-smart agriculture that improves both food security, livelihoods, and resilience. With the challenges of climate variations in the coming decades, how have you been seeing youth uptaking transformative decisions to improve their agricultural systems? And I think it's also worth noting is, like, are you seeing also any barriers that is currently impeding upon this transformation?
Yeah, so this question comes perfectly after Cedric, because he said, researchers do a lot of, the science behind it, the research work, but there's also been a gap on information dissemination. So with the Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network and other social movements that have been there, I'll speak for my country in Kenya. So there's all this information, but we find it's not getting to the people who need to put this information into practice. So what's been happening is that the youth have come in to use this particular information that's shared by scientists and share it with the farmers, because they themselves are farmers. We've also had like climate risk profiles, which is helping them now farm from an informed decision. So it's precision data. And also you had given the setting of this meeting that right now the seasons are changing. It's not the same way as it was before. There's also a weather app that will help farmers, know when to plant, as opposed to relying on, the seasons that were there before. So this perfect nexus between what the scientists are doing is helping, because this information is not going to be consumed and used by the scientists, it's being used by the farmers. So through this youth movement and youth networks, we are able to bridge that gap. And also when we look at the challenges, is that there's a lot of disaggregated efforts in getting the youth involved in agriculture. We have different factions talking in different voices, and at the end of the day, we don't have a unified voice. So it would be important to have a unified youth voice that will be able also to inform, like policymakers on some of the challenges that they're facing on the ground, or have a feedback mechanism to the scientists who are busy in the labs and doing the research work. So it's a bi-directional communication. So those are some of the things that I would like to highlight on that.
All right. Most definitely. And definitely, I think that youth engagement, again, and the coalitions that's been mentioned, it's always a vital point in terms of how we are able to engage with youth within these processes that you have mentioned. And with that, I would like to also turn over to Luke as well. So Luke has been engaging a lot on the global policy level in Australia. And as I had mentioned earlier today during my introduction, is we know that these policy processes are being taken in place, but at the same time, the pace that it is coming in is not fast enough in order to really combat the impacts that we'll be facing in the future. And with that context in mind, Luke, I would like to ask you, with your experience engaging at this global level, do you think that current youth participation at these international conferences are helping to foster that policy change that supports this much needed transformation for food systems as well as climate action?
Yeah, thanks, Nam. And I think it's really inspiring to hear some people who are doing some great work on the ground with different approaches with Cedric and Amanda. And I think that youth, through policy, the main forum is with the UNFCCC, as you've mentioned. So there's a group called YUNGO, which is the Youth and Children Constituency, which essentially any youth attendee of one of these conferences can join. And YUNGO has a dedicated agriculture group, which I'm part of, which really tries to advocate for greater prominence of agriculture and food systems at the UNFCCC, because food systems have only actually recently gotten attention at the UNFCCC, despite being a quarter of global emissions. So young people have been part of those kind of calling for this action. And you mentioned, I don't want to give away the answer to one of your questions from earlier to the crowd, but that YUNGO does run an event called the Conference of Youth prior to each COP. And this is where people can really come together and build advocacy skills. And like Amanda said, it is really important to have a unified voice and position when speaking to policymakers. So here we try to come up with a position which represents that of youth attending. And through that, there's opportunity to speak on panels and also at the Coronaville joint workshops on agriculture, which are the main mechanism to discuss agriculture. And I think that one good example of what youth have been able to do is really try to question the assumptions going into the UNFCCC and also try to drive ambition. So I think one of the examples I've seen in this is that there's been, as I mentioned, agriculture has only recently been discussed at the UNFCCC, and that is primarily around production practices. So we know, as is discussed in the recent report, which this panel is related to, that we also need to look at dietary practices and food loss and waste. So young people attending COP25 handed out a survey which essentially asked people whether they would like dietary practices and food loss and waste to also be considered, and whether the UNFCCC should really show a good example of what sustainable food catering can be. And there was actually quite positive response to this, and it actually wasn't as controversial as people expected. So I think this is a really good example of youth questioning the long-standing assumptions and really trying to drive ambition. However, there are some challenges, despite many policymakers referring to, for example, climate strikes and referencing that as a source of increasing demand for climate action. I think that there are still challenges for young people to be engaged. So, for example, perhaps not being taken seriously or only invited to participate rather than be involved in the whole process of shaping these events and policy discussions.
All right. Yeah, I can you elaborate a bit more on your experience participating in these platforms, as you mentioned, and especially what barriers are you noticing that that might be stopping youth from further engagement and creating these changing decisions?
Yeah, so young people do have the opportunity to attend the events, but often the opportunities either end at participation or end at, for example, being invited to speak at an event which already has its direction established. So sometimes young people can feel like they have been invited to something once everything's already been decided, so that people can say, okay, let's tick the box, we've invited youth. Whereas when we try to have meetings with negotiators, for example, sometimes they don't take young people very seriously. For example, I was at one, I won't name the country, but we had a meeting with the negotiators of a big emitter country to try to understand what's going on, what's kind of driving their thinking with these negotiations. And they were really quite surprised and taken aback that we had any understanding of the UNFCCC process. So I think that there is a tendency for people to see the role of youth ending at striking, for example, and not really recognizing that young people can actually have a good opportunity and understanding of these processes. And then, of course, at the end of this discussion, then we'll ask to pose for a photo so the negotiators can let everybody know that they're speaking to youth. So I think that there is some degree of tokenism still, unfortunately.
I see. That's quite interesting, because first we talk about the need to engage youth in these platforms, but then it can't stop at that, as you had said, but it requires that further next move in terms of full integration and inclusion. And I've asked all of you about the barriers in terms of what challenges you're seeing, and Cedric, you've given a perfect example from the science, for example, and then Amanda, we've had a wonderful response from you as well in terms of the challenges you're facing at the local level and engaging with the youth. And then Luke, now you have the issues of the of the youth engaging at the global level. And I want to get some of your views in terms of how we can actually create this change. And of course, I mean, the change that we're talking about requires a massive, massive mobilization of the public consciousness. So just to phrase the question again, and this is going to be an open discussion, what concrete processes and actions can we think of that can link this collaboration between science and the great strength of these youth movements to foster the changes in the much needed food system? And yeah, Cedric, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think first of all, we need to change our view. I'm going to speak on the food security or agriculture in general. So we need to change our view on agriculture. Agriculture is not a development activity or a social cause. We must see it as a business. So a lot of people think farmers are the cause of poverty. No, farmers are not the cause of poverty. They are a solution. And it's time to change the way we think. And the youth need society's full support to enter agriculture. And the farmers need to be respected. And their profession is, we must understand that their profession is crucial to every individual on the continent. Here, either Africa or Europe or US, America, everywhere, and from today and decades to come. But particularly on Africa, until youth who comprise an estimate of 65% of African population, if they venture into agribusiness, if they don't venture into agribusiness, there is a little chance of ending hunger and poverty in Africa. And so what needs to be done? Because there is a lot of potential in youth, but we need the four things. I see them in the four things that need to be done to inspire our fellow youth to take up agriculture and enable their success. Now, this is We need to celebrate agriculture entrepreneurs. We need to improve youth access to information and practical trainings, and improved access to technology, and most importantly, access to financial services. And these are responsibilities of all government and institutions all over the world. And we need, I would emphasize that we need more youth involvement right now than before, because there is no movement that has ever failed when it was led by youth.
Thanks a lot, Cedric, for that wonderful answer. Amanda, you have any thoughts?
I definitely do. I really like what Luke said, that it's not about tokenism of ticking boxes. When we have collaborative efforts with the youth at the table, I believe we can achieve much more. I really like what's been happening in Kenya, as I mentioned earlier, with the Climate Smart Agriculture Youth Network and CIAT, where they've been working together to actually disseminate this information. And we need more of such efforts where it's not just, having youth there to look good or fulfill a certain criteria, but actually working with them. And it's going to produce great results. So like right now with the climate risk profiles, who would have known about them? It would have just been sitting in the shells. But when you have the youth involved, they're on the ground and they're ready and willing to work. And we are knowledgeable and we are ready. So it's not just about taking to the streets, but we're also ready to work.
All right. And finally, Luke, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I really agree with Amanda. I think that youth need to be at the table. I think that it's one thing to have young people participate at events, but I think that one really concrete action that organizations such as UNFCCC could do is have young people on their advisory boards or similar mechanisms. So I know that there's one example I came across recently of Eat Forum, which has recently announced their advisory board, and there's actually 3 young people on that out of 30. And I think that I see that as quite a good opportunity compared to, I know that some people have a normal advisory board and then a youth advisory board. And I really think that it's valuable to blend them together so that then young people can be there and making sure that conversation is also leading to ambition and question those conversations that are happening rather than being a separate advisory board who doesn't really have access to what the other conversations are. So I think that I really would like to see young people involved in the whole process of agenda setting, the decision making, consultations in the lead up to events, follow-up, monitoring, also getting young people involved in asking exactly this. So an organization could speak to young people and say, how could we better include young people in our processes? Mm-hmm. And then have young people involved in the monitoring or evaluating of that, I think would be really valuable.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot, Luke. And I think all 3 of you make a very striking point about involving youth. And it's interesting because when we talk about the transformation of food systems, it again requires an interaction at a lot of different levels as well as a lot of different fields, not only on the policy that you had mentioned, Luke, but also on the farm, engaging the youth, like Cedric and Amanda has mentioned. And I think that also shows the diversity as well when we talk about transforming and creating a so-called revolution, is that even though we might be connected by that same idea of resilience or of climate action, but even for myself, I'm from Vietnam, and I know that Amanda, you're from Kenya, Cedric, you're from Rwanda. I mean, we have very different interests in mind when we talk about transformation, and it's important as well to understand that difference between maybe in the North and the South, when the priorities are very different between the 2 regions, but at the end of the day, our hearts and our ideas are still connected with each other. And thank you for your remarks on that. And unfortunately, we don't have any more time for questions. I only had a chance to pose for 1 question. And before we actually go to the results and announcing the results of the Twitter competition, which I know that everyone is very excited about, let let me quickly turn on the slide to show you actually the answer to the quiz question that Luke had actually spoiled during his speech. So the youth participation in the Conference of the Parties gathering is called the Conference of the Youth. And I think many of you got the Youth Climate Summit as answer. Personally, I think that sounds quite nice as well, but it's number 2. It's Conference of the Youth. Yes, with that, let's announce the winners of the competition. And please hear me clearly since I will be announcing this by mouth. Number 1, the winner of our competition is Mama Mboga. That's number 1.
Hey, Mama Mboga.
Number 2, the one with the most like name, Slave Farmer.
Oh yeah, go Slave.
and finally, the last one, to our Brazilian friends, Sustenario FG, you're the 3rd winner. And I will be quickly showing you how you can actually receive the prize that we had posted on Twitter. And please pay attention to this slide. There's only 4 things you need to do, and then we can send you the prize. First of all, please take a selfie of our session currently. Or if you're watching this later, maybe a 5-minute delay, and you can take a video of the next upcoming session in 15 minutes. Post it on Twitter, and then once again, tag Amanda Namayi, and you can also tag at CCAFS, CCAFS, and use the same hashtag I used before, New Era for Food. And in terms of the content of the post, it will be great for us to know what you have taken away from this session. The key takeaway message from our conversation would be great to also understand your thoughts on that. And then once you've tagged us and used the hashtag, we will personally contact you for further details. All right. I hope you've been able to get that information. And with that, I would like to close the session today. Thanks a lot, Cedric, and Amanda and Luke for joining us. And it's so nice to actually have a conversation with youth, and especially from across the world about this. And it's yeah. I always think it's amazing that even though we don't speak the same language, mother tongue, but we're connected by the same language and by the same idea of a wish to contribute something to make that change. And it's very much respected, I believe. Yeah. You guys have any last words? Very short.
Well, I do look forward to having this conversation translated into action, and that the next time we have such a meeting of minds, that we will have concrete testimonies to give.
And for all the youth who are listening to us, I want to remind them that we have the power to make the change.
All right. Luke?
Yeah, I think that there's been some really inspiring examples tonight of people getting involved in food systems and agriculture. And I think I would encourage everybody to do the same.
All right. Thank you. And with that, I would like to close our session today. And participants, if you're still watching our webinar series or our session series on transforming food systems, there's plenty more coming. So after our session, we'll be breaking for 15 minutes. And then please tune in for our next session. And with that, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome everybody to this live stream session. Over the past 2 years, we've been grappling with how do we think about the food system? How do we get a sustainable food system, a nutritious food system, an equitable food system, a climate smart food system? And on your screen, they'll put up a link to the report that's come out after these 2 years of thinking about this issue. We've been doing it with hundreds of partners, getting input, and we've come down to 11 key actions to overhaul, to revolutionize, to transform, to change the direction of the food system. And today we're having 11 events. We've been in Canberra, Hanoi, New Delhi, Addis Ababa, Rome, and now in the Netherlands. It's good that we've come from the Rome where the focus was on youth movements and social movements in raising our ambitions and making change. And actually social movements have done a fantastic thing for food loss and waste, which is the session we're looking at today. So for example, in the Netherlands and in Denmark, there've been some major rethinking around food waste as a result of social movements. So there was a good movement from Rome to the Netherlands. In the report, we're looking at adaptation and mitigation. And if I just think about mitigation at the moment, we see 3 real strong priorities. One is zero conversion of high carbon landscapes, peatlands, forests. That has to happen. The other one is changing diets. It's going to have a major impact in relation to mitigation. And the third one, which is the focus of this session, is on food loss and waste. So if I could just go to the slides, please, and I'll briefly introduce the food loss and waste issue. So by 2030, the target we see is a 50% reduction in food loss and waste. In 5 major supply chains is where we see the focus. More efficient supply chains, delivering minimal food loss and waste. This means the demand for food production can be reduced proportionally, leading to lower production emissions. So the rationale behind this is the situation more or less now. 1.7 gigatons of food loss and waste globally, and this equates to 2.1 gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions equivalents. To put this number in perspective, this is almost 25% of the problem that we have to deal with in the food system in terms of emissions. We grow food, we throw it away, and essentially we've just been putting greenhouse gas emissions out for nothing. There's numerous opportunities for reducing food loss and waste, and a key piece of it is work around identifying which supply chains we need to prioritize and which are the major loss points on these supply chains. This is really complicated stuff. So for example, tomatoes produced in a certain way can be really problematic in terms of emissions, but tomatoes produced in another way can be no problem at all. We have to do lots of work on all these different supply chains. In terms of the focus 5 chains that we believe are really important will be meat, bovine meat, vegetables, fruits, dairy, and roots and tubers. So what are some of the proposed actions? And this is just a very high-level summary. First of all, thinking about reducing loss at the farm level. Lots of work needed around improving harvesting, processing, and storage. In terms of reducing waste, one of the key things is we need a closer connection between consumers and farmers. How do we have a system where we can produce exactly what is needed as opposed to producing and then potentially not getting it consumed? awareness campaigns, organizing awareness campaigns. And we've seen major successes, for example, in the Netherlands and Denmark around this, and a real change in attitudes towards food waste. Key piece is developing regulations and incentives, so a major role for governments. And then thinking about recycling and upcycling waste. For both of these, we think there's a major role for the private sector in terms of measuring food loss and waste and implementing food loss and waste policies. And we've seen some really creative and great actions from some private sector players already. So today's event is from the Netherlands. Why the Netherlands? To do any of these actions, we need really significant partnerships. And the Netherlands has been showing great leadership in a number of initiatives, including in food loss and waste. So, for example, in 2015, they held the No More Food to Waste conference, and out of that came the Champions 12.3 initiative, linked to the SDG 12.3, which is around reducing food loss and waste. In the Netherlands, there's also a task force for circular economy in food, which brings together all different pieces of the food sector together to try and produce a circular economy. We also have, today we have two panelists from the Netherlands. I won't introduce them. I'm going to leave that to the facilitator. And instead I'll introduce Gabrielle Burian, who's the Director of Sustainability at Bayer. And so over to you, Gabby.
Thank you, Bruce. Hello, everybody. I couldn't be more proud, honored, and humble to be part of this global event. I really appreciate being here. Then today we'll be talking at this session about reducing food loss and waste. As Bruce said, this is really key. And it was interesting to see that the session before, in fact, talking about climate mentioned this as part of the solution. Then it will be really awesome to see what our awesome panelists have to say about this. But before we start, I want to ensure everyone has the opportunity to be part of this interactive discussion. Then what we have are two, in fact, tools. First of all, make sure you download the app, the Whova app, WHOVA. If you download the app, you can go to the session questions and answers, select our session, reducing food loss and waste, click ask a session, type your session and submit. And for the pooling, it's very similar. You go to the app, you click post, and you start to submit your answers. Then this is how we'll be going ahead. Then with that, we'll be starting our discussion with a first question, in fact, for you all to participate, and then we can use this also to warm up with the panelists. Here you have the questions. Here you have, in fact, how to download, and then the question is, how much land is used for us to produce food that's lost or waste? Then the question should be in front of you now. While you are taking time to answer this question, this is the first one. We have another one after this one. But while you are answering this question, I want to introduce the two great panelists that we have the honor to be with now. Then, first of all, we have the ambassador, yes, permanent representative of Kingdom of Netherlands, of course, to the United Nations Organizations for Food and Agriculture, Hans Hoogenveen. His name says everything. He has been a lifetime warrior about food loss and waste. Then we are very honored, happy to have him with us. Thank you, Hans. And to make sure we had a perfect fit, we have also a senior scientist from Wageningen, yes. She has been implementing sustainable food and agriculture strategy for public and private entities around the world for 20 years. Then she is now leading the task force, Food Loss and Waste, and she is the own Heike Axman. with whom we have been also, my team has been have the pleasure to discuss a lot of opportunities too. Then I'm only using those 2 points because if we would go to the entire bio, we wouldn't have time to discuss them. Let's go back to our discussions. Now, I believe you all have started already to answer, and we can go to the second question, and with that, we can turn our discussions with the panelists. Then let's go to the second question now. Then everyone can participate answering the second question now. Do we have there? That is, what can be key scaling interventions designed to accelerate and spread adoption of policies and practices to help achieve the 50% reduction in food loss and waste, aligned to reach out to the Sustainable Development Goal, as Bruce mentioned. Then, while you are answering, let me start, and let's start with Hans. Hans, we know that food loss and waste represent, in fact, a big size. And this big size that people are answering now is the area of China, represents also greenhouse gas, that's 8%, water consumption too, and as Bruce said, there is a lot that has been, all the social areas, everything that has been prepared to produce this food that is lost. Then Hans, let's start with you, and then we go to Heike. What do you think, before we answer this question, what do you think we could do in order to overcome this challenge as a society? Over to you, Hans.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. And it's great to be with you and with all the participants in this webinar. So I would say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And I hope that we can focus on actions, because I think that is what we need now. I think we have clearly defined our policies and what we can do. And I have to say we are living in unprecedented times, especially because of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have to respond also to the severe consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. And all the analysis of the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, you see food losses. Food losses is one of the areas which we have to tackle, and we have to tackle soon. We cannot wait anymore for our response. And of course, we know that, and we know the facts that we are having an increasing number of people living in hunger, 121 million people, and the number is increasing, also because of the COVID-19 crisis. We are living in the decade of action for the Sustainable Development Goals, but we have to show action now. And we know that we have to transition our food systems to foster healthy people, especially focusing on affordable, sustainable diets, nutritious and healthy food. We have to focus on transition to healthy planet, especially focus on climate change, I already said. But we also have to transition our food system towards healthy economies so that we have an inclusive economic and social growth, also focusing on safety nets and the rural people. So what do we have to do? We know many of the answers, but we have to bring it to the country level, because we know that if we bring it to the country level, we can start action. And that, I think, is already done now via this webinar, but certainly also by the World Bank and FAO, because they have mapped the countries, the problems in the countries. It's called heat maps or country profiles, where we can tackle food problems and obstacles in the food system, and especially related to food losses and food waste. And we know that 70% in Africa is lost directly during harvest or post-harvest. But we know that we have the technology. So we know that we have to focus on the packaging. We know that we have to focus on cold chain systems. But how are we going to do it? I think there we can do a couple of things. First, I think everything begins, of course, with political commitment at the country level, not only in the global level. The global level, we have it. It's easy to commit yourself at the global level, but it's more difficult to commit yourself at the country level. There we have to focus on the ownership of the countries and especially governments. And that means that we have to ask those governments to prioritize food losses in their NDCs, their national determined contributions to climate change and a sustainable development. Furthermore, I think what we have to do is we have to pilot countries where we are going to show that tackling food losses is what is characterized now as low-hanging fruit in order to get progress. And there, I think we are committing, FEO, the Netherlands, together with World Bank, we are committing to go to 6 countries, to organize 6 roundtables in the second half of this year, to sit together with the local government, with the national government, but also with the private sector in those countries, and ask them, what can we do for you to tackle the problems in the food losses in your country? We bring with us, of course, international organizations, but also international private sector, because I think private sector is the key in solving the problem of food loss, because they have the technologies, they have the investments, they know how to build a cold storage system, they know the new technologies on post-harvest losses, for example, precision agriculture. That's what we have to do. And when we speak about food losses, and Bruce was saying in his opening words, perhaps we need a revolution. We certainly need transformational change in how we work together. And perhaps we need a revolution in how we work together, because we have to make it a joint effort. Now we see too much that governments are working in a silo, NGOs are working in a silo, as well as the private sector. We have to bring them together. That's why we start working in 3 to 6 countries with a roundtable to build a real partnership on the ground for impact and solutions on the ground on the food losses in those countries, with real investment programs based on the country profile, so that we know what we have to tackle and how we're going to do it. And of course, we need universities like the Wageningen University to make sure that we are using the latest information, the latest science. Thank you, Gabby. Over.
Thank you, Hans. That's perfect, fantastic. And please count on us for the roundtables. Now let's turn over to Heike. Heike, can you share a little bit from your perspective, what could we do related to more actions on the ground, also in the same direction to avoid this food loss and waste? Heike, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Gabriela, and welcome to the audience. It's my honor to be here today and share with you some of our knowledge here in this short webinar. Yeah, this is for sure a question we could talk about a day, but if I go look at it from a helicopter view, I think it's important to realize that our supply chains are complex, and the reason for losses and waste are very diverse, different per supply chain and region and crop. That's why it's so important what have been done to prioritize which crops are we focused on, like the 5 focus crops we just mentioned, which are contributing to both food loss, waste interaction, and reduction of our greenhouse gas emissions. There's a lot of knowledge around how to reduce food loss and waste with scalable interventions, and we've been working on this subject matter for years. So what is now really needed, and that might be strange being saying that from a research institute, I think what is really needed is more leadership on common level, more leadership on government level, more leadership of philanthropic organization, more leadership and leaders on all kind of other organizations who are taking actions. So I totally agree with Hans Hogewe's statement, we need more actions. There are good examples for sure around in this relation. So like the St. Rice platform, who have signed an agreement that they're going to reduce food loss and waste by 2030 a half, and by doing so, reducing also their greenhouse gas emissions. There are other good examples for sure, like just stated, the Minister of the Netherlands is working hard internationally and in the Netherlands on reducing food loss and waste. And for sure, we need funds like the Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security Program, enabling that companies are coming into action and getting the right support and guidance to introduce the right interventions. So leadership is key here. So not only action, but also leadership on that, because we need scalable intervention. We are far lagging behind and reaching the target to reach to halve food waste and loss by 2030. And on the same time, we are hit heavily by COVID-19. We will talk later a bit more about that. So our food systems are suffering, and are suffering more than ever before. So what do we have to offer from Wageningen University, and what do we think need to be done? Yes, for sure we have a lot of knowledge, and that is applicable for both even on a global level or in a country level, sector level, or supply chain level. So we have different tools for you available. We have built a program around food loss and waste reduction, ensuring that together with our partners, the private public sector consortium, we can really reduce food loss and waste by 50% in 2030. So we can support all kind of initiatives to make the right analysis of the hotspots and identify really the root causes of losses and waste, which is crucial because often we think there are quick fixes, like we build a cold storage and then everything is solved. Nothing is often solved with only a storage intervention by itself. It needs much more than that. So it needs a total package on intervention, and understanding that is key to reduce food loss waste. So we can also have to select the most prosperous intervention, like we did, for instance, in Mozambique in our CCAPS project, where we looked into the reduction of food loss and waste in cassava. Cassava is a highly perishable crop and has to be processed as soon as possible. But the processing was far away, so a lot of food was lost and wasted just due to transportation. So introduced there the mobile processing facilities to reduce food loss and waste, and that at the same time added a lot of value to the product, because farmers moved from raw material supplier to really added value suppliers. So these are interesting examples, and we have been calculated the business cases for those as well. And the greenhouse gas emission and the food loss and waste reduction. And the CAMAS has been a very successful method, and so there are many others. We can help building the redesign the food systems, and that's highly needed. So often a single intervention won't solve it, like already explained. Like in Kenya, we are working on another use case where we look into the potato sector, reducing food loss and waste. But due to the use of the local variety over there with a very short shelf life and a high loss rate, the whole food system need to get adjusted to really improve the potato sector. So that's not only, like explained, a single intervention, it needs several interventions at the right time. So I could go explain much more what we can do, what we can support. So what is more often crucial are sessions like these ones, where people are getting together and we are providing a lot of stand, bringing stakeholders together to set up a joint agenda on food loss and waste. We do that specifically also in India and the Netherlands on programs, and organize workshops on sensibilization and trainings workloads, how to really reduce food loss and waste. Well, but finally, I think the most important to do is now set targets, measure and act. Over to you, Gabriela.
Thank you, that's awesome. Then leadership, key partners, redesign the food system, and I love the way you finished to set targets and measure. Yes, this we will need both of you with this process, absolutely. Then, and you mentioned, Heike, you just mentioned COVID, and I would like for us to touch a little bit in this point, since we all are isolated, or the majority at least, those that can are isolated, and as a result of COVID, we have been a lot of challenge too, once again. Then some farmers are not able to sell their products. Some communities have not enough to eat. Then what would be necessary in order to increase the resilience, or in other words, to reduce those kind of challenge that we are facing now, since this seems to be coming more and more? Let's start with you now, Heike, and then we go to Hans this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks, Gabrielle. Like you said rightly, our food systems are suffering heavily around the world, and the situations are different in the Western world and the developing world. but in base around the world, it is expected that our food loss and waste is going to be tremendously increased this year due to various reasons. Like you were already mentioning, in the developing world, the border closure, the restriction of transportations, the lockdowns taking place currently, they don't allow that farmers are going to harvest their crops. They even don't get the inputs they need. So a lot of produce which is produced might even not reach the markets and might be lost and wasted. And that's a similar situation, but different reasons in the developing world, developed world, because of this sudden disruption of our important markets for the food service industry. A lot of food couldn't be sold over there, and this food couldn't find new outlets on a short term. So what is now needed? So to overcome these kinds of challenges in the future, then, like you said rightly, there might be that comes the next shock to climate change, or maybe even a second COVID pandemic. So what needs to be done? So there is no simple solution. So that's the bad news. But I think what is very important to make sure that we don't depend just on one market outlet. So this is the main reason for a lot of losses right now during this pandemic, because we heavily depend on one single market outlet, whereas we should look into several single market outlets, like there could be a local market, export market, we could valorize, process, second quality crop, and there could be even the side streams should be used. For sure, this doesn't happen by itself, because it might mean that we need to grow different seed varieties than we grow currently, because most of them are very specialized for a certain means of use, like French fries to make potatoes to make French fries. So they're not so good for normal cooking, or other vegetables. So it needed a different approach. Yeah, so what else would be needed? So we really should need this pandemic to really make our food systems more resilient, to build sustainable and inclusive food systems with as little food loss and waste as possible. So we have to avoid that a global health crisis becoming a food crisis as well, a food security crisis. And if we don't do anything, we might be very close to that. So again, it comes back to action and building these powerful coalitions of private-public partnership and academia to look together how can we redesign our suffering food system. Over to you.
Yes, we absolutely needed to redesign. Hans, related to COVID-18, what are your thoughts?
Yes, the conference in 2050 had the slogan, "No more food to waste." I think when it comes to COVID-19, it's no more time to waste. And again, I come back to the action. And I think what we have to do, what we have seen, is we have to restore broken food systems. We have seen that food systems and supply chains are broken. And again, we have to zoom in at the country level and perhaps regional and country level, perhaps even local level, because we have to see where the problems are and how can we help to restore those food systems, those broken food systems. And I think there's a 2-track or 3-track approach. First of all, I think on the short time, we have to focus on humanitarian support, because what everybody's predicting, besides a humanitarian or a health crisis, we're also going perhaps into a new food crisis, even perhaps more severe than in 2008. So we have to focus on humanitarian support for those who are at a very insecure food situations, and their WFP, the World Food Programme, is supporting them. And luckily, governments are giving more funding to increase support at that level. Then we have to zoom in again on those broken food system and value chains. How can we help to restore them? For example, how to restore access to markets, how to restore input for your production. And I think there we can follow. I think we should make use of this challenge in a more positive way, because we not only have to restore the food chain, but now we have the opportunity to restore them and make them also more sustainable. For example, to mitigate the climate change effects. And then, for example, we need new varieties. It was said by Heike, and I think there, especially the Netherlands, could support with their, I would say, seed sectors, with helping those countries with seeds which can produce more with less water and more sun. I think then you can make the change to a more resilient food system as well. But again, for that we need a coalition on the ground with those who can make the business case and support those countries. And of course, we have to act on the global level as well. And there, I think what we have to do is to pressure our political leaders, and not only the ministers of agriculture, because we have to bring it at the highest level. And it's for politicians, they want to have a quick win. Food losses, tackling food losses is a quick win for politicians because they can show impact and results on the ground. We have to pressure the CEOs of companies to really invest, especially in countries in Africa, also for their future. We have to pressure heads of international charity organizations and certainly also NGOs to support that action. And of course, the World Food System next year will give the opportunity to get it done at the highest level. But again, I said, we cannot wait till next year. We have to start now, and let's see how we can set pilot projects so that we can show that we can do something on the ground for those who need the most. No more time to waste, no more food to waste.
Love it. No more time to waste. And it seems we can come out of this panel with a coalition for action on the ground about in the technology and advocacy. Then the audience is asking here to show the results of the questions that we had before. Then please, Kinora, can you share the results for the first question? And after that, the results for the second question that are all very aligned to this discussion, of course. Then the first question related to the size. How much? Let's see the results, please. The slide with the results. And we can, and in fact, we share a tip because the results were very related to a size around China. Then let's see the audience, their vote. Do we have there it? And I know we have only 10 minutes to go. Yes, here the results. Then, okay, yes, great job, a great audience. They are very up to the point. In fact, 28% of the agricultural land is correct. And this is, yes, as you all know, 25% of water, 8% of GG, the size of China, as we said. And as Hans said, this is time for action now. Then second pool, the answers, please. The second one was about the actions, because then this will help us to hand over to Hans and to Heike to finalize with what we could be doing after this roundtable here. And I like some ideas already, both of you started with. Then if we see the answers related to the second question, a lot about awareness, knowledge, then 38%, in fact, think we should increase this. Second part is policies and the laws, then totally relate to what you both said. And finally, storage and facilities, processing facilities. Then I will now going back to Hans and Heike for your final thoughts, let's say about thinking that this is, we are all very worried about, yes, like Heike mentioned, we don't want this health crisis become a food crisis. We want food and health for all. Then what should we do? We are committed. What should we commit to do after this panel and after all these awesome points? I will turn over first to Hans now and then to Heike to hear your thoughts about next steps for us. Everyone that's here relate to this panel, hearing your thoughts, and I represent the private sector. We have everyone here, in fact, research, communities, farmers. What should we do going after this awesome panel? Hans, over to you.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle. As I said, me personally, but also the Netherlands government, IFAD, but especially FAO and World Bank have committed themselves to start in 3 to 6 countries after the summer break, roundtables to focus on actions on the ground in 3 to 6 countries, sitting together with the most involved stakeholders. And I will, as also co-chair of the Champions 12.3, approach companies who are dealing with the commodities which are under threat in those countries to get them on board for building a business case for investments in those countries. But I think also the audience can do more. I think the audience, because we know that we have to focus also on the producers, the smaller producers, the mid-sized producers, the bigger producers. We have to build coalitions with them on the ground to see how we together can tackle, if we start to invest, we need a corporation, a cooperative, or a corporation of the farmers to get results done and to increase, I would say, the input and output of restoring the food systems and bringing new value chains and access to markets. But we also, as audience, can pressure wherever you are, pressure your governments, pressure your, I would say, NGOs, pressure your companies to do more, because we have to do more, and we have to bring it not only to, I would say, the heads of units or the directors, but we have to bring it to the CEOs, the heads of states, because only then you will get a real drive and a real movement for tackling food losses worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans. Over to you, Heike. That's perfect.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela. Yeah, much has been said already in this relation. And as I totally agree with Hans that we need action on specific action, concrete actions on all. Everybody is in charge to do that, and we need leadership. If I look where we are technical speaking, I think technical speaking, without being arrogant, I think we are on track with reducing food loss and waste. So what is now really missing is the big initiatives who are coming up on saying we are going to go into the subject matter. We are going to reduce in our country and this specific food supply chain our food loss and waste with 50%. So we need these powerful approaches. So we do have a lot of supportive tools already developed during the last years, and we have a lot of experience how to reduce food loss and waste. Not saying that we know everything, but we have a way of working on this subject matter. So technical, there is, I think, full support once we have more commitment also for scalable approaches. And what we need for sure is also the private sector is key here, and I've seen other initiatives, transition initiatives during the last 10 or 50 years in tradition on good agricultural practice and food safety and social standards. And when we started with those initiatives, farmers said, all the supply chain involved said, this is not possible, not at all possible. However, today, it is mainstream. So producers around the world who are delivering into the retail channel have a global gap certification, a food safety certification, they are compliant to social compliance. So why is such an initiative not possible also for food loss and waste? And this kind of example, giving the example from Global Gap, the retailers were in the lead. So we need the private sector to drive, next to, for sure, governments to drive this forward, the food loss and waste reduction. And I believe then we can be successful, and it needs to become mainstream and not a voluntary standard like it's today. Yeah, further, I think it's good to know, like I said, I think technical, there is so much information available, and we are improving every day for sure, but there is so much. There is the target measure or monitor act approach. There's a 10, 20, 30 initiative and the 10 scaling intervention published by Very last year. So there's a lot of information which gives the right tools for companies or policymakers also to get started. I think it's important that when you get started to also think about the trade-offs which potential measures intended to reduce food loss and waste can have, because some of the measures which are targeting sometimes do have a lot of trade-offs, and there might not be the best intervention because of that. Yeah, I think that's the most important thing I have to say. We need these powerful coalitions and come to actions. And then we are willing to support companies and governments around this important subject matter. Over to you, Gabriela.
Thank you both, Hans and Heike. It seems we have an agreement here, and we have the beginning of something very powerful. The private sector is on. You can certainly count on us. Our global team is fully in it. We have FAO here, and we have Wagner, then and CGIAR, CCAPS, of course. Then we are certainly ready for the task to stand up and to be leaders of this journey. The time is now, and I will hand over to Bruce. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Bruce, Hans, and Heike.
Great, yeah. And as they said in the youth session, the previous one, that was awesome and cool. Great, guys. So thank you very much, Gabby. We've really enjoyed working with you and Bayer in the lead up to the report and discussing all the different actions, not only food loss and waste, but all the other actions. And thanks, Heike and Hans, as well, for your insights. We've been working with Hans now for a long time, and we look forward to ambitious coalitions, which we would love to join as well with you, Hans. Heike, I don't say we have to work more together, because you actually, Wageningen University actually leads the CCAF's work on food loss and waste. So we thank you very much for that. I just wanted to perhaps pick up on 2 points, one from Hans and one from Heike, and pull them together. But Hans says we need to focus on actions and bringing it to the country level. And I think it's, through the NDC commitments, getting it locked into policy, and then bringing the private sector along as well, which Hans was also mentioning. And Heike then picked up on one of your examples was business cases in Mozambique, I think, and how you produced it for a food loss and waste case study. Now, there's lots of talk about there's plenty of money in the food system, and it could come into local and regional markets in, for example, sub-Saharan Africa. But we often don't have enough business cases and investment cases. So I think that would be one real strong area that we need to do more on. And it's perhaps not only for food loss and waste, it's for the whole food system. Just to tell you that before the next session, we're going to have a 10-minute side event, and Jan Bruce from Wageningen University is going to give a short presentation on agro-chain greenhouse gas emission calculator. I hope you can see it on your screen so that you can go to the app and go to the session. So this is a crucial piece of it, knowing where the greenhouse gas emission problems are in the food chain and where we should focus. And then I just also want to mention that on the hour, we will have our next event. So we've got 11 transformation actions. And the next one is an interesting one because it's transforming ourselves. This is the research community. We believe we need a totally different innovation system. And I think it's even come out in this talk. You talked about coalitions getting together. Our thoughts around the innovation system is that we cannot be doing science business as usual and for whom it may concern. We need science being a knowledge partner to powerful strategic coalitions that we can feed the information in. So we look forward to the next session, and thanks once again to this great panel session. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome everyone to this session on transforming innovation systems to deliver impacts at scale. We're coming to you live from Edinburgh, Scotland. In this session, we'll be exploring some of the things that are needed to transform public agricultural research for development to support meeting the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. During the session, we'll have live pollings and a question and answer session. If you'd like to ask a question and participate in the quiz, you'll need to download the Hoover app. So please see the instructions that are being shown now. To access the app, you'll need to enter the email address that you used to register for the event and create a password. If the event doesn't show up automatically, search for a new era for food and climate, then click the join button on the bottom of the event description page and enter the event invitation code that the organizers sent you, or you can request a new code that they will send you also. And please don't forget to download a copy of the report, Actions to Transform Food Systems Under Climate Change. And the link is being shown now. That's the bit.ly, bit.ly/action for food. In the session, we'll have a panel discussion with 4 distinguished panelists in which we'll be exploring what we need to do differently in the future, followed by some questions and answers. But to start with, we're going to start with 6 video clips that highlight some of the ways in which people are innovating, reaching and interacting with small-scale farmers in East Africa, a new and exciting technology, feeding cows with seaweed, new partnerships that bring science and policy making closer together in Ghana, new ways to link the private sector with agriculture research in India, innovative ways to reimagine what future food systems might actually look like, and training the next generation of agricultural researchers to be innovators.
Hi, I'm David Campbell, Director of the Media Company. We look at the way media can be used to support education and development, and we were very lucky to work with CCAFS in the early days of our series called Shamba Shape Up, which is a makeover on smallholder farms. We go onto a farm, we say, hey, John, your cow's not looking good. He says he's got problems getting his income for his dairy. We bring in the experts and we try to help him. Every farm we went onto with the reality program, we'd ask farmers what are their problems, and they would say variable weather or an equivalent description, which is basically about climate change. So we got in touch with CCAFS and we worked extremely well with them. On dairy particularly, we were really interested to see how we could get farmers, when the season became drier earlier than usual or were for longer periods than usual, how could dairy farmers continue to keep their production levels up. We got farmers to look at making silage in a very, very simple way, making hay. With dairy, the important thing is when you come to research impact, farmers have the data because they know how many litres of milk they produced. That allowed us to make an assessment, very rigorous piece of research funded by the AECF, which showed that farmers who had made changes directly related to watching the program of Shamba Shape Up, our makeover series, had increased their milk production to a value of $19 million in Kenya over the period of 2 years. But if you look at people who are using improved seeds, which varieties of seed for planting, there are dramatic increases there as well. What's innovative about this is that it's taking the idea of edutainment, getting people educated, but drawing them in by using an entertainment factor. So we worked to develop the first reality show in Kenya, the makeover on smallholder farms. We're in our 10th year. The numbers continue to grow. So there are 10 to 11 million viewers weekly through the growing season that watch Shamba Shape Up. This helps to transform the food system. It was the first time that Kenya was no longer importing milk from Uganda. When people are planting certified seed that's been new varieties developed, we're getting crops that, for example, in maize, that will come to fruition and to harvest in 5 months rather than 7 months. Now, when you've got variable weather, that undoubtedly reduces your risk. Shamba Shape Up, the Makeover TV series, is backed up by iShamba. The one issue that really came up was people calling and he'd say, one of my cows is not well. So we started iShamba, and that's a mobile phone service. People can call into the call center. Most people SMS into the call center, and they get answered within 24 hours.
Hi, I'm Michael Battaglia from CSIRO. I want to tell you about an amazing seaweed, Asparagopsis. If we just take one handful of this seaweed and feed it to livestock daily, we not only virtually eliminate livestock methane, but we also increase animal productivity. We can deal with two of the biggest problems of our time at the same time: eliminating livestock methane, a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions, and we can help provide the food we need to meet the growing food gap. This could be a real game changer for the livestock industry. At the moment, we're setting up a company, Future Feed, that's going to be targeting this seaweed into those situations, feedlots and dairies, where animals get a daily fixed ration. In the longer run, we want to do the work to help us get the seaweed out to all those other animals where they don't get that daily ration, but where there's a significant contribution to global greenhouse gas emissions.
I bring to you all greetings from members of the platform in Ghana. The CSA Science Policy platforms appear to have a national character, complementing the work of statutory bodies while building the capacities of its members in the area of climate-smart agriculture actions. Strategically, there is a huge effort at decentralizing the subnational levels to cover more districts from the current 10 platforms. This is to ensure that policies and actions on climate change, agriculture and food system matters are adequately and sustainably handled at the grassroots level as well. Further, this provides us with the opportunity to depart from the business as usual way of doing things. On climate change and environmental matters, national platforms are now able to communicate direct with local policy at the district assemblies and also to national policy through the national platform. By this, national policy literacy on climate change and CSA actions at subnational level is checked. Upstream policy actors benefit from the downstream result outputs in the process. I end my talk here by extending hearty congratulations to you all for the successful launch of the CCAF's Transformation Initiative, under which this particular session is discussing transforming innovation systems to deliver impact at scale.
At the core of all our programs are certain principles that we do not compromise on. One is the building and nurturing of empowered grassroots institutions to plan, execute, and maintain the interventions. Without this, we feel long-term sustainability is not possible. The other thing that we value greatly are multi-stakeholder partnerships. For scale, we partner with governments, and today we have more than 77 large-scale public-private partnerships in place. ITC's CSA program attempts climate resilient agriculture to ensure food security for farmers and simultaneously create a sustainable and green raw material base for its businesses. The scale is fairly significant. Just last year alone, for instance, we had covered more than 640,000 acres and more than 1 million farmers. Our crop development activities cover more than 10 crops, which include food crops, commercial crops, and horticulture species. At the heart of the CSA program actually is CCAF's model of clustering villages based on their current level of climate resilience. And this is really wonderful and extremely helpful, because what it does is it allows us to design and customize a package of practices that are most appropriate for that particular cluster depending on their current level of resilience. But overall, the impact on farm incomes is what has been most satisfying for us, because the combined impact of all these interventions we have seen again in a single season is a more than 50% increase in net farm incomes for farmers who had been growing wheat, rice, soy, maize, sugarcane and onions. Obviously, scale is not possible unless you partner with the government. And at the heart and core of any success in this area has to come through the creation of empowered, dynamic, and robust grassroots institutions.
So we know that countries from all over the world are making the best of efforts to become resilient to climate change and mitigate its effects. But if we really want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and transform food systems, we need to start to reimagine what food and agriculture could look like in the future. A lot of things could change in the next couple of years. So what challenges might we face and how would we deal with them? We are working with governments in Central America, teaching them how to deal with these future uncertainties in their long-term planning for climate change. Together with civil society and the private sector, they create multiple scenarios of the future and then test their policies to see if they are robust enough to endure these possible future challenges. They then think of backup plans to achieve their goals in case things might turn out differently. One of the things that we have learned is that when this thinking about the future takes place in a participatory way, all the stakeholders involved take their knowledge from the future and use it to make better decisions in the present.
Transformational changes in our food systems to meet the 2030 SDG targets will require greater intersectoral consensus on agreed transformational pathways and goals. This will require greater dialogue and consensus building between the public, private, and civil society sectors. For transformational impacts on our food systems to be realized at scale, there are unlikely to be any, or indeed many, silver bullet solutions arising from individual disciplines. Multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and indeed transdisciplinary approaches within our education systems and beyond are required if we are to generate and scale the innovations necessary to transform our food systems. How can the next generation of young people be equipped with the knowledge and the skills to become effective agents of transformational change? In the interdisciplinary master's degree in climate change, agriculture and food security at the National University of Ireland in Galway, which we run in conjunction with the Global CCAFS programme, we place major emphasis on building on the existing knowledge of our students so that they can gain an understanding of the trade-offs and co-benefits associated with different pathways and approaches to transforming our food systems. The next generation of young people need to be better equipped to deal with the deluge of information and messaging, often contradictory, regarding food systems transformation, so that they can be better enabled to play their part in transformations leading to positive outcomes for both people and planet. For impacts to be realized at scale within the timeframes that we are facing, we also need to scale our education and training systems for food systems transformation in the face of climate change. This requires taking a more systemic view of our education system at all levels by embedding continuous education and learning processes within the public, private, and civil society institutions that can deliver transformational change. We must remember that education is transformational. If we are to transform food systems, we must place greater emphasis within our educational systems on creative thinking and interdisciplinary teamwork. In addition, our educational systems must enable and empower innovators to make positive contributions to our communities, economies, and societies.
Those are just a few of the many great examples of innovation that we need to build on if we are to transform or reconfigure our food system. Before moving on to the next piece, we have two questions that in a mini quiz that we'd like you to think about in the next few minutes. And these are on the Hoover app. So the first question is, how much is spent globally on agriculture research and development in a year? Is it around 8 billion, 30 billion, 69 billion, or $127 billion? And the second question is, by 2025, it is estimated that what percentage of people in sub-Saharan Africa will have their own mobile phone subscriptions? Is it 35%, 40%, 45%, or 50%? So if you go to the Hoover app and pick an answer to each question, we'll show a summary of the results towards the end of the session. And the polls will be open for the next 15 minutes. Now it's my great pleasure to turn to our four distinguished panelists. To start, I'll be asking each of them to speak for just a couple of minutes to give us their perspective on food system innovation and what some of the barriers are to achieving that. Before we start, just to remind you, if you would like to ask a question, again, use the Hoover app and type your question into the app. If you have not already accessed the app, you can do so by following the instructions on the slide. If you need to, please make a note of the details now. So we'll start with you, Mario. Over to you.
Thank you, Philip. Well, innovation will indeed be an essential component for achieving healthy and sustainable diets and for improving food systems in general. We have a great salient example from the Eat Lancet, where most of the people focus on the changes in diets, but to achieve really the healthy and sustainable diets within planetary boundaries, we also needed very significant increases in productivity and also in waste reduction simultaneously with the changes in diets. So this actually shows us that it's a multi-pronged approach, and it's something that we will fundamentally need to tackle. Now, we know that there's many technological options, especially on the production side, but there's enormous barriers to their adoption. For example, cost, input supply. There's things that have been happening for decades, and we haven't managed to move the needles in terms of productivity in many of these places. So perhaps one of the solutions is to also pay more attention to emerging technologies. Emerging technologies will have the problems that they are poorly understood. And therefore, we will need a very significant dialogue amongst stakeholders. We will need to develop the trust in the technologies. We will need a very transparent understanding of what their impacts might be. I think it will be really important that we open the breadth of stakeholders that we interact with, simply because a lot of these innovations will not necessarily come from the sector. And we will therefore require an open mind for really opening what we want to achieve in the system. I think that we also need to design very realistic transition pathways. We rarely focus on the how, and it's really all about the how. And if we collectively really work towards understanding better the costs and what it would really take to deploy these emerging technologies, I think that we will achieve some wins in the next 10 years. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mario. Marika, over to you.
Hi, so I think that transformation is all about changing systems dynamics by looking at things from a different perspective. I'm really impressed by the high level of analysis and long-term planning in my region in Central America for countries to be able to reach their climate and food security goals. And at the same time, the governments we work with also mention that they are not sure how to manage the uncertainty that comes with truly ensuring that these goals are met. So we are working closely with them in concrete policy formulation processes, such as the enhancement of NDCs, trying to mainstream what we call scenario-guided policymaking. So what this basically means is that countries are collectively, together with other stakeholders, imagining what could change in the landscape in which countries will implement these climate actions. Because it is, as Mario said, all about the implementation, right? We really need to do concrete things. And to be able to imagine that, we need to be thinking about multiple possible futures and prioritize policies that endure many different changes. So we need to reimagine the relationships between different elements of a system and what drivers could cause these changes. And I think it's really important that this cannot be an expert thing. We need to involve a wide range of stakeholders in these processes, and hopefully not only the good ones, but also the bad and the ugly, the stakeholders that are not really changing things yet, so that they go together through this thinking process and pollinize their ideas and start to do things differently.
That's great. Thank you very much, Marika. And Charlie, to you now.
Thanks, Phil. So when we consider transforming innovation systems, we really have to ask ourselves to what purpose and goal. We have the 17 SDGs, which have a 10-year time frame to 2030. And if we focus on the food-related SDGs, we really also have to consider that the goals are indivisible and interrelated, which is an important point to keep in mind. And then, like in this session, I think we really need to unpack what we mean by innovation and innovation systems. Innovation really is about better solutions to meet needs, whereas innovation systems is about interactions. It's about the interactions between people, enterprises, institutions, to turn ideas into processes, products, or services. And I think coming back to what Marieke was saying, that innovations aren't really only limited to technology companies and research labs. They also occur at the grassroots level and also at the policy level. So while we might be very good at spotting the formal innovations, we may not be really great at identifying and promoting grassroots innovations or innovations that are happening in a policy sphere. So I feel like we need to focus more on the processes to enable the scaling of innovations of all types. And then in scaling, we also have to consider that if we're scaling innovations, that they won't benefit all end users equally. So the question of socially equitable scaling of innovations, which will be important for just transformations of our food systems. There are billions of dollars of investment per annum in agricultural R&D, priority setting in relation to such investments for transformation. So we need to ask the question in those priority setting spheres, which consumers, farmers, farming systems and countries are going to be winners and losers in terms of food systems transformations. A key point in any transformation will be that we'll need to deliver high quality rural jobs as for future green bioeconomies, and also consider the relationships with social protection systems for any farmers stepping out of agriculture. Then another barrier that I see really is that there are many sectors or groups, let's say, within the agri-food sphere and beyond that are proposing different transformational pathways. And we need more consideration of trade-offs and synergies between the different pathways so that we get better pathway coherence. I think that would be important. Then there are also perceptions that many innovations are lying on the shelf. The lack of effective extension systems are not driving them into the communities. However, this might be true in some instances, but the action report indicates that existing innovations can only deliver about 20 to 40% of needed mitigation. So really that speaks to a need for continuing investment in developing innovations, both fundamental and applied research, to have a pipeline of innovations at different levels of technology readiness. And then while we consider the urgency of, we all can see the urgency of the climate and sustainability challenge regarding food systems, it's important that we don't engage in premature rolling out or scaling out of innovations that aren't really supported by robust evidence. There's a long history of innovations that have been failed to be adopted or had the desired impact. And so we need to be careful in terms of that process. And by involving farmers and end users in the innovation process at the very earliest stages is one way of mitigating that. So the kind of key barriers I see are conflicting narratives and positions between stakeholders regarding what the pathways and innovations should be pursued. And then, looking at a more complete spectrum of innovations, including not just the high-tech ones, but also grassroots innovations, policy innovations, how do we enable that? And then the question around our educational research and innovation systems. The incentive systems within those systems are pretty weak, particularly for driving rapid scaling of innovations. Most education systems or programs lack a clear theory of change or mechanisms for tracking the impact of our graduates once they leave the educational system. And then on the research side, while we're very good at tracking publication outputs, we're less effective at having universal mechanisms to measure research impacts and outcomes. And so there's more to be done on that side. Then on the policy side, again, in many countries, for many people, the policy sphere can be seen as a black box where you've got a small policy community that are devising policies with pressures from broader kind of policy networks. So there's a need for greater kind of openness and stakeholder engagement so that innovations can feed into policy processes. And then also on the policy implementing side, how to foster the diffusion of innovations between policy and innovators. That's
great. Thanks very much, Charlie.
Thank you.
Some good points there. And Rachel, over to you.
Great, thanks, Philip. Agriculture research for development is going to be absolutely fundamental to delivering this transition in food systems that the report launched today describes. But as Bruce Campbell said in his opening statement this morning, despite significant achievements, we're just not delivering at the scale or pace needed. Often new technologies and practices don't reach end users, or they're not going to scale. In many cases, climate smart agricultural approaches have been demonstrated, but in relatively limited settings. So whilst the report launched today highlights a range of emerging technologies, whether that's genomics or digital agriculture, or some of the things that we heard about in the videos just now, we urgently need better approaches and better ways of integrating those innovations into the food system so that they deliver the changes needed. But what are the barriers to that? And there are multiple ones, as others have referred to, but I'll just highlight three: finance, risk, and information. So there's a finance gap, a lack of investment in R&D, but that's compounded by a shortage of proven business models and innovative financing mechanisms, which can help bridge that gap between innovation or technology and those doing the research and those able to scale those new approaches. And that often involves the private sector. And funding pipelines don't link the science to the partners who can develop and adopt those products and tailor them to end users. On the risk side, I think as Charles has just referred, we often have weak innovation ecosystems and policy environments, but we're failing to connect those sources of finance, researchers and end users. And that makes adoption of new technologies risky, whether it's risky at the business level to small scale enterprises working along value chains, or whether that's at the farmer level. And that again exacerbates low take up and demand. And the information gap, I think there's two aspects of that. One, there's a gap in enabling farmers to access appropriate tailored advice on new technologies and new approaches. But there's also a gap in enabling policymakers to access the kind of high quality evidence on what works and where in climate smart agriculture. And we need to address that. We need a much better evidence base on the impact and the cost effectiveness of different interventions in different settings.
That's great. Thank you very much, Rachel. There's some very interesting points raised in there, and we'll perhaps in this next little bit of discussion, we'll come back to one or two of those. So Mario, perhaps starting with you, you talked about the many potential benefits of new technology. New technology can also be highly disruptive. What do you think is needed, I guess, particularly in a lower income setting, to try to sort of maximize the potential benefits of new technology for small scale farmers? Sorry.
Oops. We have very good examples of things that have worked at scale from a range of other sectors. Look, for example, at the mobile phones in sub-Saharan Africa, how they were something that was scaled up remarkably quickly. And this necessitated a dialogue between the public and the private industries. It required a concerted action by telecommunications companies to really step in and co-invest with the public sector to make this happen. And I think that that's the kind of model that we will also need for agricultural technologies. Rachel alluded to it. One of the key things will be to ensure that we have the adequate funding models, but from the user's perspective, it is really transparency of the potential impacts of these different technologies that in many cases we don't know well. We need to really evaluate them properly. And this will actually require probably a range of tools that we haven't even started to develop. I think that we really need to start thinking of how we're going to do this seriously in enormous speed, because we cannot take 3 years to do an impact assessment study of a new technology and then expect to have results by 2030. Just imagine. We need to really start building perhaps stakeholder platforms, Delphi systems, a lot more dialogue between stakeholders to make the choices. And yes, some of the choices might not be perfect, but we need to try to continue adapting the solutions as we go, I think.
Thank you very much, Mario. And actually, if I can now come to Marieka, you mentioned something about sort of developing, how do we go about developing visions or a vision for society in terms of what a future food system could look like that's genuinely equitable and environmentally appropriate. How might we go about doing that?
Well, I think it is definitely important that countries in a collective way envision how they would like to see the future. And what we've seen is that it's also important that as a country and not only as policymakers, but involving other different stakeholders from civil society, from the research arena and from the private sector, to look at what can go wrong and what can totally change. And what we've seen that when they go through this process of understanding what things might drive changes within the food system, that's when they really start to robust the policies that they're thinking of implementing, the changes that they're thinking of making within their own sector, and to basically to make sure that all these plans that they have will really be implemented in an effective way. We shouldn't only vision what we would like to see, but also anticipate what might go wrong and how to go away with that.
Great, thanks. And Rachel, in the transformation report, it talks about considerably increasing the amount of public investment in agricultural research for development being used to provide end-to-end solutions. In your view, what does this really entail from a practical perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Philip. I think you're right. It's not just about the levels of investment in agriculture R&D, although that's really important, but it's also about the quality and how we deliver research or do research. And I think the report talks about breaking out of our research comfort zone. I think that's a great expression. And there's three aspects to that. And one the report talks about is end-to-end approaches. End-to-end approaches to financing innovation. And that's something that we've been looking at quite a bit in DFID recently. But what does it mean? And I think for us, it means ensuring that the research is really demand-driven, responding to the needs of farmers, practitioners, and policymakers. It also means being really clear on the pathway to development impact and being clear about that right up front in the research process. It probably means rethinking the way in which we measure and incentivize researchers to be user-oriented or to adopt those demand-driven approaches. And I think, as Charles mentioned earlier, it's also about product development pipelines and how do we develop those in a way which assures that products go from early stage finance all the way through to commercialization to avoid that valley of death that we talked about earlier. And so as research institutions and organizations, we need to think about the mechanisms to hand off new technologies and innovation, whether that's drought resilient crops or biofortified crops or other innovations to the private sector and others who have the incentives to drive for scale.
Thanks very much. Those are great suggestions. Time is getting on, and to wrap up the panel, I'd like to come and pass by each of you for maybe 30 seconds or so on what are you personally going to do differently in the next few months to sort of help this transformation. Mario, can I come to you first again on that? Thanks.
Okay, yeah, I think that from a family perspective, it's about responsible consumption. That's one thing that we're trying to do effectively. Reducing the consumption of animal source foods, and also handle waste more effectively, or try to minimize it completely. We already have solar, and that helps a lot. And now, thanks to COVID, I don't have to travel, which is also fantastic. And I hope that we can keep that happening.
Thanks, Mario. Marieka, how about you?
Well, I think Mario and I are in the same league, in the sense that I'm lobbying very hard in my family to make sure that that we eat less meat, which is not always easy with children, but really trying to do that in a creative way and make sure that that we make that happen. And I think that within our work, something that I've always loved about working with CCAFs is that our work is very much science-based. But we also have to make sure that the work that we do is based on the needs of governments. So we always try to engage and make sure that we are addressing those needs. And something that's sometimes difficult is to also find time and resources to actually share what we've been learning in these different processes, since we are really working on very innovative addressing things in a very innovative way. So what I've been trying to make sure is that our funders also give us time to be able to do research on what we've been learning and to share that research with others.
That's great, thank you. Charlie, what about you?
So I guess on our side, our family, like many others, are doing our best to undergo a dietary and energy transition, and to, I suppose, join the effort if you want. Then within our institution, we're keen to strengthen the links between our research and education activities, and particularly with partners that can deliver impacts at scale, and very interested in trying to connect to continuous learning within institutions, scaling education and continuous learning processes. And finally, our university and many others are framing their activities increasingly around the SDGs, and that provides a useful framework for more goal-oriented activities, education, about research in the university sector.
That's great, thank you. And Rachel?
Yeah, thanks. Two things, I guess. One is that within DFID and the agriculture research work that we're doing at the moment, we're really focused on how we prioritise our agriculture R&D, making sure that we focus on the biggest global challenges and how we align our resources around that kind of mission-driven approach and bring others around that, that agenda. And I think the report is really helpful in setting out the future research questions and the future research challenges in a way that we can all mobilise ourselves around. And secondly, we're thinking about how we can use the time between now and the COP next year to mobilise stakeholders around this new vision for agriculture R&D, how we can encourage that greater prioritisation, stimulate new investments, get alignment between ourselves and others, and really deliver those new partnerships and models for scaling that we really urgently need.
That's great. Thank you very much. We have a few minutes just for one or two questions from you, the audience, and we have a nice set of questions here. We're not going to be able to get through all of them, but let's take one or two. So there's a question here around, isn't it time to rethink the system towards closed innovative systems and have more local production in the form of urban indoor farming? Would anybody like to comment on that one? Mario, go ahead.
I could possibly comment on that. Yes, absolutely. We need to include those kinds of systems, but we also need to be. I don't think that we have the luxury that we might have had a few decades back when we could have chosen a few set of things that would be widely adopted. I think that the challenge is so big at the moment that we really need to think of how all these kinds of interventions will contribute. Of course, all will have a time and a place. We really need to keep the portfolio very open because we will need multiple entry points for this very problem that we're having now.
Thanks. Charlie, did you want to add to that quickly?
Yeah, just very quickly, like I think urban farming has major potential, but we should be careful not to see it as a substitute for open field farming. We're going to, as Mario says, we're going to need everything. Given the urgency, the time scale, and the challenge that's there, you need a broad portfolio of things that need to be deployed both in urban and rural settings.
Okay, thank you. And another question here: in the current scenario, how do you see models of funding and capacity development support for agriculture innovators in developing economies? How do you see these changing as we go into the future? Would anybody like to make a couple of comments on that one? Marika, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think we definitely have to be very creative in terms of funding. Something that that we've noticed in the last few years is that there is actually quite a big need, a gap between what governments and policymakers need, and on the one hand, and what the support that is available from MFOs or from big funders for these governments. So what we've been doing is to engage a conversation between the two to be able to fund our work. So I believe that that's actually been working quite well. And I think it also addresses the need to make sure that our research is something that's needed, something that countries will use, and something that's will then have an impact in society.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. I think we're now coming towards the end of our session. Before we finish, it's time to take a quick look at the interactive question results. And so in terms of the amount of dollars that are spent annually on agriculture research and development, we can see that the most popular answer is in fact overestimating it. So most of you thought that 69 billion, and actually it's much nearer to 30 billion. So in a way that's quite surprising, because it's not, in the big scheme of things, it just highlights the fact that we need to be very efficient in expending those research resources. And the second question, it's estimated that 50% of people in sub-Saharan Africa will have their own mobile phone subscriptions by 2025. And about half of you got that right. And of course, we can see that such a level of connectivity in sub-Saharan Africa obviously offers huge opportunities for producers and for consumers alike. So thank you for your participation in the quiz. And just to summarize, if I may, in two very quick points. One is around the role of research for development, which has a huge role in helping to make our food systems better able to produce the quantity and the quality of food needed to feed what is, after all, a growing world population. But of course, we have to do this in a way that satisfies nutritional needs, benefits everyone equally and equitably, and minimizes the negative impacts on the environment. And I think the other important point is, and our panelists have highlighted this very well, every one of us is an agent in the global food system, and we all have roles that we can play in helping to reconfigure it. Some of us grow and process food. Some of us make the seeds and feed that are needed to grow it. Some of us research and teach people about it, or we frame regulations and trade policies around it, or deliver and sell it. But the fact is that all of us eat food, and there are huge opportunities for innovating in all of these areas. It may seem that individual changes in our behavior may not amount to very much, but collectively, they can add up to move our food system towards where it needs to be for the benefit of everyone. So it just remains for me to say a big thank you to all our video makers and our panelists, and a big thank you to you, the audience, for participating in our session. And we hope that you will join us for the next session, which is on supporting prosperity through mobility and rural reinvigoration, that will be hosted from Bamako, Mali. And that one starts in 15 minutes' time. So thank you all very much, and goodbye.
Welcome to all of you in West Africa. My name is Robert Zumore, and I lead the CCAF program for Africa. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for participating to our dedicated Transformation Initiative session, which topic is supporting prosperity through mobility and rural reinvigoration. Before we jump into the duty, let me quickly brief you on our session agenda and on some few logistics. So we will start first our session with an introductory keynote speech to set the scene. And then there will be a polling quiz followed by a talk show with our wonderful panel speakers, after which we will have a live Q&A to allow the audience to interact. And then we will discover the answer to the polling quiz. And after that, we will listen to the perspective of our esteemed celebrity for this session before I give my closing remarks and hand over to the next session. So if you want to use WOVA for the Q&A and the polling, you need to download the WOVA application, which directives are given on the slide. To access the application, you will need to enter the email address you used for the event registration and create a password. Similarly, you can download the report of the action to transform food system and the climate change through the link that is just provided below. Now, we are ready to go. So you've noted that I haven't said anything yet about our topic. The reason is just that we have a very experienced person on the subject. So let me introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Paul Winters. He is the Associate Vice President of the Strategy and Knowledge Department at the International Food and Agricultural Development, IFAD. He is an eminent economist with an extensive experience in rural development and has published numerous journal articles on migration, which is key to our topic, cash transfer program, and smaller agriculture. Paul, thank you really for accepting to give this keynote that will set the scene of our session. And Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Robert, and good afternoon, everyone, particularly those in West Africa. So today we want to talk about support to prosperity and mobility and rural reinvigoration. But we want to talk about that within the context of transforming food systems, which is what this report is all about. So if you go to the website, Transforming Food Systems, which I recommend, it's quite interesting, you'll see that they have these numbers there on the left. We need to reach 700 million small-scale farmers. And that's necessary if we want to try to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The majority of poor are still in rural areas, and many of them are farmers or they're linked to farming. So if we want to achieve all those goals listed there, we need to do that. The challenge, though, that we face in doing that at this particular point in time is the food system is broken. It's not working in the manner that we want. Now, we have the issues of poverty and hunger in rural areas, but it's much more than that. The reports that you see on the right side have come out in the last couple of years. And they all tell us the same thing, that we have an issue with climate change, that it's going to be limiting our capacity to produce, so we need to adapt. But also, if we continue on the path that we're going, the planet is going to get too warm, we're going to have changing climatic conditions, and we need to do something about that. These reports also talk about nutrition. You see the one up in the right top on Food, Planet, and Health from Eat Lancet, and the need to also deal with nutritional issues. We still have a lot of malnutrition in the world, undernourishment, malnourishment in terms of micronutrients, but we also have growing obesity and overweight. And within rural areas, it's actually growing faster than urban areas now. So while urban areas are still higher, rural areas around the world, we have obesity rates going up very quickly. So we have this challenge. We want that prosperity in rural areas, But what we see is that there's this whole new set of challenges to getting there. So how do we do this? Let's start with what the context in which rural areas, and since we're talking about prosperity, I'm going to focus a lot on youth. We recently did an EFAD, a Rural Development Report on youth, and the challenges that youth face. And so they're the key towards getting the prosperity in the future. So if you look at this graph in the vertical axis, you see rural poverty, so the measure of rural poverty. On the horizontal axis, you see gross national income, how wealthy a country is. And you'll see the bubbles are the number of young people. So one of the things is that there's 1 billion young people in developing countries. Of those, 50% are in rural areas. Now, if you count in semi-rural areas and peri-urban areas, it's actually 778 million. The growth in that is mostly in sub-Saharan Africa. Right now, about 60% are in Asia and 20% are in Africa. In 20 years, in 30 years, in 2050, the number of young people in Africa will double, and they'll reach almost 40% of the entire population of young people in the world. And so we see this big challenge, and part of it is, since poverty is in rural areas, we know that in poorer countries and poorer families often have a lot of children for reasons of concerns about security and safety. We see the increase in number of young people is often in the poorest and most rural areas. So we have this growth in young people in these very poor areas. And many of them, as you'll see in the next slide, depend on agriculture. Now, the good news is agriculture, reports from the World Bank and IFPRI show that it's 2 to 3 times more poverty alleviating than other sectors. Not only that, but sectors linked to agriculture are more poverty alleviating than other sectors. So if we focus on these areas, we can have some possibilities for youth in the future. So you might ask, well, young people don't want to work on the farm. This graph shows another story. If you look at what their families do, so the first column is subsistent farm household, the second specialized farm, the third transitioning rural household, the fourth diversified, and the fifth non-farm households. Rural youth, in the majority of them, all of those purple parts are directly in agriculturally linked activities. Not only that, many of them are in activities that are secondarily linked. So off-farm, but linked to activities that are part of the food system, input supplied over the value chain. So young people are working in agriculture, and they will be central to transforming the system. And to be successful, we need to make sure that they're productive, that they're connected, and that they're empowered. Now, can they do that? If we look at the data, again, those 778 million, we took geographic data, and on the vertical axis, we have commercialization potential. Can they sell things in markets? On the horizontal axis, we have agricultural potential. Can they grow? We know with climate change that makes it harder, but can they grow things? 2/3 of young people, that right-hand column, are in areas with agricultural potential. So they do have the possibility of agriculture in rural areas providing a good livelihood. The problem is that only 1/4 of them are connected and commercially viable. So they might have agricultural potential, but they can't get to the market. They're not connected by roads, they're not connected by digital technology, et cetera. If we want to create opportunities for grow young people, if we want that prosperity, avoid migration, we need policies that have broad strategies to provide them to be connected. In addition to that, though, young people face their own constraints. So we also need policies that will allow them to take advantage of opportunities and overcome constraints to getting finance, constraints to education, constraints accessing land, constraints accessing digital technology, et cetera. And so we need this dual policy of creating general opportunity, but also specific opportunity for young people. So what do we need to do going forward? We need to transform food systems. And food systems need to change to become sustainable so that we make sure we're managing our resources and that we're addressing climate change and mitigation. We need to consider value chains from all the way to producers to consumers. AGRA had a nice report last year that talked about the hidden middle, that point between producers and consumers. That's 40% of the value of production that we often ignore, both in policymaking as well as in research. We need nutritious and healthy foods to address those issues of malnutrition I talked about, but also to ensure that both urban and rural consumers can access affordable food. So it has to be at a price they can reach. And then we need to make sure that we're inclusive, that the rural poor are included, including those 700 million small-scale producers, that young people, women, indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities are included, that they're productive, connected, and empowered, and they have opportunities on farm as well as off farm. Now, this is part of the challenge. So 20 years ago, when I started as an economist, we tended just to focus on, can we increase productivity and can we increase income of rural areas? And that's really not enough anymore. We need to do those things, but we need to do much more than that. So we need to reinvigorate the rural economy to spur agricultural growth, so that agriculture can have that 2 to 3 times estimate of decreasing poverty, but also those linked industries can transform rural areas. So we need to invest in agriculture, that's clear, in infrastructure, in digital technologies, and capacity. But we also now need to think in terms of outside agriculture. We need to invest in agro-industry, entrepreneurship, incubation. It's not good enough to train. You have to train and then provide regular support to young people who are trying to put forward businesses. You need to educate consumers about where their food is coming from and the type of food they have. We hear a lot of talk now in COVID about the shortening of value chains. And to do that, though, we need consumers that understand where their food is coming from. Now, we can invest, but agriculture has to be attractive and inclusive, and it needs to be so, particularly for the next generation. I once saw a talk of a young man from Senegal, and he was speaking in Berlin, and he said, I'm going to show you my most important agricultural implement. And he reached in his pocket and he pulled out his cell phone. And he was saying this was the most important thing for him to get ahead in agriculture. It's not a tractor, it's not a hoe, it's not any of those things. It's being connected, having that technological option. And that makes it much more attractive and can make it more inclusive. We need to realize that it's not just agriculture, but the broader activities in rural areas that will allow the possibilities. And we should be promoting those activities. We should be promoting job growth across the board. But all of this needs to be done while thinking about the environment and climate and nutrition and health. We can no longer just support staple crops in rural areas if those staple crops are not going to provide adequate nutrition, including micronutrients, to both rural and urban consumers. We have to think in those terms. We cannot send farmers on a pathway of production that does not factor in the sustainability of that production over the long term. So all of the investment, and let me conclude here, all of the investment we need to do in rural prosperity needs to be done in such a way where we're focusing on that inclusion, making sure young people, small-scale producers are included, but ultimately must be in a context of supporting food system transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul, for this keynote, which really provides some insightful thoughts on how we can support prosperity through mobility and rural reinvigoration. And I think from your presentation, it's also clear that in Africa, there is a lot of potential, and your Senegal example is showing that this potential exists in order to transform agriculture and make sure that we create new jobs for the youth, which should be also gender, with a gender dimension. Thank you very much, Paul. I wish that you stay with us for the talk show. I will come back later to you. Now is the time to start with the live polling, and there are some instructions to participate in this live polling. So if you would like to participate, you need to do so by using the WOVA application. Simply go to the WOVA app and select polls. Then you select the question being asked and submit your answer. Now let's move on to our talk show with these outstanding panel speakers. And we have in fact prepared specific questions in line with the topic, and we will request our panelists to address these questions. And like I was saying, Paul, I would like you to come in just soon after your presentation, because we all know that rural-urban migration and labor mobility are quite frequent in Africa, especially, and you said it in your presentation. So my question to you is to tell us what should be the kind of priorities for a decent youth employment to transform rural economies in Africa. Over to you.
Thanks, Robert. Well, first, we shouldn't see migration as a necessarily bad thing. It's part of a normal process. The real issue becomes when people don't have choice. So what you want to make sure is people have opportunity both in rural and urban areas, and they're not forced to migrate because they don't have choice. So a lot of what we do is we need to make rural areas attractive. We need to make sure that agriculture is attractive. You know, because we did this report on rural youth, I ended up on all these panels with all these young people, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and a number of countries. And it was interesting listening to them because they kept saying, we don't want to do the agriculture of our parents. We want to do a different kind of agriculture. And this is precisely what the whole developing world needs and what Africa needs, that kind of different type of agriculture. So one is an agriculture that's technologically advanced, that's linked to markets, that's linked to urban markets, taking advantage. So I think that's important. The other thing is to support youth entrepreneurship. And one of the things I mentioned is the incubator type models. We do a lot of training in youth. And the problem is, and you hear this from youth on the panels that I was on, is you hear that the training is great. They learn how to start things up, but they always come across problems as they go along. And so they don't know how to address the new problems. And the incubator model is where you provide them with mentors that they can go back and talk to. And so this is one of the options we can do. And EFAD has a number of incubators that's starting in Africa, 10 in total around the continent. And the idea there is to make sure that as problems emerge, they don't just fall apart in their business, but they have the opportunity to get support as they go along. And so to incubate, and that's a key part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Actually, you said it, the non-agriculture sector must be really responsive in order to absorb the labor that is existing from agriculture. This is a way where decent and inclusive sort of employment should be promoted. This is an important point for further action. Now, let me move on with our second panelist, which is Dr. Abdoulaye Diallo. He is the Director of Research and Innovation at CORAF, the Western Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development. He has over 30 years of experience, and Dr. Diallo has provided transformational leadership for many project teams and administration in diverse institutions across sub-Saharan Africa. Welcome, Dr. Diallo. We know that agriculture is usually the starting sector to transform rural economies, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. But we still lack to know how can rural investment support as a successful structural transformation of African economies. Based on your experience, can you elaborate on this aspect, please? You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. It's a great pleasure for me to be associated with this initiative. The argument here is that studies show that up till 2040 or so, the rural area will still have the bulk of our populations in sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, that argument means that you really have to take care of the rural areas. And what is the major occupation of people in the rural area? It is agriculture. I mean, that tells you that, I mean, if you want to address the economy, you have to look at the largest single sector that employs the population, and that is agriculture. Unfortunately, I mean, because agriculture is not very attractive, I mean, it's not as functional as it's supposed to be. I mean, we are having a whole lot of migration from the rural areas to urban areas. But I'll tell you, if you want to really address socioeconomic issues in the countries, agricultural sector is the area. Which means if you want to do equitable distribution of development, I mean, if you go into the rural area, into agricultural sector, you will be able to do that. It also means that if you want to address the largest sector of the people, it will be agriculture. And which means if agriculture is functional, rural-urban migration will reduce, as well as, I mean, our youths moving, going, dying in the deserts, and then going, dying on the Mediterranean seas. It is also important to know that there's a paradox here. In as much as over 50% of our populations are engaged in agriculture, the agricultural sector contributes only about 15% average to gross domestic product, which means that our agricultural sector as it is inefficient. I mean, yields are very low. The yield gap is very high for cereals in sub-Saharan Africa. The average is 1.22 tons per hectare. In Asia, it's about 3 tons. The other developing countries about 3 tons per hectare. And if you talk about the yield potential of cereals, we're talking about 5 to 10 tons per hectare. So there is a gap there. Labor productivity is very low. In sub-Saharan Africa, labor productivity has increased by just about 1.6% compared to about 2.5% in Asia. Agriculture is mainly rain-fed. We are not using much of our irrigation potential. Less than 4% of our land area is under irrigation, compared to about 20% worldwide, and started 38% in Europe. So these are all indications that, and I mean, you are aware of what you call the biennial review. The first one in 2018 showed that about 20 countries out of 55 were on track of the Malabo Declaration. The recent one in 2020, only 4 countries are on track, which means a lot of countries have fallen. This is an indication that our agricultural sector really needs to be supported so that it can serve its purpose. What do we do? I think the first port of call is the governments. If governments are really serious, they want to take their people seriously, they want to take the voice of our people seriously, they should invest in agriculture. And what do you need in agriculture? I mean, Paul has said that you need to increase productivity and you need to link these people to markets. If you link these people to markets, you are able to bring in inputs, they will use these inputs, and they are able to send out their produce and buy, and they will be enticed to increase production and productivity. So the governments need to invest in roads, invest in irrigation, invest in electricity, provide some social amenities that will encourage the youths to stay and have a profitable life. I mean, if you go to villages, they have problems. They have cell phones there. They don't have electricity to charge their phones. These have to be provided. In addition to the hardcore, there is need for the soft factor as well. Government need to establish enabling policies for the private sector to come in. Government is a bad businessman. No government is as good as the private sector. The private sector should be enabled to come in and invest, make sure that the value chain, we're talking about the food system, from production to marketing to processing and so on and so forth. Once you revitalize the production system, the food system, you open up avenues where people can come in and attach and do their business. I mean, not everybody has to go and play with the debt. I love it, but not everybody does that. I mean, you go and do other things, marketing, digital things, and so on and so forth. And the last point, there is also, I mean, the government can go into what they call public-private partnerships. I mean, that is the new vogue now. Even in the infrastructure, roads and bridges that governments used to build. They can go into partnership with private sectors, and then they should be able to have an equitable and proper arrangement so that, I mean, there is a win-win situation. In addition to that, I mean, I think then we have to increase productivity now. That is where research comes in. You have to make sure that the yield gap is closed. You have to make sure that post-harvest losses are reduced. We want to make sure that, and another important aspect that in as much as you have to look at the niche. Which niche do you have? I mean, there is consciousness now. Paul talked about nutrition security. There is concern for, there is now concern for, tell me when I'm to stop, huh? I can talk all day long.
Please.
There is now concern for nutritious foods. I mean, and there is this call for organic foods and so on and so forth. I mean, that is a niche where at this point in time, I think that is a domain wherein we have comparative advantage. Our farmers are not using as much input as possible. I'm sure they have not reached the optimum level yet. So this is an opportunity wherein the research system can support farmers to increase productivity under this kind of system. And I think CORAF, which is my organization, has been doing so much in terms of, one, providing the enabling environment for research to be done so that there are technologies that can be developed to increase production, even at the higher level, at the regional level, because we are talking about markets. If within the markets in countries are limited, if you open up, you are able to enjoy economics of scale. I mean, CORAF is working with the regional economic community about regional harmonization. We are opening up. We are supporting the seed private sector in the production of certified seeds, so that these are all good input that can increase productivity. I think let me stop there for a while.
Thank you very much, Abdullahi. I think it couldn't be said better than all the areas that you listed as gap to be considered for the next step in terms of action if we really want to move from agriculture to a kind of rural economic perspective of things. So now I'm so glad that we have at least one woman in the panel, and I humbly welcome Aminatu Bilal, who is our well-known climate change activist and a member of the Youth Advisory Council at the African Union. As a gender specialist, Aminatu, could you please tell us what you think about the fact that closing the gender gap has always been a big challenge, and what could be the most needed things to engage rural women in the transformation? Can you elaborate on that in 5 minutes, please?
Thank you so much, Mr. Zugmore. Good evening, everyone. The sub-Saharan Africa population is very young, with half under the age of 15 years old, making it the world's youngest population. We have Nigeria, who has the largest African population and is expected to double by 2050 to 400 million. And we have also Niger with the highest world fertility rate. And about 60% of the sub-Saharan African population is living in rural areas, depending highly on rain-fed agriculture. And also they are highly vulnerable to climate change. We have also the half of the sub-Saharan Africa population is female, and that's why it is critical that transformation of rural African economies must include women and focus on youth. So closing the gender inequality gap in the access to productive resources is key. We need to undertake reforms to give women equal rights to economic resources by the land reforms for ownership and control over land, inheritance, and natural resources. Women need to have access to finance and to loans and markets, access to agriculture innovations, extension services, access to input, and we need also to improve women's resilience to climate change. Closing the gender gap will increase the women's productivity. And for that, we need to improve the children well-being, their children, address the food security, poverty. Young women empowerment is the most needed action right now. By including women in decision making, they also need to have leadership development, training, skilling, and to promote their education. To increase also the participation of women in business and enhance the use of enabling technology, in particular information and communication technology, to promote the empowerment of women, as I said earlier. And for that, we need to adapt and strengthen sound policies, enforceable legislation for the promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls at all levels. So I will finish by giving two examples in Mauritania. In Mauritania, many young people are starting to become more and more interested in agriculture and agribusiness. We have two examples of two young women, Mauritanian women, Berdis Mohammed and Safia Toukan. They produce local rice. They have their own their own product. The Mauritanian state wants to achieve food self-sufficiency through agriculture facilities, to support farmers and assist them to make farming more attractive to young people. So as Mr. Winter said earlier, if we want to transform the food system, we need to make agriculture more attractive to young people, and also to include women in all the process, in the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aminetou. I think it's clear that we cannot transform rural economies without really making an inclusive process for women and youth. And you clearly stated that with an example from Mauritania. Thank you very much. Now I would like that we move towards offering an opportunity to the audience to interact with the panelists. And there are instructions to submit the questions via WUVA application. So to ask your question, simply type your question into the app. And if you haven't yet accessed the app, you can follow the instruction on the slide. So please put up your question. So in the meantime, we already received some few questions that I will try to put towards our panelists. And the first questions go to Paul. So the participant asked that rural involvement is a must in any development. How to integrate the involvement of rural people, meaning youth and women? Paul, can you elaborate on that very briefly, given that we are running out of time?
Sure, and this is part of the model that IFAD generally uses, is that we involve youth and women in all of our projects and try to incorporate them into the broader organizations. It's hard, and this is what I meant by empowerment. You can't invest solely on trying to invest in productivity and even on connectivity. That if you don't empower people, their lives can't be changed. And women and young people face extra constraints. And so if we don't empower them particularly and give voice in the discussions, then you'll never get ahead. And so it's that combination of things that gives you success. And you can't underestimate the importance of voice, right? There's the expression, nothing about us without us. And that should hold true for every group. We shouldn't be talking about women without women included in the conversation, or youth without youth included in the conversation. Over.
Thank you very much, Paul. And the second question from a participant goes to, I think, to Abdoulaye. How do we make farming or agriculture fashionable among the youth, meaning how to make it more attractive to youth and women? Can you tell us briefly, really in 2 minutes, because time is really becoming constrained?
Thank you very much, Robert. I would say in the first instance, I mean, really, if you want to make agriculture fashionable, it has to be profitable. It has to be profitable. If someone earns profit from what he or she is doing, that person would like to pursue that kind of thing, which means that you have to come on the other way. I mean, agriculture, as we know it, is laborious. I mean, I think to make agriculture attractive, we have to reduce the drudgery in agriculture. I mean, in terms of land preparation, in terms of weeding, in terms of harvesting and things like that, we have to mechanize. We have to mechanize in a reasonable way. I mean, it's not, our farms are small. We have small scale farmers. They don't have resources. But there are many ways you can pull resources together. I mean, there is what they call the Hello Tractor in Nigeria, which is doing so well. I mean, there are also bands of youths who offer services like spraying for weeds and insects and things like that. So, I mean, you have to make sure that the drudgery is reduced. And as long as you link it up through the value chain system, there is value addition. You bring in these other services that are associated with the value chain in terms of IT, in terms of, there are people who just sit there and take commands and link people on the markets. That is their own role. So, I mean, there is a lot of, we should take advantage of the digitization that is now available with us. I think so.
Okay. Thank you very much. Aminetu, can you just tell us what you think about the linkage with health, nutrition, education, which are more and more serious when it comes to youth and women?
When you have some health nutrition issue, I think you will not be able to think about education. We need to be healthy in our organism. We need to eat healthy. We need also to have sufficient food so we can think about education. You need to be very comfortable with your lifestyle. Then you can think about when you are having a problem when you are starving, you won't think about education. You will think how you get the food, how you will get the proper water, and that is the linkage I think is between food and education.
Thank you, Aminetu. We would have liked to continue this discussion. There are so many questions coming through Wova, but we hope that the conversation will continue with the different panelists through the application. On that note, I would like to thank the audience for really raising interesting questions. And now let's discover the answer of the live poll. And here is the answer. I think it's on the screen. So to end hunger and to eradicate poverty through the agriculture sector, the African Union and the new Partnership for Africa Development, NEPAD, has committed to creating new job opportunities for at least 30% of the youth in agricultural value chain by 2025. So the answer is 30%. It's the answer number 3. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's really time to listen to our celebrity perspective of the topic session. And we are very pleased and honored to have on board our distinguished speaker and ambassador, Seni Nafo. You have certainly heard this name. He's a member of the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change. Seni Nafo is our celebrity for this session and has been heavily involved on issues related to climate change globally, and more particularly for COP21 and UNFCCC. So Ambassador Nafo, can you share with us your quick thoughts on the session?
Thank you. Can you hear me? I just want to be sure that...
Yes, we can.
I mean, I definitely don't consider myself as a celebrity. I don't have a Twitter account. I don't have a Facebook account. I'm not even on social media. But thanks for the invitation. The topic is at heart to all of us for a number of reasons. I mean, I'm from Mali, and in Mali, almost 40% of our GDP rests on agriculture. 60 to 80% of the labor force is in agriculture, in the rural sector. So agriculture is the most important sector and is also really key for our development. So I'm very happy that we are that you're posing that conversation. Now, climate change definitely is a threat to agriculture in a number of ways, whether that's through the increase of temperature, which leads to increase of humidity, decrease of yield, whether that's through the variability in the rainfall, whether that's through access to water security or availability, or even energy access. And to me, some of the opportunities that I see is that the technical solutions, the technological solutions, the financial solutions, and all of that does exist in some ways. It might be scattered here and there. And the challenge is, how do you put all of that together? How do you put the technological, the financial, and the capacity solutions together in packages which are accessible to all the stakeholders? I think that is really the challenge that we have to tackle. So I'm very pleased about your initiative of bringing all the solutions, all the players under one umbrella, because definitely we'll need to tackle this. We'll need to tackle it together. There are a lot of other opportunities at the global macro level, at least for Africa, whether the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we talked about private sector, we talked about markets and access to market, that is key, whether the development of the new common currency ECO for the ECOWAS region, which is West Africa, or even right now, making sure that in the post-COVID recovery, that climate change, resilience are definitely part and center stage of any recovery plan. But I'm very happy to be here, very happy to be involved in the partnership in bringing all of us together to tackle this in a systemic, in an inclusive and a comprehensive manner. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much, and really emphasizing the need to put these different pieces into one systemic umbrella to allow the different partnership deliver towards an accelerated transformation of rural economies. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that in terms of concluding remark for our sessions, some take-home message could be around the fact that really agriculture is the starting point for any transformation of rural areas, but we need allied economic sectors, manufacturing industries and services to be promoted around the agriculture sector. And we should not forget gender and youth dimension into the process of this transformation. These are my concluding remarks, and I would like to thank you for participating in our session. We hope you enjoyed with us, and then we encourage you to also continue participating to the next session, which will start in 15 minutes. And the topic is shifting to healthy and sustainable climate-friendly diet. That will be hosted from Vermont University. You will see a video intro on the session at the end of the stream. So moving from West Africa to the US. Thank you all, and over to you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the next segment of A New Era for Food and Climate. For the next 45 minutes, we're coming to you from Burlington, Vermont, where we'll be discussing shifting to healthy and sustainable climate-friendly diets. So, as we know, the healthy amount of meat to eat is somewhere around a burger a week. And of course, many people around the world eat quite a bit less than that and may want to, for health reasons, increase their consumption. But for most of us in the West, in northern countries, from affluent backgrounds, we're eating at least 50% more than that, if not even more. And there is substantial reasons for us to cut down. There are health reasons, there are environmental reasons. A cut of even 15% can have spectacular effects for climate change. And now with COVID-19, there are also health effects, reducing the transmission of zoonoses, for instance. So given all of that, why aren't we cutting down our meat consumption more? For those of us who are trying to make dietary change from a personal basis, it feels a bit tough. And so how much tougher it must feel if you're trying to do it for the whole of society, where you need to bring together personal behavioral change with changes in policies and incentives and business practices. So we've got a very exciting session today where we're going to bring in some insider views on how to make a difference at scale. So we have with us today three panelists who will be speaking, answering questions and presenting their videos. These three are Rebecca Moses, who is Head of Impact Strategy at Impossible Foods, Becky Ramsing, Senior Program Officer at Johns Hopkins Center for a Livable Future, and particularly the Scientific Advisory on Meatless Mondays, and Joyka Lepla, who's Head of Campaigns for the Service for Environment and Climate at the City of Ghent in Belgium. Before we move into speaking with our panelists and speakers, I'd just like to draw your attention to some housekeeping and announcements around how the session will be run. So first of all, during the session, we're going to have live pollings and a Q&A, where we hope to interact with all of you in the audience. To ask a question and participate in the audience interaction sessions, you'll need to download the Hoover app. And there should be a slide that you can see right now that has the instructions. To access the app, you'll need to enter the email address you used for the event registration and create a password. If the event doesn't show up automatically, search for A New Era for Food and Climate and then click the join button at the bottom and enter the event invitation code the organizers sent you. You can request a new code and wait until the organizers approve your request. Secondly, on the live polling, hopefully you can see a slide on this too. If you'd like to participate in live polling, you'll also need to use the Hoover app. Simply go to the Hoover app and select polls. Select the question being asked and submit your answer. Finally, there's a report associated with today's sessions. And to download the report, the Actions to Transform Food Systems Under Climate Change report, please go to the link provided below to download your copy. Please do make sure you type in the link exactly as displayed. Well, that's it from me now. Over to the video presentations.
Tastes like a chicken nugget. We're going plant-based.
Did you know that the easiest way to reduce your carbon footprint is to eat less meat, especially beef? If the world didn't eat meat for 1 year, it would eliminate the same amount of greenhouse gas emissions it would take to drive to Pluto and back. 3 times!
People eat meat almost more than anything else on the planet. If we and other companies continue to put our head down and develop sensible technology, the world will change.
Join us and go meat-free on Mondays.
I'm Pat Brown. I'm the founder and CEO of Impossible Foods. There's overwhelming evidence that we're never going to be able to cap global average temperatures at 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial unless we massively reduce the scale of animal agriculture. And the destructive impact is multifaceted, but probably the most important two components of that are the impact on climate, the net greenhouse gas emissions, which are greater than the entire transportation sector and second only to the power industry as a source of emissions, and the opportunity cost for greenhouse gas mitigation represented by the 45% of Earth's land surface that's currently in use raising animals for food, either being grazed or raising feed crops. A lot of engineers are thinking about really wild, capital-intensive, untested, potentially very risky ways to effectively turn back the clock on climate change. But photosynthesis has been optimized over billions of years of evolution. It's extremely well understood, does not require any extensive human intervention. It just requires us to step back from this vast footprint of animal agriculture and allow plants to grow, and in the process, by photosynthesis, pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and turning it into plant biomass that not only stores it out of the atmosphere, but provides essential habitat for restoration of biodiversity. Something that no one talks about, but is absolutely critical if we really want to avoid a climate catastrophe. So we take that opportunity seriously. If I thought that it were possible to convince people to make the dietary changes required to avoid this climate and biodiversity catastrophe, I wouldn't have founded Impossible Foods. But there's just absolutely no way. And it's a win-win for biodiversity.
My name is Laura Kleiman, and I am a principal scientist on the product innovation team at Impossible Foods. And our team is responsible for designing and creating the new products. So in order to make progress on climate change and meet our mission of creating a globally sustainable food system, we needed to make sure that carnivores and meat lovers are choosing plant-based meats over the animal version. And to do that, it was clear we needed to use science and technology to create products that were so good and tasted so much like the animal version that there was no question that meat lovers are going to choose this option that's better for them and better for the earth. So in order to do that, we break down the animal products into their essential building blocks to understand what are the components that allow you to design that product and give the consumer everything that they crave. So you have everything from fats to proteins, simple nutrients like amino acids and sugars that allow you to create flavor. And we are able to understand how all of those building blocks function and then put them back together, but using more sustainable plant-based ingredients. So we use really simple ingredients like soy protein, potato protein, water, coconut and sunflower oils for the fats that give you that mouthfeel and the sizzle. And then our magic ingredient is heme, which is an iron-containing molecule that is found in every living plant and animal and is responsible for making meat taste like meat. So that really delivers the flavor and taste that consumers expect.
Hi, my name's Isha Shah. I work with Impossible Foods and I work on the Consumer Insights team. I lead all our efforts to understand the consumer better so that we, in everything that we do, from product innovation to marketing to communication, we're really rooted in the voice of the consumer. From a previous study that we did, we learned that around 1/3 of the US population is aware that meat and dairy or animal agriculture on the whole has a negative impact on the environment. When it comes to food choices, taste is the #1 factor on the consumer's mind when they're making these food decisions. Consumers need to be able to cook with it. They need to be able to use it in the same way that they have always used beef their entire life. So whether it is the bleeding, the cooking, the texture, all of that, but most importantly, it has to taste amazing. And that's the only thing that's going to drive progress. The beauty is that when they do make these choices, when they do opt for a plant-based burger or a plant-based meat product instead of the animal product, they are making a very strong positive impact on the environment, even without knowing so. And that's kind of what we're really hoping to achieve.
Every day, people around the world are eating very different things. However, in many parts of the world, we're eating the same thing: too much meat, and it's affecting our health and the health of the planet. But on Monday, we can start doing something about it. Join the Meatless Monday movement and cut out meat one day a week. When we lower our meat consumption and discover the power of plant-based protein, our hearts get healthier, we lower our risk of cancer, and we reduce the risk of diabetes and reach healthier weights. And by going Meatless Monday, we help the earth get healthier along with us. By skipping one burger, a person can save 10 bathtubs full of water and enough energy to power a smartphone for 6 months. And if everyone in the world skipped meat for just one day, we would eliminate the amount of greenhouse gas emissions it would take to drive to the moon and back 100,000 times. With more innovative plant-based recipes being developed every day, it's easier than ever to find delicious alternatives to meat. So join Meatless Monday, a simple and powerful global movement creating healthier people and a healthier planet.
Meatless Monday was born in 2003 out of a conversation between CLF founder Bob Lawrence and marketing executive Sid Lerner. Primarily a health-focused initiative at first, Meatless Monday's simple message of one day a week, cut the meat, grew organically over the next 15 years to a highly recognized campaign that addresses the many issues surrounding the way we produce and consume meat, including our climate. Meatless Monday is one of the most hashtag public health campaigns driven in a large part by influencers, social media, and creative tasty food. Over the years, as science advisors, we've learned a few things about what it takes for people to reduce meat consumption. It's about the food first. If it tastes good, people will eat it, regardless of the meat. What others are doing, family, friends, colleagues, influences our choices. Good experiences when trying new foods lead to other changes, as well as an openness to new awareness and learning, which helps people take further actions toward healthier, more sustainable diets. Meatless Monday also grew to over 40 countries, and we at CLF, along with the Monday campaigns, embarked on developing a global strategy to help countries facilitate shifts toward healthy and sustainable climate-friendly diets. The initiative is focused on growing partnerships and networks, building coalitions around local initiatives, and pursuing a global advocacy agenda around meat consumption. But in order to truly achieve a sustainable and healthy world where all people can thrive and grow, we first had to acknowledge the global syndemic of obesity, undernutrition, and climate change that represents the gravest threat to humankind, according to a 2019 Lancet paper. While some regions eat too much meat, others still experience unacceptable rates of undernutrition, which prevent children growing to healthy adults and contributing to a healthy, equitable society. So the approach must be different. High-income countries that consume well above the guidelines for meat, we carry the burden of reducing meat consumption and our food-related greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, in a recent paper, CLF demonstrated that for 70% of the highest income countries, practicing a meat-free day can reduce per person food-related greenhouse gas emissions by 12%. In low middle income countries, Meatless Monday can provide guidance on the healthy plant-based diets and also on more sustainable production of animal products, especially dairy and eggs that are so important for child growth, but are also large contributors of greenhouse gas emissions. Here's a busy graph from our recent paper showing that progressively more plant-forward dietary patterns that meet healthy criteria have much different impacts depending on a country's baseline diet, how food is produced, and where it comes from. So back to our global strategy, we focus on developing culturally relevant, segmented messages that are adaptable by audience and entry point, engaging a community around meat reduction through our global platform, building partnerships and networks, and assisting programs with evaluating and understanding their impact. Many rightly point out that a meatless day is only a small change and won't be enough, but we argue that a small change can be a more powerful and long-lasting than a large behavior change, which tends not to last, especially when adopted across many individuals and groups, as this slide shows. We have evidence from surveys that people who are aware of meatless Monday and practice it, even occasionally, make other changes, such as purchasing less meat, trying meatless dishes when eating out, eating meatless meals on other days of the week, eating more vegetables, and just eating less meat overall. So whether you are an educator, policymaker, home cook, or influencer, your action matters. Consider joining the global community or taking the simple action of trying a delicious plant-based meal the next time Monday rolls around. Thanks.
So hi, my name is Joy Calopla. I work for the Service of Environment and Climate for the city of Ghent in Belgium. Here's our campaign image of the Thursday Veggie Day campaign. We started in 2009. This was the first time we shifted from identity to context, but we focused on changing the context so that the effort for eating less meat would become very, very low. So that was the reason we started with a one-day effort. And what was also very important for the success of the campaign was that we, as a local government, gave the good example. So from the first day of the campaign, the default for Thursday was eating vegetarian in our own restaurants and schools. Also, some other elements were like making it fun, making it available, having the National Vegetarian Organization as a very important partner. During the 10 years, we did some surveys on did this actually mean a sustainable change in behavior and in eating less meat by the city of Ghent. And these different surveys resulted in good numbers. And the last one you see here really showed that the effect was sustainable over the years. And we still have a higher percentage of people eating less meat than other cities. But now, after 10 years, what do you do? What's the next step? Should we go from one day a week eating less meat to several days a week? Or should we go to focus more on plant-based or vegan food? We do a survey on what people think they need now to take the next step. And we also try to link it more to our climate neutrality targets. We want to be climate neutral in 2050. We think it's somewhere near 50 by 50, which means 50% reduction in 2050 of people eating meat. And then we want to do a backcasting exercise with some important stakeholders and maybe some participation from the population also. In the survey we did last year, people said that they still need support. We've put a lot of effort in the last years to make it available and to support people, but this is still something that people really point to as a need they still have. So I think we need to keep focusing on the context, the availability and the support to make it really easy to go to a plant-based diet. We really want to target on 50% of plant-based proteins in every meal. That is what we see as the next steps to keep the good numbers of the campaign what they are and take the next step into the future by targeting to 2050.
Hello again from Burlington, Vermont, and I hope that everyone was inspired by the video presentations that we've been watching. Now, just a reminder again, we have our three panelists with us and they're ready to answer questions and discuss issues arising. So just a reminder again, if you wish to submit a question, please do use the Hoover app. Simply type your question into the app. If you haven't already accessed it, you can do so by following the instructions on this slide. I'll give you a brief moment to take down the information. Okay, Next, moving on to the poll questions. These are also answerable via the Hoover app, and several people have already been sending in their answers. So I'll just read the 2 questions aloud to you, give everyone another 30 to 45 seconds to submit answers, and then we can look at the results. So the first question is a tricky quiz question. Which one of the following countries is in the top 4 beef consuming countries per capita in the world? And the choices are Denmark, Australia, Israel, and China. And the other question is about your own preferences. So to reduce your carbon footprint, would you rather eat cell-grown meat, eat plant-based meat, such as Impossible Foods, eat other protein sources instead of meat, perhaps pulses, nuts, tofu, peas, beans, eat meat only once a week or less, or change nothing at all? All right, just giving everybody a few more seconds. The answers are coming in to both of those questions. Okay, should we go into the answers now? So I'm looking at the poll results in front of me. So which one of the following is in the top 4 beef consuming countries per capita? Now, 49% of you, nearly half of those online, have gone for Australia. I have to let you know that the organizers did trick you a little bit here, because the correct answer is actually the country that received the fewest responses, and that's Israel. Israel is up there in the top 4 highest beef consuming countries per capita in the world. So that one's a brain teaser, and one which I'm sure you can bring into quizzes with friends and family. Let's move now to the second poll result, which is around reducing your own carbon footprint by changing your own dietary habits. Here we've got an interesting spread of results, and again, around half people, 48%, come in on the answer to eat other protein sources instead of meat. And these are pulses, nuts, tofu, peas, and so on. The vegetable foods that eaten as whole foods can provide alternatives to animal-based proteins. The second most popular answer, with about a third of people going for it, is to eat meat only once a week or less, so to reduce frequency. And I'm pleased to report that only 4 out of 150 people opted for changing nothing at all. So that's encouraging. We're getting the message here that people are willing to change. And certainly we also know that that's true across the world. 30 to 50% of adults in the US, for example, have indicated that they'd like to change their meat consumption. So let's turn now to the experts, those who are trying to make this happen on a daily basis, and get some of their insights into how we make it happen. So I'd like to start now with one of the most positively framed questions that has come in, and this is from Federica Mattioli. And she asks, she said, what we've seen with COVID-19 over the past couple of months is this massive scale behavior change. Governments have acted in coordination, and people have responded and have stayed at home and stayed in isolation. So what we've demonstrated is that huge behavioral change is possible. I'd like to turn now, I think I'll give this question to Rebecca Moses. What are your projections? Do you think that this kind of massive behavior change is actually possible around dietary choices? And can you give us some insights into what we might have learned from these past few months around the types of incentives or types of impulses that make behavioral change possible at such scale? Over to you, Rebecca.
Thank you. It's a really, really good question. And I'm torn between a certain amount of optimism, but also the realization that behavior change is incredibly sticky. especially durable behavior change, and very much especially with your food choice, with our kind of dietary habits, because that is a manifestation of culture. It's a manifestation of many, many, many different things interacting together, and addressing it without viable alternatives can be really hard. So specifically talking about things like meat consumption. The reason that I am optimistic is because with COVID-19, with the real kind of global willingness to make hard choices and to kind of act for a global good, we have both recognized that what we do impacts others, and so that's very, very important. And we have also been able to show that we can make drastic changes in the context, though, of life and limb, right? So there's kind of an awareness that if we don't make these changes, there are very near-term consequences. If we don't social distance, someone that I care about could become sick. It's a very real, very immediate danger. Whereas when you're talking about things like climate, when you're talking about things like food choice and the linkages to climate, it's much more abstract for a lot of people. So not only do you have this kind of stickiness of food choice, you have what is fundamentally a rather abstract notion for people to link to. And we've actually done at Impossible Foods a lot of really deep research on this. One of the individuals you saw in the video, Isha Shah, her team on Consumer Insights did a lot of work on trying to figure out with the sustainability team, what is it about behavior change that is so hard when it comes to environment? And the recognition among general audiences is very low that meat has a very strong plate to planet connection. So you're not only breaking down this awareness barrier, only about 1/3 of Americans can identify meat as a driver of climate issues. Very few of them can connect it to land use issues or biodiversity loss issues. You then also have to get them into a position where they feel comfortable changing diets in a way that's very easy for them to do it. And if it's not easy, it will not happen. And so I love these results from this poll of, about half of the participants in this call, which is a highly educated audience on these issues, are willing to look at things like tofu, or willing to look at things like lentils, pulses, alternatives that are not, equivalent goods. But most consumers are not willing to do that. And that's really proven out through the durable levels of consumption, through the fact that beef consumption is going to go up by about, it'll increase by 80% over the next couple of decades globally. And so the case for viable alternatives that can fit into existing food cultures that are super versatile, that have the same or better nutritional components, becomes very, very strong.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for that clear, articulate answer. Moving to the next question, several audience members have written in with a question voicing their concerns about the livelihoods associated with livestock industries. So people employed all along food value chains, but most particularly small-scale pastoralists in places like Africa who are heavily dependent on livestock. Surely meat reduction is a threat to their livelihoods. I'd like to turn this question over to you, Becky. Can you look at this from a global perspective?
Well, I agree. People are at the center of health in our planet, and they have to be the priority. And so, as you said, smallholder farmers are the ones raising so much of the food, but also the ones who are not eating enough protein in a lot of countries. And research that we've done showed that in order to have for everyone to have a healthy baseline criteria diet, the greenhouse gases in some countries will actually have to go up. So yes, people do need to consume more proteins in these places where undernutrition is prevalent. And but at the same time, how can we help these smallholder farmers hold on to they're using practices that are that can improve their technology. We can help assist them in more sustainable practices, rather than pushing to what is we push into industrial farm production in these countries. So how can we help enable these farmers to continue to grow and produce a variety of foods, pulses, and vegetables and animal products, while not resorting to to industrial practices that are damaging for the environment, but also damaging for these smallholder farmers and their income. So we need to keep people and human capital at the core of our solutions in everything we do.
Thank you very much. And Joyka, I'm going to turn to you now. One audience member, Lillian Kwamboka, has pointed out that actually there are opportunities associated with smallholders too. And she asks, how could city consumers be engaged with traditional foods grown by smallholder farmers, which aren't in the main food value chains?
Well, I think you need some connection to establish the connection back between the food and between producers and consumers. You can do that in different ways. I think in our city we try to do that by making the producer a known person with food coming from the area and being delivered to the city. We have some projects there. That's one thing we do, so that you know where your food is coming from, who produces it, and that makes you more aware of what is needed to produce this food, and maybe learn to know some vegetables you never knew, knowing how it is produced. We do some farm classes too with children to get to know the producer. That kind of thing, I think you can do that easy on a local level. You need to get to know the area and who, because in our city there aren't a lot of, the area surrounding it is full of them.
Thanks very much indeed, Joyka. So there does seem to be opportunity there, and certainly in middle-income countries too. I have heard of significant efforts in this regard in countries like Bolivia and Indonesia and others. And just a correction there, that question was actually asked by Johanna Hurtado. So thanks very much for that question, Johanna. Rebecca, I'm going to come back to you with another question that's more based around the way that we're using land. So we have now a question coming in from Tao Orion, who's looking at could we be changing agricultural practices instead? So what about changing the way that we manage agriculture? For example, changing tillage so that the way that we actually are reducing emissions from tillage. He questions whether grains and pulses are actually producing a great deal of emissions in that way at the moment. And similarly, are there parallel possibilities of carbon sequestration from changing grazing practices? And could these efforts actually outweigh interventions such as reducing meat consumption? Back to you, Rebecca.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to do it justice, and it's a really good one. To address the idea of can we do better on existing landscapes? Absolutely. I think what I've seen a lot when we talk about things like alternative meat products, whether it's plant-based meat, cellular, ag, kind of the whole gamut of new innovations, is a tendency to talk about it as an either or. And instead, we really need to be talking about this as a yes and. For example, there is no reason that these sorts of things can't be included within the supply chains of plant-based food, but more importantly, outside of that context, just in general, holding agroecological principles as in land management is incredibly environmentally important, both from a conservation standpoint, where you have shared landscapes, shared habitats that can serve both wildlife and climate goals and food production for people, and also in terms of community. So I think that the answer is yes, these things are deeply important. I would like to see more of them. In the United States, we're not particularly good at funding and investing in these things. Only about 2% of the USDA's budget goes into it. Most things are oriented at industrial farming. So there is so much progress that can be made on that, but that's kind of its own thesis. Bringing it back into what are the opportunities for addressing climate through existing systems. And I'm kind of reading into this that we're talking about pasture, we're talking about grazing. And the answer to that is limited. So I came from a ranch, I came from kind of a background in which this was a big focus. How do we create the most valuable ecological reservoirs on existing production land, whether that's cropping or whether that's pasture. And purely from a mathematical standpoint, you cannot address climate to the extent that we need to. You cannot have a transformative solution without steering away net demand from especially cattle product consumption. It's really, I think, it's wonderful when you are a land manager, a land steward who is doing the best you can within an existing system. And I've seen many people do that. I am friends with those people. But the system itself, in this case, livestock, just cannot scale. And if you were to scale extensive production systems like grazing systems to meet the projected demand for food in the future, or if you were to say, let's transition industrial livestock production exclusively into grazing systems, number one, you would run out of land. Number two, you wouldn't be able to feed as many people. In the United States, it'd be about less than 1/4 of beef demand could be met through doing that if you maxed out our agricultural system. So the problem is the extensive nature. It's really important that we have agroecological values incorporated into land management, but at the same time, we are no longer in a position where we can rely on that exclusively to solve our climate and biodiversity crises. We need alternatives that meet the 95% of consumption that comes out of industrial farming.
Thanks very much indeed, Rebecca. Turning to you now, Becky, we've had a question specifically on awareness raising, and this comes in from Heidi Spurrell. And she says, how do we raise awareness, public awareness, around the impacts of conventional livestock farming as a way to incentivize changes in diets?
Yeah, excellent question. We really need, like Rebecca was saying, we need a large shift, especially in countries like the United States and other industrialized developed countries. What we've learned is that social media, the tool of social media has been really powerful in terms of the Meatless Monday movement. It had, the hashtags and people who are, hashtagging a meal or a chef who's talking about it. So you need to work with all sectors, we find. So you need to work with, with individuals, with chefs and culinary influencers who can come up with really good meals. And then when you have that food in front, then you can bring in that conversation. We also found, like exactly what Rebecca was talking about earlier, is we need to have, you need to have the hook that's going to make someone interested. And what we're finding almost in every survey we do, 60% or more of people are changing their meat consumption because of their health. Even when climate awareness is growing, even in the younger generations, is how I feel, how personally right now. So when you can link it to your personal health today, how I'm going to feel, then people will be more open to other reasons to reduce meat. We find that just so then that awareness helps, and then peer groups help. If families help, if someone is. If you try a food and it's really good, and or your friend likes it and you try it, then you're more likely to try another one. So really, you have to hook it on the food that tastes good. You have to hook it on the health, and then you can talk about the climate and awareness. So I think we need to continue to use all sectors: healthcare, education, businesses, culinary, in the culinary world, and then just to continue to talk that message and use influencers, use media personnel, use movie stars have been really valuable. So all of these influencers are also continuing the conversation. And when there's someone who looks like me or looks like you who is talking about that, athletes, we have vegan athletes who really spread the message among the athletes. And so it's really fun in a way, because you can be very creative with how you get this message out and use your influence in your world to make a difference. So we all need to be in it.
Thanks so much, Becky. And indeed, also some of the Bollywood stars have been very big in promoting dietary change. Joyka, I'm going to take the next question to you. And more than one person has been asking also about the role of urban agriculture, and Ramin Ibrahiminejad and Ala Ullah Sida in particular have come in and said, given that at least half of our diets should be healthy, fresh vegetables and so on, how can we get this kind of production going in urban areas? And given your experience in Ghent, where I know that you haven't just tried to influence the diets of the most wealthy. You've also been working with the low-income populations. Can you talk about getting this fresh produce through urban agriculture and other means to all sectors of the population?
Yeah, we did some projects on that. I think growing food is a very strong motivator for all kinds of all kinds of people. We see people from different backgrounds, also people with a low income, people from very diverse backgrounds, being very interested in growing their own food. So we did some projects with gardens that are accessible even on grounds that were to be developed later into a housing units. But there was in a few years a very strong local thing going on with not only growing food, but projects came out to work with the vegetables to make some spreads and other produce, and then spread it through the people taking part in the project or living around the site. So we try on a small scale to connect these things. As what Becky said, you have a connection between people growing food, children learn to know how their food looks like, is grown, people trying to make produce with it, employment, health issues, and neighborhood thing going on. So I think you can use food as a very, very strong motivator for all kinds of these things you wanna get done in your neighborhoods, where you look for these hooks to do something.
Thank you very much indeed, Joyka. And we're coming now to the end of the session. So just to attempt a quick summary, what we've learned from the speakers is, I think, first of all, that we can no longer argue that for climate, only one set of solutions will work. We can't say only act in agriculture. We know now that we need, for real transformation, action on consumption, on food industry behaviors, and also on how agriculture is done. It's a package. We've also learned that livestock isn't one thing, people aren't one homogenous group, livelihoods in food systems are also incredibly diverse. So again, it's not one size fits all, the same solution for every place, for every person. And I hope what you've learned from the panelists and also from the presentations that they showed you, the incredibly exciting wealth of solutions that are emerging around the world and are increasingly successful. So first of all, please join me in thanking all of them. To those of you online and in the audience, my apologies if your question didn't make the final cut. I hope that you heard a lot of interesting discussion that will increase the relevance of your own work going forward. So we'll draw the session to a close here. So goodbye from us and goodbye from the session on shifting to healthy and sustainable climate-friendly diets. I'd like to draw all of your attention, first of all, to downloading the report. Please go ahead. That'll be a good source of information and a summary of the full day. And also to steer you towards the next session that will be starting in 15 minutes in New York City, USA, which is on help farmers make better choices. So from all of us here, all of the team behind me, thank you very much. And thanks for joining us today. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone out there joining us for this next segment of our virtual relay event entitled Helping Farmers Make Better Decisions. My name is Stephen Zibiak, and I'm the leader of the CCAF's flagship program on climate services and safety nets. Now, just to remind you all, our session today accompanies the launch of a flagship report entitled Actions to Transform Food Systems Under Climate Change, which we encourage you all to access and download via the link that should be displayed lower down on your screen. So, what do we mean by helping farmers make better decisions? We start by recognizing that smallholder farmers throughout the world face real risks to their livelihoods and well-being due to an increasingly variable and changing climate. In our session, you'll learn about some of those challenges. But you'll also learn about how farmers can anticipate and manage climate-related risks and make better informed decisions using available climate and advisory information. Right now, I want to introduce Mr. Brighton Kalma, who will serve as host for the remainder of our session today. Brighton is a Zambian social entrepreneur, climate change activist, and sustainability communicator. He holds a Master of Public Administration in Environmental Science and Policy from Columbia University. Brighton has been recognized by Queen Elizabeth II, President Barack Obama, and the World Wildlife Fund for his work on climate action across the African continent. We're delighted to have Brighton to facilitate today. And with that, Brighton, over to you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Really happy and excited to be here. And thank you so much to all the viewers that are joining us. Please stay tuned as we have very exciting news and information for you today. I will dive right into it and have an interview with Steve. And Steve Zibiak is the leader of the CCAF flagship program on climate services and safety nets, which is hosted at the International Research Institute for Climate and Society at Columbia University. So Steve, I would like to kick it off by asking you to elaborate on what climate services are.
Sure. Well, I don't think it would be a surprise to most that climate services involve providing climate information to users, in this case, farmers. Climate information, though, can take many forms, from long-range weather forecasts to outlooks for the coming one or more seasons ahead, or even historical patterns. It usually involves rainfall and temperature, but sometimes goes further to address risks of, for example, delay of rainy season onset or flooding or heat waves. Now, climate services may involve information, but they involve much more than that. In fact, we've come to an understanding now of climate services that involves provision, but also translation, transfer, and use of climate information in better informed decision and policy making. So translation addresses the common problem that often meteorological information produced by experts may not be understandable or usable to farmers in their own practice. There's a need to recast the information in accessible language and in a relevant decision context. Services that fail to provide appropriate translation are likely to find few, if any, users. Transfer refers to the process through which information and advice is disseminated to users, including, of course, farmers. This may include a variety of mechanisms, from bulletins to SMS, voicemail messages, online platforms, radio and TV media, or peer-to-peer mechanisms involving, for example, agricultural extension services. You'll hear about many of these later in this program. And finally, use. Services that are not used, regardless of technical and institutional investments they may represent, have no real value. Including use as a part of climate services is significant, as it requires genuine engagement with farmers and intermediaries and an honest process for evaluating and ultimately improving services.
Thank you so much, Steve. That was a very elaborate background. I'd like for you to also quickly elaborate more on what are the key ingredients for successful climate services for farmers?
Sure. A few points stand out, I think. Over the past decade, we've seen a lot of projects and programs either piloting or implementing or evaluating climate services for farmers. From this collective experience, we draw a number of lessons. Without exception, successful services are user-oriented, in this case, farmer-oriented. What does that mean? Well, it starts by being consultative. Up front, the first questions that should inform services are, what are the problems being faced and managed? What decisions need to be made? And then, what information could effectively inform those decisions? Information providers cannot deduce this on their own. Engagement with farmers, extension services, and other intermediaries is the only answer. So in the business, we speak of co-production as a model, by which we mean an ongoing process of collaboration and two-way communication, through which needs can be identified, tailored information developed, and ongoing feedback obtained to continually improve the services. Also, delivery channels are key. We've learned that no single outlet for climate services is sufficient, and the best approach is for services to be delivered through multiple complementary means to reach and assist the widest possible audience. And finally, if we aim to promote equity in climate services provision, then we must give special attention to the issue. For example, given that the circumstances contributing to access and use of climate services varies by gender and social status, these factors must be addressed directly in the design and delivery of services.
Thank you so much, Steve. That was very insightful. And you have elaborated thoroughly on what climate services are and their relevance and ways through which they can be made very effective. I also understand there are many other pathways of strengthening climate information within Colombia and different countries. And already we have seen also at Columbia University, we have the initiative on communication and sustainability, which is helping in so many ways find pathways of strengthening climate information. But also we are seeing different partners that have joined us today who are going to elaborate more and explain to us how they're using different climate information and services to promote the well-being of farmers in different parts. And if you're just joining us, you are watching our interesting session, Helping Farmers Make Better Choices. And we are really excited that you've created time to be with us today, as we shall continue to bring more exciting speakers as the conversation and the launch of the report goes on. Some of you would like to participate in our live polling, and we're going to introduce an interesting quiz to understand people's perception of some of what we are talking about. And I would like you to download the WHOVA app, which is WHOVA app. And upon your downloading, I would like for you to answer the question. In Sub-Saharan Africa, there have been a lot of efforts to involve smallholders in digital agriculture. As of 2019, how many farmers and pastoralists have access to digital climate information services in the region? Is it A, 11 million, B, 33 million, C, 66 million, and D, 99 million? As you answer that question, we're going to watch a short video so that we can hear firsthand about the experiences of Rwandan farmers with climate services. Stay tuned.
Nta nyungu nagiraga mu buhinzi bwanjye, narahingaga nkarumbya kuko sinajyaga nita ku mihindagurikire y'ibihe, sinari nzi gutandukanya kumenya kujera cyangwa se kwitwara neza mu makuru y'igihe n'ikirere. Ariko ho narahingaga nkarumbya imyaka, amafaranga nashoyemo agahomba, ngahorana ubukene, nta mitiwere, simbone mitiwere ku bana, abana bakabura minerivare, simbashe nanjye ubwanjye gusagurira isoko. Ariko bizi isaha tugezemo nabashije kugira amahirwe maze kubona amahugurwa, naratangiye mbona inyungu.
Mu mwaka wa 2016 ngira ngo twabonye amahugurwa yatanzwe na CIAT ku bijyanye n'imihindagurikire y'ikirere.
Ngiye rero nkiva mu mahugurwa narishimye cyane, numvise mu bumenyi nari mfite bwiyongeyeho. Naraje nkivayo ntangira gukoresha ubumenyi mpawe, ntangira kubanza cyambere banza kureba imbuto zera vuba nkurikije iteganyagihe zakwera muri aka gace turimo. Maze gusarura naragurishije, tubanza kuvugurura iyi nzu kuri ayo mafaranga. Nkurikizaho mpinga inyanya nkurikije iteganyagihe, kuko muri rya zuba twashakaga ikintu cyera vuba kikarwanya iryo zuba, umuntu akuhira bikera vuba. Inyanya zeze twaguzemo inka. Ubwo rero twakomeje kuzamuka mu ntera
kubera nahawe amahugurwa nsigaye nyishyira mu bikorwa nkurikije ibyo bambwiye, n'utona ama message ya buri gitondo kuri telefone, tukabasha gukoresha ayo makuru duhawe. Iyi nzu yanjye nta masuku yari ifite, murabibona hano hari ku mukungugu, none murabona maze gushyiraho agasima n'amasuku inyuma, urabona kuko biri kose ndumva nishimira kubwo gukoresha amakuru y'igihe n'ikirere.
Nahise ngurishamo ibigori ubutaka bwo guhingamo, irira n'umwana mu ishuri, nishyura na mitiweli.
Aka karima karatandukanye n'aka ngaka, aka ni akatugisa twagahinze dukoresheje ifumbire mvaruganda n'imborera. Noneho duca n'utu duserege tugiye turimo two gufata amazi, turahindukira turasasira.
Nyuma rero yo guhugurwa hari byinshi navuga byahindutse, kuko twabashije kumenya gusesengura amakuru ajyanye n'iteganyagihe, noneho bigatuma dufatanya n'abahinzi tukajya inama, noneho tugafata ingamba y'icyo tugomba gukora. Mbere abahinzi bajyaga bakomeza kureba ikirere ko imvura izagwa, akaba aribwo batangira gutegura ubutaka bwabo, ariko ubu ngubu bamaze guhindura, bategura ubutaka mu gihe cy'impeshyi, mu gihe cy'izuba, noneho ahubwo igihe imvura iguye akaba ari umunsi wo gutera. Icyo ngicyo ni ikintu cyahindutse kandi bose bamaze kumenyera.
Iki gihembwe cyangendekeye neza, ntabwo uko byagenda kose ntitukigira ntibikidutera impungenge, ntibikidutungura, kuko dusigaye twaramenye gukoresha neza amakuru y'igihe n'ikirere.
Thank you so much, and I'm hoping that you did enjoy the video showcasing how farmers in Rwanda are benefiting from climate services and information. For those of you that took part in the quiz, thank you so much, and the answer is B, 33 million. So in Sub-Saharan Africa, there have been a lot of efforts to involve smallholders in digital agriculture, and as of 2019, there were 33 million farmers and pastoralists that had access to digital climate information services in the region. And I'm so excited to also bring in my next guest, and this is Musa Senge. Musa Senge is Deputy Partnerships Manager of the 1 Acre Fund, a social enterprise that saves more than 1 million smallholder farmers by supplying them with financing and training they need to grow their ways out of hunger and poverty. most welcome. And
thank you very much.
I'd like to kick this off by asking you to elaborate more on our participatory processes. In particular, PICSA is being used in Rwanda regarding climate services.
Thank you very much, Brighton. Thank you for having me here. Jumping to the question you've asked, PICSA is a participatory integrated climate services for agriculture. And what that means for a smallholder farmer, it means providing a structured participatory communication approach for farmers to really understand how the season will look like based on the historical climate information that are provided by Rwanda Meteorological Agency, the onset and the offset of and the cessation of the season. And this is really empowering farmers to know when to grow. It is really crucial for a smallholder farmer to know when to grow, what to grow, and how to grow. Because if 1 acre farm, for example, is producing made in Rwanda hybrid maize seeds, a smallholder farmer will always need to know how the climate will look like so that they can make a decision on when they are supposed to be buying seeds. So PICSA, coming back to PICSA again, it's really an empowered tools that allows farmers to meet together, because PICSA put farmers at the center. Farmers meet and they decide based on the historical information that they have, thanks to the Rwanda Meteorological Agency in partnership with the Rwanda Climate Service for Agriculture Project, to really decide what to grow. And this is done way before they start buying seeds and all the fertilizer and start planning for their season. And this is really crucial for Rwandan farmers, because we are talking about a landlocked country that has one of the most highest density population in Africa, if not in the world. So a farmer is really key to have the information when it comes to knowing when is the season going to start and when it's going to end.
Thank you so much. And I understand in Africa, and I believe in Rwanda, radio, which is one of the most inexpensive forms of communication, does have a lot of impact. So what are radio listening clubs and how are they being used in Rwanda? So I'd like for you to just speak on what radio listening clubs are and how they're being used in Rwanda specifically around that.
Thank you very much, Brighton. We've already said that PICSA is a face-to-face tool that empowers farmers to make decisions when to plant. But radio, as we know how powerful it becoming for the smallholder farmers. Now we have partnerships between the Rwandan Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources. We have the implementing agents of the Rwandan Ministry of Agriculture, which is RAB, the Rwanda Meteorological Agency, and the local community radio that has 70% coverage in terms of listenership. And then we have at the grassroots, at the village, farmers who are forming clubs so that they can be able to listen to radio. But by listening to radio, we mean listening on what or how the climate will look like in 2 months, based on the historical information that are provided by Rwanda Meteorological Agency. And the good thing also about the Radio Listeners Club, which is now more than 225 in Rwanda, benefiting to more than 110,000 farmers across 30 districts of Rwanda. The good thing about that is that farmers in the clubs can even provide a proposal in terms of what are the topics to listen for the next week. Because we're talking about 3 times per week, farmers meet in a club to listen to what are they supposed to know in terms of climate. So this is really crucial. I'm talking about also another experience by One Acre Fund where we are marketing seeds and fertilizers using radio. It's because radio is becoming powerful, and using it to ensure that farmers are aware of the climate information is really key, so that they can be able to make decisions that will improve their lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Musa. And in summary, how would you say these methods have benefited the farmers that you work with?
Thank you very much, Brighton. We are talking about more than 110 smallholder farmers. Yes, the road is still a long way to go, but those farmers are now able to make decisions on the key crop to plant and when to grow the crop. So this is huge because there are even the PIXA methods. It's using the Rwandan agriculture extension system that allows farmers to really be empowered to be given information that are allowing them to plant well, pest and disease management, and post-harvest techniques. So PIX is coming into that nutshell to provide that additional and crucial information related to climate services and climate information.
Thank you so much, Musa. I really appreciate learning about what One Acre Fund is doing in transforming the lives of farmers. Thank you. It's been really nice learning from you, and wishing you nothing but the very best in your work with farmers in Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Brighton. Thank you.
Thank you. Right now, I am joined by Diana Giraldo, and Diana Giraldo works at IAT, which connects climate information with the agriculture sector for decision-making in Latin America. She's also a PhD student at the University of Reading. Diana, welcome.
Thanks, Brighton.
You are doing very interesting work at IAT, and I'd like for you to start by just telling me what are the technical agroclimatic committees?
Yes, Brighton. I'm very happy to be here to share with the audience our work in the Technical Agroclimatical Committees, MTAs, Mesas Técnicas Agroclimáticas in Spanish. It's a successful transition from pilot to scale. The Agroclimatical Committees were in 2014 with 3 MTAs in Colombia as a pilot. And now, 2020, we have 35 MTAs in 10 countries in Latin America. The Agroclimatical Committees is a dialogue process among a diversity of local institutions, public, private sector, government, academia, NGOs, researchers, grower associations, exchange agents, and farmers seeking to understand the expected changes in the climate in the region, how can affect their crops, and what they can do to reduce the negative impacts. This dialogue is used to generate an agroclimatical bulletin where, for example, the agricultural agents are benefiting from better understanding and through contributing to a translation of climate information into a concrete agricultural recommendation. In other words, Brighton, the MTA is like the tandem concept. Riding a tandem bicycle requires coordination, collaboration, and communication between the riders to get to their destination. And in 8 years of working in climate services for agriculture, there are more than 260 institutions involved in the technical agroclimatical committees in Latin America. And the MTA destination, Brighton, is help farmers to make better choice under the context.
Thank you. You've slightly talked about the reach of the technical agroclimatic committees. I would like for you to quickly tell me more about the reach and benefits of these technical agroclimatic committees.
For sure, this is very important because through monitoring process have resulted in more than 330,000 farmers being able to access agroclimatical information to support planning and decision-making in their crops. Last year, after conducting the outcome harvesting, 140 changes were identified as a result of the MTA's implementation in 4 transformation areas. Brighton, briefly, the first transformation area, the information is now understandable and connecting through the MTAs, where the confidence of the stakeholders, organization, and farmers in local climate information has been strengthened, leading to better integration in the decision-making process. Also, our partner IRI, International Research Institute for Climate and Society, work in enhancing the skills of the meteorological service where the MTAs are implemented. The second transformation area, national and institutional policy change. Here are the 3 important and relevant milestones. First, the MTAs are part of the NDCs in Colombia. Honduras signed a ministerial agreement for the MTA establishment, and MTA is now as a part of the regional strategy for disaster risk management in the agricultural sector and food and nutrition security in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the third transformation area is knowledge democratization with the MTA participants, with farmer groups. And finally, the fourth transformation area is change in productive practices that involve farmer decision made after participating in the MTA process. There are 2 cases well documented. The first is changes showing data in the rice farmer in Cordoba, Colombia. We took the advice, avoided economic losses estimated in $3.6 million.
That's quite fascinating. And before I let you go, Diana, I would like for you to just in summary tell me how the technical agroclimatic committees work with women's groups and young people.
I love this question because youth participation in the agroclimatical committees and their engagement with the ICTs has very fascinated. They design the agroclimatical bulletins, create training spaces beyond the MTAs on topic of interest, and young people are essential part of agricultural innovation. Finally, to point out 2 interesting details, we have MTAs in Colombia in post-conflict territories, and the young soldiers attend the MTA's training in agroclimatology and then disseminated this information to the farmers in the remote areas. Brighton.
Thank you so much, Diana. I appreciate, thank you for sharing all those insights about the amazing work that you do. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Brighton. Thank you, the audience.
Great. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that you've continued to join us as we bring on interesting lessons from around the world. And right now, I am joined by Gordon Nikoi. And Gordon is the business development manager with Esoko. And Esoko is a social enterprise that connects over 1 million farmers to essential services such as weather forecast, agronomic advice, and market linkages over a range of channels, including SMS and call centers. Gordon is going to give a short presentation about Esoko and what it does for about 2 minutes, and then I'll be joined back with him to have him answer a couple of questions about the work that Esoko does. Thanks, Gordon, and take it up.
Thank you, Brighton, and thank you everyone for listening. Esoko simply stands for electronic market, and it started by providing market information for farmers in Ghana and in West Africa. Currently, we try to look at over time what is happening to bring about some change in the behavior of farmers. And Esoko managed to put up a program, which is a PPP program. So we try to bring out the Ghana Meteorological Services, AWARE, Total Agriculture. These are all weather providers. So we pick weather information from these 3 sources. Mainly, Ghana Metro gives our seasonal forecast, which is very, very key to our activities that we have for farmers. We pick this information to get the seasonal forecast and tell farmers ahead how the season is going to look like. Then we also work with the researchers and then the MOFA, we brought them also together to look at the information that we are giving to the farmers. How relevant is that information? How good is that information being channeled to the farmers? And then we brought in all the mobile network operators. So getting information to the farmers will be easy. In fact, Isoko tries to take advantage of the mobile phone penetration. If you know, it's on record that Ghana, we are around 30 million people, and we have over 40 million mobile phone penetration. Literally meaning each person in Ghana have a mobile phone. So we believe if we can use the mobile phone, we want to be able to reach each and everybody in the farthest place of the country. So we try to take advantage of it. And when we get the information to that person, it looks more personal because this one is not everybody hearing in a wholesale manner, but it's personal to you. And we try to give the seasonal forecast, we give the weekly forecast, and we give the nowcasting. So every day we pick the satellite data from AWare to tell the farmers exactly what is going to happen that day on their farms. So based in this program, this is what we do. So if you look at the diagram on the left-hand side, we pick the forecast, and then we give it to our researchers, our agri officers, to tell us based on the forecast that we are going to have in the season, what are the various crops we can grow to meet that rainfall that season. So this is what we formulate into various messages, be it in the local language, be it in text, or be it in video. And then we disseminate this to the farmers and then get feedback through our call center on how farmers are picking this information. In fact, the good thing of this is that this has been very, very, very successful and very, very, very sustainable because each and every partner that we bring on board is making sure that he plays his part very well. And then we also share the revenue according to what you bring on board. This program started with only 1,000 farmers. We moved to 20,000 farmers, and now we can boast of over 300,000 farmers on the program receiving weather information, receiving climate smart agriculture information, and receiving market prices on what they should do for their day-to-day activities on their farm. Thank you very much, Brighton.
Thank you so much. That was really, really insightful. And before I let you go, I would like for you to tell me more about how the public-private partnerships that you've brokered with different agencies have benefited most of your users and the farmers that we work with.
Yeah. Thank you very much. With this partnership, what I would say is the metro people are now being able to send their information to the person in the rural areas. The place that you cannot think of, that person is getting that information. So we are now making sure that the information that is being generated by our research institutions through our channel, it goes to the rural poor. One thing that you should know is because we are using a mobile phone and we are using a voice message or a text message, or currently what we have added to our service is a video. So if you know you are having a smartphone, we put it in the form of a video and then send it to you so you can watch. For example, for the 4 army worm, which is currently hitting Ghana, we have videos on monitoring, on control, and then on prevention that we share with farmers to watch and do the right thing on their farms.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, and it's very clear that the work you're doing is extremely impeccable and changing the lives of so many. I will also invite you to join me for a live Q&A, which is going to be the next segment of our interaction, but otherwise I appreciate that presentation.
Thank you very much.
And I'm inviting back all the speakers, and congratulations to all the speakers for having shared more about the work that you do. For those of you that are watching us right now, if you would like to ask a question, you will need to do so using the Wova app. Simply type your question into the app, and if you have not already accessed the app, you can do so by following the instructions that we've provided to you. I'll give you a brief moment to take down this information, and then we'll get right into the Q&A with our speakers. Thank you so much. And I believe you submitted your questions to our panel. And on the panel today, I've invited back all the speakers that I had the privilege of interviewing. Gordon, welcome. Diana and Musa, thank you so much. And Steve, thank you for having provided the background. So I have a few questions, and the first one is, this question goes to Musa. So can you give an example of how farmers have benefited from climate services in your work?
Yes, thank you very much. We do have some examples and testimonies of farmers. One of them is in the part of the Eastern Province. And thanks to the historical climate information that was provided through PICSA that we briefly talked about, they actually decided to change the way they are looking after their livestock, and some of them decided to sell some of the cows they had. The other part is related to its national level, where before the start of the season, we do have a national meeting that decide on the time when the season is going to start and when the official launch of the agricultural season is going to start, thanks to the Climate Service for Agriculture.
Thank you so much. There's another question to Gordon. Could you please explain how climate services help youth get excited and interested in farming?
Thank you very much. One thing is knowing when to plant, knowing when to fertilize, knowing when to harvest is very, very key to a farmer. All these things is what puts us in the forefront to look at what is the climate saying. As you and I know, when you are to fertilize and it's not going to rain, it's not advisable to fertilize. So we need to know the moisture which is coming in. Is it good for the farmer? And when that comes in and we get it right, look, the farmer is always happy. And when those farmers are happy, it translates back to us. But when they call us through our call center to tell us what is happening on their individual fields, you see them excited, you hear them excited, and you yourself also becomes excited. But you know you've put a smile on somebody's face in far away north.
Thank you. It's exciting, and I believe even most young people who are very technological savvy do find it very exciting to interact with technology to better inform farming decisions and agricultural decisions as you described. I have a question for Diana, and this one says, why is it important to use participatory methods in climate services?
Thanks, Brighton. I think it's very important to understand all components of the climate services in a participatory way. For instance, MTA is an inclusive open space where everyone can participate, and they promote the open spaces, the participatory way. They include the farmers in a process, in a co-learning process is very important. For example, in the MTA in Colombia, the women create a climate change network based on they have learned in the participatory approach like MTAs or PICSA. And However, we need to pay more attention in the participatory process to the roles, responsibilities, and daily activities carried out by, for instance, women and men, because they have different needs and access and respond to climate information. And I think it's very important to rescue the participatory approach to empower the farmers and sustain the institutions in a climate service way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I've one more question, and this could be taken up by anyone. It says, how can we engage with women and farmers in particular? Does anybody wants to share any insights? I believe, Diana, you are doing part of that work with youth and women.
Yes, Brighton, when I mentioned, yes, we have MTAs in Guatemala with working in the indigenous people and the women communities. Also, for instance, in Nicaragua, 25 women promoters meet women who are head of the household to share the agroclimatic information with them. And yes, I think it's very important to include how the women and the men access to the information is important, the two-way communication, and how the MTAs is a space for sharing knowledge, for sharing information, and I think it's very important. And in the MTAs is an inclusive space that disseminate information for these farmers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I have one more question for Gordon.
I want to add something small on the women.
Oh yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah. One thing that we notice is women are quick in adapting some technologies that they think is very beneficial to them. And weather information is one of them. I bet you women that we work with don't even use the weather for the farming activity. They use it in preparing meals for the house. You know, we have a simple food that we have here, we call the tozavi, that they dry the meal maize on the sun. So if they know it's going to rain, they'll not go to even grind the maize to come and dry it. So they sometimes call us to ask us, what is the weather pattern for today? Is it going to rain? So we can do this. Others use it to go for funerals and all that. In view of this, we've managed to collect used phones from our colleagues and have given over 300 phones to women, mainly women, to make sure that they get the information at the right time so that they can make meaningful use of that information.
Yeah, that's very exciting. And on that note, I would like for you to comment on this question if you can. And of course, Musa and Diana, you can equally contribute your thoughts. So are farmer advisories useful in this crisis period, especially regarding the COVID-19 pandemic?
It's 100% useful. I can bet you currently we are doing both COVID-19 education and farmer or climate smart agronomic education. Well, you see, if you lose the farmer, it means we have lost our food. That farmer needs to know what COVID-19 is, how it can prevent COVID-19, so that he can then go to the farm and then grow the crops for you and I to get some to eat. So yes, the advisory is very, very important for the farmer to know what to do and what not to do. And we are doing this with our farmers on our platform, giving them voice messages in their local language so they understand it better, to know what to do with COVID-19 and then know how to go ahead to produce food for you and I.
That's very, very exciting. And I understand time is not our best ally today. It's very exciting that we have so many insights from what you're doing on the ground. But I would like for you, perhaps, Musa, you could comment on this, and Diana, have there been any measurable benefits or impact from climate services based on your work?
Yes, I can start. One of the key benefits in all of this is to ensure that climate service information is no longer a myth for a smallholder farmer. And variable like seasonal rainfall, total onset, cessation length, frequency of rain days, dry spells, those are variables that are now familiar to smallholder farmers. And because we know how smallholder farmers are vulnerable when it comes to climate change, then this is really crucial for them to have this information, and they've been empowered. Really, particularly in Rwanda, even though there are still a long way to go because the scale needs to be taken up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Diana. Thank you, Musa, and thank you, Gordon, for all your insights. Really, really appreciate, and may you please continue transforming the lives of farmers in your work, one farmer at a time. And thank you to those of you that joined us in this session. The next session is dubbed Implementing Policy and Institutional Changes that Enable Transformation, hosted from Ontario, Canada. Please stay tuned. This is going to start in the next 15 minutes. So stay glued to the screen, and really appreciate for having joined us during this session. Have a wonderful day, and remember to read more about the report which has been published and launched. Bye for now, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sophia Heyer, and I'm the leader of the Gender and Social Inclusion Flagship for the CGIAR Research Program on Climate Change, Agriculture, and Food Security. I'm very happy to welcome you to this session on implementing policy and institutional changes that enable transformation, part of this ongoing virtual event, A New Era for Food and Climate, Driving Transformative Actions. If you're new to this session, let me tell you that this Around the World virtual relay has been organized to launch the flagship report, Actions to Transform Food Systems Under Climate Change, part of the global initiative on transforming food systems under climate change that's organized by CCAFS with over 100 partners. The aim is to achieve a transformation in food systems through mobilizing knowledge and catalyzing action. A slide will come up with information on where you can download that report. The action area from this report that we are highlighting here is about achieving policy reforms to encourage sustainable, inclusive, healthy, and climate resilient food systems, including agricultural subsidies and better access to markets for small scale producers and businesses, all while addressing trade barriers and power disparities in food systems. There are 4 key strategies to achieve these policy and institutional reforms. The first is participatory scenario building with policy actors, producers, and consumers. This is done with the goal to integrate diverse perspectives on what is needed to build sustainable food systems. The second strategy is tailored support to countries to enable them to take on a reform agenda. This includes smart information and communications to establish consensus for reform, technical assistance to identify important policy reforms and priority actions, as well as potential mechanisms and models for implementation. The third area is advancing gender equality and social inclusion by integrating the views of women, youth, and marginalized peoples into decision-making, finance, and policy, working with women, farmers, and youth organizations, and recognizing that women and youth are active agents in climate adaptation and mitigation, all while taking into account inequalities in rights, resources, decision-making, and opportunities. And finally, the fourth area is about collaborative learning on policy successes between different regions, building on opportunities for countries to learn from each other. Today, we have 4 speakers who will present different models for policy and institutional reform for sustainable, healthy, and inclusive food systems in these 4 strategy areas. I'd like to start by introducing Dr. Ruben Echeverria, a member of the report's panel of experts who will be our facilitator today. Dr. Echeverria is Senior Research Fellow at the International Food Policy Research Institute and former Director General of the International Center for Tropical Agriculture. Before handing over to Dr. Echeverria, who will introduce our panelists, I'd like to call your attention to the audience Q&A later in the session, where we hope to interact with all of you. To ask a question for our panelists, sorry, I'm lost here. To ask a question of our panelists, you will need to download the Whova app and you can see the instructions on the slide. To access this event on the Whova app, enter the email address you used for the event registration and create a password. If it doesn't automatically show up on the app, you'll need to search for A New Era for Food and Climate, and then click the button that says Join on the bottom of the event description page. And you can then enter the invitation code you have or request a new code. Please submit your questions to us. We look forward to receiving them. And now I will hand it over to Dr. Echeverria.
Many thanks, Sophia, and thank you to CCAFS and all friends and partners of climate change transformation. I think we have a great panel ahead. And before I introduce the 3 panelists, I would just in a couple of minutes try to frame a little this session, which I am biased. I think this is one of the most important sessions through the report, because this is a fantastic report. It has actions, not only recommendations for people to read and forget. We are getting into the actions here. So you have seen, for those of you who have read and memorized perhaps the whole report, or you will do that soon, you have all the previous sections talking about how to redirect actions, as Sophia said, how to prevent land expansion, how to promote incentives, how to de-risk, how to reduce emissions. All of that is the previous part of the report. This section is I think is key because it considers the top bottlenecks for impact, which is realigning policies, finance, social change, and of course, innovation. So I said it's a fantastic report, and I may be biased, but I think because of the actions, our session is one of these 11 actions in the report. How we are going to implement, not the policies that we need, but how we are going to implement these policies, and the most important part of institutional change. Policy doesn't come in a vacuum. It has to happen some institutional change in the background, as you all know. So creating this enabling environment that we all aspire to incentivize action, foster innovative solutions. We don't want to go back to the past. We have done a lot of mistakes. How to build a level, very easy playing field is essential for this transformation and the climate change. Now, the policy and institutional actions are core to achieving all the other actions. So we usually, for those of you who read reports, we leave the policy and institutional change at the end of reports. I don't know, it's a tradition, we leave it for the end. So I am an optimist, and I think it's not because it's less important than the other actions, it's because without the policy and institutional change, we won't be able to achieve all the other actions. How we are going to realign policies and institutions. This is the focus of this panel. So we have three main outcomes that we want. It's very clear in the report. We want three outcomes. We don't want 300 from this action. One is the policy reforms on the subsidies, the public subsidies, how we are going to incentivize private sector investment to support sustainable food systems that we all want. A second one is to improve the access to markets, still very key, and the operational environment. And of course, to reduce trade barriers. That's what we want. Those are the outcomes from as we implement this. Now, the targets, and this is again, I'm finishing with this framing on the targets because I think this is the beauty of the report. It has three very important targets, which is how we are going to realign, and we are going to discuss this in the panel in a moment, how we are going to realign 300 billion with a B of US dollars of ag subsidies to a climate change, how to realign that to a climate change. This is the amount of 16 OECD countries. There's much more subsidies out there, but this is just the amount of that, 300 billion. How we can do that? That's a target, we need to do it. How to improve the business environment in 24 sub-Saharan African countries. How to ease that environment so all of this can be realigned and transformed. And finally, how to improve resilience in a score of 49 countries. These are big, big targets. Now, and we only have 5 years. So anyway, it's better to get going on this one. So we are ready to discuss. That's what this session is all about. And let me introduce the three fantastic panelists that we have for this session. We have Martin Frick from Germany. He's from the United Nations. He's currently a United Nations Deputy Special Envoy for the Food System Summit of 2021. How about that? We don't want another summit. We want this summit. And we have Martin, which is a special envoy for that. He's one of our panel members. Then we have the Honorable Winifred Masiko from Uganda, a director of Skills Gallery Limited, a consulting company. But more importantly, she's a member of the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change. So we need those negotiators, otherwise it won't happen. And our third panelist is Martijn van Nieuwkoop from the Netherlands, and currently the Global Director for the Agriculture and Food Global Practice in the World Bank. So three fantastic panelists. I'm sure they're ready for my first round of questions. We are all behaving here. We have a couple of minutes for each answer. And then we are going to have go back to a second round. And we want to, Sophia, we want to really leave space for questions and answers that you are going to feel from the audience. So can I start with Martin? I will say Martin Frick to make sure, because I have two Martins in the panel. So Martin, in your planning, you're working hard and for the summit for 2021. In your planning for that food system summit, how do you plan to address issues of equity, inclusion, climate justice, even climate conflict, vulnerable people, gender? What key themes and stakeholders will be included? Everybody wants to be in that summit, Martin. So you have a tough choice of filtering and prioritizing. What are the key themes your team is thinking of getting into the summit agenda?
Thank you, Ruben. That's a big question. How much time do you give me to answer?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh dear. Well, let me go really fast. I have been working on climate justice since 2007, and I take some pride of being one of the people who helped socializing the concept. And if we agree by now that climate justice is the imperative and that climate change is a moral question more than anything else, then the question is, how do you produce climate justice? And my simple and fast answer would be, you produce climate justice by finally giving smallholder farmers the recognition and the support and the money, let's speak about the M word, that they are really deserve. Because 830 million food insecure on this planet, 80% of them are smallholder farmers. That is just absurd. And if you need any proof that our food systems are broken, then it is this. So a food systems summit. And I'm really personally excited to working on that for a simple reason. I have been spending my last 2.5 years in the Climate Change Secretariat, and we have not achieved yet to look into a systemic issue of food systems and their impact of climate change. And if we would do that and put everything together, then we are looking at the single biggest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions, and certainly the most heavy hit sector and the most relevant sector for the achievement of the SDGs, period. And in order to get the attention that is needed, we need to get people out of silos. You cannot have a discussion about something as big only with the Minister of Environment, only with the Minister of Agriculture, only with the Minister of Health. And I think the first big thing that we really want to achieve is we are bringing that to a heads of state and government level. We're going up the government pyramid because on the top you can really ensure this coordination. And then secondly, I think this will not just be a summit moment, a day in our lives in which something is happening, but we really want to engage over 1.5 years also, for example, with dialogues about food systems in every single member state of the United Nations. That's a very big ask. So it's one thing then that people have this conversation.
2 minutes are gone, so if you can just...
Okay, I wrap up. If you do these conversations in countries, that's a good thing in itself. My hope would be that these conversations not least land in the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement that can only work and can only be ambitious if they are really done also with food systems, with all of society engagement. And sorry for going a little bit over time.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you. We all hope that all of that will be there. Thank you, Martin. Winnie, we have you are in a special group. You are in the group of the African negotiators. So my question to you is, what role has the gender group in the African group of negotiators on climate played in global and regional climate policy? Can you provide 1 or 2 examples, but all of that in 2 minutes? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. The African Group of Negotiators Expert Support, AGNES, was created in 2015 to provide scientific expertise and evidence-based information to the African Group of Negotiators. It brings together policymakers, negotiators, and scientists to develop and defend positions that the negotiators use to discuss the different areas, especially in agriculture and gender. The gender group in the AGNES has been very active in especially creating room to build the capacity of the negotiators in the area of gender and agriculture. It has carried out so many studies and has been able to support the African Group of Negotiators with papers that have been requested by the UNFCCC, especially in the Gender Action Plan. Right at the beginning of the formation of the Gender Action Plan, the developing countries or parties were supposed to submit some documents on how best they want the gender action plan to look like. And Agnes, the gender group in Agnes, worked very hard, carried out several studies, and came out with positions that they forwarded to the African group of negotiators, which they submitted. It has been doing a lot of work in the production of different well-researched policy papers, and it has also participated in engendering the NDCs, the national climate actions, especially in the African continent, as well as making sure that the programs like the leadership program on climate change is engendered. So the African group of negotiators, the gender group in the African group of negotiators has been very active to make sure that they amplify the issue of gender in the negotiations.
Okay, thank you, Winnie. Thank you for staying on the 2 minutes. Martin, we are coming back to you now, and how can public subsidies? We are not against public subsidies, but we want to realign. How can public subsidies encourage private sector to invest? We want an inclusive, climate resilient food systems. So how can we promote? How we can advocate for that? We want to realign only $300 billion. So what's your take on this one?
Well, thanks very much, Ruben, and it's a very important question, and I agree with you. I mean, that this chapter probably is the most important chapter of the very excellent report. I would actually argue that our analysis actually shows that if it includes also the public support to agricultural developing country, part 2 countries, the total envelope actually is not 300, but $570 billion. And our argument is, our position actually is that this 570 billion is part of the climate problem. If you ask yourself what's the effectiveness and efficiency of those resources, this public support, basically it's a waste of money. If you look at the FOLU report that came out last year, looking at the hidden cost of the global food system, the conclusion is actually that if you factor in the health cost, the environmental cost, the global food system actually is subtracting rather than adding value. $12 trillion in cost, $10 trillion in market value. And this with 570 billion in public support. So clearly, I mean, those resources can be used much better. In order to generate a global food system by 2030 that is sustainable, nutritious, and affordable, about $300 to $350 billion in annual investments are required. This is about half of the 570 billion. So the question is, can we actually repurpose the existing public support? And we'll give a huge boost. And also our analysis shows actually that investing in climate smart agriculture by farmers, I mean, generates a lot of triple win benefits. I mean, you can simultaneously increase productivity, enhance resilience, and reduce the carbon footprint. And we particularly think, I mean, that investing in soil health is a big winner. Good soil health, and all farmers will agree to that, is good for productivity. The water retention capacity of the soil improves resilience. And at the same time, good and healthy soils, I mean, provide opportunities for carbon sequestration. So actually, healthy soils are a global public good and therefore justify putting public money behind it. So the idea is actually that in the 21st century, why not actually reward farmers, I mean, to provide those ecosystem services, redefine what it means to be a farmer, not just a producer of food, but also a provider of ecosystem services. And I think if that's being recognized and this $570 billion is put behind it, we can go beyond business as usual to actually transform the global food system where it needs to be, and that actually adds value rather than subtract value. Thanks, Ruben. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Very clear. That's the path. That's the path that we need to advocate for. So I go back to Martin Frick. We are going to start the second round of questions. Everybody's behaving. So Sophia and colleagues, I'm going to have my second round of questions, and then we open for questions and answers. So Martin, how can policy process, this is all about this section of the report, is all about policy and institutional change. How can policy processes ensure that the views of women, youth, indigenous people, marginalized people, vulnerable people are integrated into decision-making processes at all levels within the food system?
Well, let's just start by stating the obvious. They are not integrated in a sufficient way. And I think that is one of the reasons why our food systems are actually failing. You know, we're talking in the economic world about internalities and externalities and the costs that are not being represented in our planning, that are not represented on company spreadsheets. It's sometimes worthwhile asking who is actually paying these costs, who is suffering under what is called externalities. And I can only tell you because precisely these groups are underrepresented, constantly underrepresented. And also, and that's an important point, if we want to achieve change in a climate change world, we need to get those who don't have the ear of the government closer to the government to listen, and those who permanently have the ear of the government maybe getting a step back. And this is why in the preparation of the Food System Summit, we go for great lengths, really to empower these groups that are marginalized and often not heard. And I can only encourage everybody to use the possibilities to nominate champions to be part of the food systems dialogues. And maybe just one thing, we will have these food systems dialogues also in a box as a toolbox that everybody can organize such a food systems dialogue and a possibility to influence. So if you're being ignored, you're not powerless, but you can organize yourself, and we are here to listen. Now I'm under 2 minutes and I hand back to you. So we have made it good for the first intervention.
Thank you, Martin. You have savings. You have savings for anyway. So Winnie, you know, you just heard from Martin. You know, it's very clear, but we cannot wait for the United Nations to solve all our problems of inequality and integration and inclusion, right? So how do national governments prepare? How do we translate these ambitious gender equality and women empowerment goals that you just mentioned in the previous questions and aspirations in the negotiations to concrete actions that transform and stabilize the food systems, and we don't go all the way next year to the food summit with a long list, shopping list of requests for the United Nations. We should be more bottom up. How do national governments? How do you think that happening in the next few months?
Yes, national governments should first and foremost appreciate that the fact of inequality exists in the food systems. They should appreciate this inequality in rights, in resources, opportunities, and decision-making. Once national governments appreciate that, then there should be deliberate effort to create awareness of these inequalities. Because if the inequalities are not addressed, then the food systems will not work to bring about any meaningful development. So once they appreciate that, they create awareness in the lower levels, in the ministries, departments, and agencies, and all other institutions that focus on food systems and development issues. Once the awareness is created and appreciated, then there should be a deliberate effort to correct sex desegregated data and carry out gender analysis so that the activities that are developed are gender responsive. And of course, there has to be a deliberate bottom-up approach so that right from the grassroots up to the national level, all the voices are captured. And once these voices are captured, there should be a deliberate effort to establish action plans. These action plans should be very elaborate with activities, responsible persons, timelines, and a budget. And of course, there should be adequate funding for these action plans so that they are able to be, they can be implemented. And this bottom-up approach in the development of action plans will go a long way to improve the food systems. At the same time, there should be a robust monitoring and evaluation strategy embedded in these action plans so that we are able to find out if equality has been promoted. And of course, gender audits. That gender audit should take place, and through gender audit, you are able to find out if the gender responsive activities or programs in the food systems have been appreciated, honored, and worked on.
Yeah, that's 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Winnie. Clear. That's a good list. Don't lose that list. So I go back to my second question to Martin. And Martin, I am old enough to remember from the Uruguay round, we've been discussing how to reduce subsidies, and look what happened. So I know it's almost 600 billion instead of 300 billion. So how can financial tools, how can subsidies and others support not only try to advocate with governments, but also support small and medium-sized producers and food systems startups or accelerators in the food system? How we can redirect and realign without going back to what we have suffered in the last few decades of pushing against subsidies, at least on trade. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ruben. And I think you're pointing out to a very important point there as well, because if the public subsidies or the public support is about $570 billion per year, I mean, the private investments in the food system are about $2 trillion per year. So the question is, what can be done actually to make those investments more inclusive and more environmentally friendly and reduce the carbon footprint? Now, of course, a lot of efforts has been done. I mean, after the food price crisis in 2007 to 2008, I mean, to kind of put in place, I mean, the principles for responsible agricultural investments that take into account, I mean, the local effects of environmental effects and social effects of investments. Those principles are voluntary. So the question is actually, can we move beyond and actually and get to kind of binding business standards? And I think you see a lot of initiatives, and also the bank is putting its weight behind it. I mean, there's a big exercise going on with the World Benchmarking Alliance. I mean, for the major agribusiness companies, about 300, 350, to adopt business standards that actually reflect those. And the idea is that when those are being adopted, that actually will trickle down, I mean, to other agribusinesses as well. This would be very important. Now, but in order for recognizing, I mean, that the investments, private investment in food systems are risky, and that probably because of climate, those risks are increasing. I mean, we need to have mechanisms that actually reduce those risks and risk mitigation measures. So for that reason, I mean, we're looking very carefully about, to what extent could public resources be used, I mean, to provide guarantees to private sector investment to take first loss provisions, for instance. I think that would be a good way, because then ultimately it's still the private sector who takes the decision to invest, but at the same time, it gets a kind of a premium and a support, I mean, to kind of bring the risk down to kind of an acceptable level, and thereby also leveraging, I mean, the public support, I mean, to agriculture, if you take the route of guarantee. So binding business standards and mainstreaming guarantee facilities would be two major ingredients of moving that agenda forward. Thanks.
Okay, very clear. Thank you very much. Great. So with this, your moderator will go back to Sophia, because she's going to field the questions from the audience, and then we are going to come back for a very brief wrap up at the end. So Sophia, please go ahead. I'm sure you have very friendly questions to the panelists.
I do. I have some good questions that have come in for our audience. And so I will start again with Martin Frick and ask him, what strategies are you implementing or do you consider could be implemented to involve youth in policymaking processes, and or if you prefer to address what will be done around engaging youth in the food summit?
Thank you very much. The strategy is very simple. You engage youth. You don't talk about youth. You're working with them. And if you see our emerging presence in the social media, our Instagram account, for example, you will see already young food ambassadors from all over the planet to work with us. One of the first engagements of the special envoy of Dr. Kalibata was talking to the young United Nations Environmental Assembly. And we will continue on this path. We will have youth champions in our champions network. We are very eager to listen to you. And, just earlier, I've been in the high level panel of the Committee on Food Security. And if they identified some of the key problems of agriculture, then it's the lack of young people. So absolutely engaging, listening, involving young people will be at the core of the summit, and also is what gives me most hope, because in the climate change world, what has been achieved in the last, I would say, 15 months by people under 25 is breathtaking. And it's, you can only say thank you to the young people.
Definitely. Thank you. I agree. Moving on, the next question is for Winifred. And that question is, you've been a negotiator at the UNFCCC now for a few years. You've seen developments in the AGN, Agnes, and in other countries. And what would you say about the trends, what the trends are in terms of women's participation at the global negotiations level and as members of national delegations? And if you have some time, could you also add, what do you think could and should be done in future to increase and maintain a balance of women and potentially even youth as well at the negotiations?
Thank you very much. Yes, I must say that I've been in the negotiations for some time, and my observation is very clear that there has been a steady increase of the number of women in the negotiation. It has increased steadily, and also the issue around in the negotiations, gender and climate change, you realize that there's always a call for increased number of women so that we have a balance in all negotiation tracks. So there has been an increase. However, they still need to be more because, for instance, I negotiate on gender and climate change, and sometimes you find some countries don't have delegates even in that negotiation group. So we need to create more awareness and also make sure that the gender question is emphasized in all ways. I think one of the strategies that we can look at for the women and youth now is to increase capacity building. You will realize that negotiation is not easy and it needs people to get that expertise. So there is need for national governments and for parties and any development and institutions entity to emphasize the issue of building the capacity of the youth and the women so that they participate effectively in the negotiation. If we do that, then we should be able to have a quality output from the negotiations.
Great, thank you very much. So our next question is from our team, and this is in light of the current crisis that we're all experiencing. How can we ensure that fundamental changes to policies, institutions, and incentives are part of efforts to build back better after the COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because what you see is that COVID-19 is actually accentuating and amplifying many of the weaknesses and the challenges of the global food system. I mean, think of the zoonotic nature of the pandemic. I mean, that actually reflects, the encroachment of agricultural natural habitats. Think about the link between, poor diets, compromised immune systems and pre-existing conditions and COVID-19 morbidity. So clearly there are a link as well. Look at the disruptions of the food supply chains, indicating their vulnerability. And also, of course, COVID-19 is compounding, existing problems. like locust outbreak in Africa, as well as drought and water. But the global food system still needs to feed 9.8 billion people by 2050. We still need to reduce the carbon footprint. Those challenges are not going to go away Well, at the same time, COVID-19 is putting us back. So making those challenges that are already enormous even more challenging. So in that sense, there is no alternative. I mean, to go beyond business as usual and really think about building back better. What I think, and going back to the discussion here about public support, I mean, to agriculture, the 570 billion, what I expect and what we're already seeing in our engagements with client governments, they're coming to us for advice, is that because of the economic impact of COVID-19 is causing a lot of fiscal stress on public expenditure. So that's actually forcing governments, I mean, to take a hard look at their existing public support programs across all the sectors, including agriculture. So I think in that sense, there really is an opportunity for building back better and actually putting this much higher on the agenda. Never waste a good crisis. And I think, you know, repurposing public support for all the reasons I pointed out, I mean, would be a very good opportunity to move that agenda forward. And what I say, there's a lot of interest in our countries. They're actually coming to us. It's not that we are making that point to our clients. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think we have time for one quick question for each panelist left in this part of the session. So my next question goes back to Martin Frick. The report calls for subsidy and policy reform. So the question is, will the Food Systems Summit address these issues in food systems to catalyze action on the ground?
Indeed, we will be working on 5 action tracks, which we have framed in a way that they don't end up in the next silos. And the question of subsidies and you know, finance in general is a broad one, where I think the holistic lens that the summit is going to apply will be particularly helpful, because all of these subsidies have once been introduced with best intentions to get specific outcomes. And, you know, maybe if we can go back to the desired outcomes and look at these subsidies and basically say, is there a better way to achieve that? Is that still making sense? Did we forget climate change, energy use, all of, you know, biodiversity loss? Did we forget that in our equation? And, you know, on a country level, I would really hope that we can trigger this conversations and basically go back to a purpose-driven policy and, you know, a reality check whether that still works in the 21st century or how it needs to be realigned to be in line with the obtainment of the 2030 agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. One last question for Winnie before we move on to the final question. And that question is, in your experience, do you feel that in the region, women and youth feel that their governments are listening to them? Is there progress in that area? And what steps can be taken to amplify their voice?
I think to a great extent, there has been, governments have had commitments. They've committed to international obligations of gender balance and gender equality. But certainly there is the level of implementation of some of those commitments is not to the standard. There is a big effort, especially in the issue of women empowerment. But I must say that I think governments are overwhelmed by the youth, because the youth now in many African countries, for example, they form the biggest percentage of the population. And I think most governments were not prepared for this kind of badge. So I feel that there is need to do much more in the area of the youth empowerment and involvement in the different activities. So although there is some progress on the gender and women empowerment, but I think when it comes to the youth programs, there's a lot to be desired. And governments need to put in programs to make sure that their concerns are listened to and taken in consideration.
Sorry, great, thank you very much. We have just 1 minute left. So I'm going to ask one final question to Martine, and I'm going to ask a very big question that you need to answer in less than a minute. So I hope you don't mind. And the question is, globally, what are the good practices on implementing policies and laws to secure sustainable farming?
Yes. So if you want to do transformative change, and we've had a few projects where we did it, where we are doing it, I would put forward two crucial elements. One is to take into account the political economy of things. I mean, there is a reason why those $570 billion in subsidies and public support are there, as Martin was saying. And very often they're political. So there are very sound economic reasons for repurposing. But if you don't bring in the political economy dimension, it is very difficult to pull it off. I mean, so you have to be very explicit about it. You need champions at the highest level. That's one. The other thing is communications, particularly the ability to explain to farmers why this repurposing of public support is in their best interest and actually supports the money in their wallet, and why it actually repurposing is in their economic interest. So I always tell the ministers, if you need to be able to explain to a farmer what it means, I mean, when we repurpose, public support, and if you can make that case to the farmers, I mean, that's another very important dimension of making this happen. So.
Great, thank you very much. So this part, I'll pass on to Ruben. Thank you very much to all the panelists for your very interesting comments. And thanks very much to the audience for the very interesting questions. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophia. So to wrap up, I don't have a long speech, don't worry, just a couple of minutes on a few points that we just discussed. So I have three of those points. One is that we need to stay focused because of sometimes I joke about my advanced age. I've seen many reports and several summits and many other initiatives, but at the end, there are quite a bit of them, and then we need to stay focused to really get results. So these three outcomes that we are discussing today in this panel, we need to achieve them. I mean, I don't think there is a way back. We need to reform subsidies, to think about policies. We need to access markets, improve, and reduce trade barriers. And for that, we need much more advocacy and new coalitions, as you can see throughout the fantastic discussion we've been having all day in the launching of this report. So that's one. We need to stay focused on those outcomes because there are too many things going on out there. And the second one is to stay focused on the three targets, because one of the reasons why I do believe this is a fantastic report, it has targets that it could be achieved. So if we go back to the answers of the panel today, how to reduce or transform or realign those 300 or 600 billion, if we can improve the business environment, because without private sector and without businesses, we are not going to achieve it. And if we can improve resilience on some countries that are not there, those are three very important targets. And my final point is that for all of this, I think we will need research, and we will need international public research. And I hope that when the CGR, rethinks the portfolio of research for the future of CICAS, after 10 glorious years of good evidence providing on these issues, I hope the CGR includes all of these topics that we've been discussing all morning and the rest of the afternoon in the research portfolio, so the CGR can continue to provide evidence for all of these targets and outcomes to happen. So with that, that's kind of my little summary. I have an announcement that I've been asked from the organizers that to please, if you want the conversation to keep going, there is a Twitter account there on the hashtag new era for food that you can keep active there. We are going to take a 15-minute break for the next session. And now all of this that we talk in this panel is going to be solved in the next panel. So you have to stay tuned, because the next panel is going to unlock the billions from sustainable finance to finance all the things that we've been saying. So with that, thank you very much. And I hope you can read the report and we can work all together to implement it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Daisy Martinez. I lead the regional program for Latin America of the CGR's research program on climate change, agriculture, and food security, CCAPS. And it is a pleasure to welcome you to our session on sustainable finance to unlock billions. For those who want to see this session in Spanish, please go to the CCAPS website to find the link. I'm going to say that in Spanish right now. Para aquellos que quieran ver esta sesión en español, vayan a la página web de CCAPS para encontrar el enlace y poder ver la traducción simultánea. This session aims to set the roadmap to achieve the goal of unlocking at least $320 billion per year, which are needed to transform the food systems in a changing climate in public and private capital to create business opportunities in the implementation of the SDGs. Sustainable finance to unlock billions is one of the 11 prioritized actions by partners around the globe that aim to join efforts and actions to support the transformation of the food systems in the context of climate change. But we need you and all of us to commit and work along with relevant stakeholders across the scales to achieve such goal. This is why we have invited very special guests to this session to share with us their perspective on how to do this. In the session, we will start by sharing with you the main features of the Sustainable Finance to Unlock Billions action of this initiative. And then you will have the honor to hear our panelists discussing about this topic. As we aim this session to be as interactive as possible, you will be able to participate during the entire session through the live polling that is already open in the events app and through the Q&A section. But now, without further ado, I would like to introduce the panel of experts for this session. I would like to start by introducing Edith Keys, Director of Development and Portfolio Management of Mirowal Natural Capital. Hello, Edith. Now, I would like to introduce Mauricio Benitez, Head of Portfolio of Agriculture Investments at Responsibility Investments AG. Hi, Mauricio. And also, I would like to introduce Hans Lott, the Global Head of the UN Environment Partnership of Rabobank Group. Hello, Hans. And finally, Alberto Millán, who will be our facilitator in this session, who is the Sustainable Finance Advisor of the CGIAR Research Program on Climate Change, Agriculture, and Food Security, CCAPS. Hello, Alberto. Thanks everyone for joining us today. Now, I would like to ask the audience to download our event app, WOBA. The instructions are shown on the screen right now. As you can see, how to download the app. And I also would like to invite you to participate in the live polling. The instructions are also on the screen. And the idea is that you go into the polls box in the app, scroll down, and click on our question. The question that we are going to ask in our poll is, what is the most important missing aspect to unlock billions in sustainable finance? And you will find 3 options there. So please choose the one that you think that is the most important. To ask questions on our panelists, just enter the session's Q&A box in the app and select Ask Question. Our panelists will be answering some of them during the session. So you be ready to put your questions and the things that you want to ask them about. Also, don't forget to download the Transformation Initiative report, which you can find in our events app, CCAP's social media, and CCAP's webpage. We're looking forward to for you to see what are the other actions that are part of this transformation initiative. Now, I would like to start by doing a short presentation about the action on sustainable finance to unlock billions. So as I was mentioning, Sustainable finance to unlock billions is one of the 11 actions proposed in the Transforming Food Systems under Unchanging Climate initiative. This initiative brings together many partners around the globe, including scientists, policymakers, investment and business partners, and grassroots organizations to identify pathways for transformation. This initiative focuses in 4 action areas. The first one is on rerouting farming and rural livelihoods to new trajectories, which includes actions that target the most important sources of GHG emissions and stimulate climate resilient sustainable practices. The second action area aims for de-risking livelihoods, farms, and value chains, focusing on securing resilient livelihoods and value chains through early warning systems and adaptive safety nets. The third action area aims for reducing emissions by focusing on consumers and value chain, by reshaping consumption behavior and reducing food loss. And the fourth one aims for realigning policies, finance, innovation, and support social movements. Our action on sustainable finance to unlock billions is within this fourth action area. And the major goal of this action is to unlock at least $320 billion in public and private capital per year to realize business opportunities in the implementation of the SDGs. Such a great challenge needs from a huge diversity of partners working towards this goal. And we need more robust policy options, as well as innovative financial solutions and strategies to really transform our current food systems to be a sustainable one in the near future. But first, we need to recognize what are the market failures that we have today and then propose alternative solutions. Here are the key market failures that we have identified within the initiative with the solutions that we aim that could overcome such failures. The first one is the lack of deep pipeline of bankable projects. Today, we don't have those. And the solution, therefore, is to create investment opportunities attractive to both public and private investors. The second market failure is the high investment risk, the lack of reliable data, as well as the information asymmetries that we have to inform the investments we want to do today. So therefore, the solution is to build capacity to accurately assess risk and also deploy appropriate risk mitigating mechanisms. And the third most important market failure is the lack of intermediation to efficiently connect different pools of capital to investment. And the way we can overcome this is by improving intermediation to match the risk return to different sources of private capital. Let's make together these solutions happen by working towards a more sustainable and inclusive food systems. In this sense, nothing short than a system transformation is required, and the time to act is now. Join us to work together toward this goal. And with this invitation to join the initiative, I would like to invite you to see the following video from our panelists. And then I will give the floor to Alberto Millán, who will have the honor of discussing this challenge with our panelists. Let's see the video.
In order to unlock billions of sustainable finance to transform our agricultural food production systems, we have to change the risk-return profile of sustainable and make it competitive with unsustainable production models. At Miro Natural Capital, formerly Althelia, in the past 7 years, we have been working at scaling up innovative, sustainable production models, such as climate and forest positive and socially inclusive cocoa agroforestry production in Peru. In order to reduce the risk of such investments, we have been using blended finance on the project level. And in order to increase the profitability, we have been innovating with nature-based carbon credits, as carbon revenues can clearly enhance the profitability of such investments.
Our recent experience raising capital from public and private investors for climate finance initiatives show that investors need to be convinced that one can partner strategically with like-minded organizations, public research institutes, for example, technical assistance providers. So the interventions, the investments are more holistic. Nature is not just pure debt, what is one provided, or equity, but they are more interventions.
My answer would be blended finance. Blended finance is a powerful tool to work together to find innovative solutions in uncertain and disruptive environments. But there's a need to standardize climate or impact finance transactions because they're too complex and too costly. So let's discuss the enablers for impact at scale together, including public finance, private finance, technical assistance, technology, and many others.
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today to the session of Sustainable Finance to Unlock Billions. Thank you very much also to our panelists, Edith, Hans, and Mauricio, that will be discussing with us today this topic. We had the opportunity to see a video where these three global experts were discussing issues around risk return profiles, blended finance, and how to achieve impact at a scale, and the role that technical assistance can play in such endeavor. So without further ado, I would like to invite you all to keep voting on the live polling and the web app. And now we will move on to discussing these issues with the panelists today. Edith, start with you. We heard in the video you discussing our risk return profiles and how we could make this competitive. What is the role that blended finance can play, and how can we bring private capital?
Thanks a lot, Alberto, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot for the invitation. So yes, with our first fund, the Altilia Climate Fund, we have been working on this for the past 7 years, trying and testing out this we call protection and production and inclusion approach to indeed try to see how we can produce climate positive and forest positive commodities, in our examples, cacao. And clearly what we have experienced, and again, we started 7 years ago, and there are some new developments which I'm happy to discuss a little bit, is that these type of projects are too risky, and the returns are just not there yet for getting mainstream investors, mainstream private capital in. So blended finance has a really important role, basically using scarce public capital alongside private money to catalyze private investments. We have started. When we started off, this was not yet that common, so we tried to use it on a project level, wherever possible, to get some co-financing on the projects. However, in the past years, I think the past few years, that has become more common practice, and we have been able to use it in a more systematic way on a fund level, so that our second generation funds actually have already a layered capital structure, and this public money can play a catalytic role as a first loss capital, as a junior tranche, and it's obviously more effective and more efficient than using it one by one, each project by project, where the transaction costs then are higher. So that has a very important role. I think the trend is there, it's going to the right direction, but we need to accelerate, we need to go quicker, because still accessing these type of capitals and structuring these kind of vehicles takes time, and we don't have time. So I think that we just need to accelerate these trends. The other side of the coin, which I refer to in the video, is is the return side. I think it's a little bit less, it's a bit more underestimated or less obvious. I think there's a lot of discussion about the risk mitigation need, the blended finance need to de-risk, but I think we shouldn't forget also the return side. And there we have been innovating and trying out using the carbon credits, nature-based carbon credits that can actually complement very well this type of investments and can smooth out the, the J-curve of agricultural production, can provide diversified revenue streams in the form of hard currency. Often in these developing countries, local currency risk is an issue, and carbon credits are in hard currencies, dollars or euros. So can play a really important role, and we think that actually can make it work. And in the past, I would say 12 to 24 months, we have seen a resurgence of the carbon markets, the voluntary carbon markets, that was actually fueled by nature-based solutions, the recognition of this type of instruments that can play. So I think, again, we are on a right path, but again, would need to go a bit faster. We would need to have higher prices. And then hopefully also it would solve the issues around the pipeline, not just the private capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edith. Hans, would you like to give us your idea on how you guys are approaching this issue?
Yeah, thank you, Alberto, and echoing Edith, thanks for having us today, and really happy to join the panel. Building on Edith's point, so I don't need to redo the de-risking part. I work with Rabobank, which is a commercial bank. As Edith said, the opportunity is to unleash more private capital and how to put public capital at work. Just a little bit of background on the need for that, because some wonder why would banks that make profit need public capital to make that work. That has to do with risk appetite of commercial banks, which is often not even self-imposed. Regulators that supervise banks do that, and we need to adhere to rules and regulations to that effect, which is something that may change going forward, but is putting a limit on the risk appetite that commercial banks can put to practice. When we look at the need for food transition in climate finance, there is a need to go beyond that risk appetite. And that's where public capital comes in. And that's where there's an opportunity to unleash much more private capital. The de-risking will provide a cushion for commercial banks from a risk perspective, but also from a return perspective. So the opportunity is there. Together with Mirova, we put a fund together that is doing just that. And it's open architecture. So we'll talk more about it, but there is that sense of urgency to unleash much more private capital. But hopefully this puts a bit perspective on why that need is there and how it fits into the bigger picture. And it's not even the unwillingness, if that's a word, of commercial banks to do it, but it's the framing and the regulatory background that restricts this.
Many thanks, Hans, for those insights. Mauricio, how is responsibility approaching it, and what is the take that they have on risk and return?
No, thank you, Alberto, for the question, and big hello from Zurich to everybody. Happy to be here and share a bit our experience in the subject. And our experience comes more from renewable energy in climate finance. There we were very successful, so we have mobilized over the past 10 years about $750 million. And blended finance worked very well. Investors, normally the private investors, they, unlike Hans, it's a commercial bank, we target institutional investors, private investors that demand about 30% cushion below them. And that is where you need good partners that can come on board and catalyze these private investors. It's possible, but the package is difficult to assemble, as Edith said, and these vehicles are complicated. You have different incentives, not only risk return, but also in climate finance, even private investors, they want more than projects, they want interventions. They want to de-risk through technical assistance, and they want to add scientific rigor to the subject. In climate finance, you need to measure really well how much you're reducing gas emissions. It has to be bulletproof, and for that you need to get partners like the CGRs and CIAT that we're working with for a new fund. So that's something that that we are working permanently, and for the new funds, we want to add the package that investors like, and we want to replicate what we did in renewable energy with in sustainable food systems this time. So back to you, Alberto.
Thank you very much, Mauricio and Edith and Hans. So we heard how different investors and then asset managers and commercial banks are approaching risk and return, no? And the different strategies that you guys are using. But one of the key questions that keep coming up when engaging with different stakeholders is, how about impact? How do we achieve impact at scale? What are the strategies that we need to put in place to be able to achieve that impact and then measure it to make sure that capital is being deployed in a sustainable and climate smart manner? So, Edith, how is Mirova approaching this?
Yes, that's a very, very important question. First of all, from our perspective, our thesis has been from the beginning that we should not, in order to unlock the private sector capital, we should not compromise on financial return. And we wanted to demonstrate from the beginning that, environmental and social outcome can be paired with the financial returns. And actually also with regards to ESG, we had the very high quality ESG requirements and standards put in place, but we really view as a risk, our risk management, long-term risk management strategy, and it has been served as well. And same with the impact. So for us, it's not, financial return is part of the impact, and there are the other impact areas. We personally have developed our own impact framework back at the time when there was not yet the SDG framework. Around 7 thematic areas, and we have kept that, and we have been reporting consistently on that framework. Obviously, since the SDGs have been published, we have aligned that, and we have mapped it against, and we continuously improving and seeing what's happening on the market. I would say that there has been some also good developments on the market, more harmonization, more standardization, which is needed because it's also very difficult for investors, if every fund has its own impact framework and its own criteria. And however, going to scale, it's a good question. I mean, we started with Althelia Climate Fund and for our first project funds, we started with the financing, how we can finance these green models and how we can create track record, how we can disrupt, how we can show that this is possible from the bottom up, really from the bottom of the bottom. However, we recognize we have to go to scale, and that's why actually it's very exciting for us, this partnership with UNEP and Rabobank, and this is exactly doing the other side, starting from how we can green actually the existing portfolios. So we hope that the two can come together. And in that sense, we're still using our same impact framework, and on Agri3, this fund, we can still apply, I think, on a project by project basis. But actually, I think when we talk about also impact at scale, we would really hope that, again, if risk return profile is there, if the private sector is coming in, hopefully this becomes mainstream, and you don't have to talk about anymore impact investing, CSR, niche. It should become the mainstream, and we hope that by pushing this as a pioneer, our intention was also to use our impact framework, our ESG standard, to put it into the mainstream and to make that as business as usual.
Thank you, Edith. That's a very comprehensive response, and we'd love to see how you guys help push it from the from niche to mainstream. Hans, how is the partnership and how is it working with Mirova, with Minep? Could you tell us a bit more on how you are approaching impact?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Alberto. The partnership is working well. It's also young. It's more importantly, it's unique. We are basically the only commercial bank that is setting up a green fund as it is set up today with blended finance. Impact at scale, Edith already alluded to that quite comprehensively. I think what Rabobank has to offer is client base, which is a unique opportunity to fill the pipeline and create that impact at scale. Because in the end, it's transactions, as also Mauricio mentioned, that make the difference. If we really want to take this to the next level, we will need to seriously consider technology and digitalization. When we look at pre-COVID, that trend was already there. COVID has emphasized it, its localization and its automation, simply because global supply chains are broken down. So access to market you need to do digitally. Digitalization will give you two big benefits. First of all, you can showcase the impact because you measure. More importantly, you can also decrease transaction costs. So you can loop in blockchain in your digital solution, and transaction costs will allow you to create that yield that you need to showcase to your investors. So digitalization is really key to build upon the enablers that are already there and mentioned. And Alberto, you mentioned technical assistance, which is key from the ground up to make it work. But for globalization and global impact technology is something we all need to look at. Hope this helps. Back to you, Alberto.
Thank you, Hans. That is an excellent point. We have seen in the last few months how the digital economy has grown and the number of digital solutions that have come into place. So, Mauricio, how are you approaching this? You mentioned before technical assistance and you mentioned science. Can you tell us a bit more about the work that you're doing now?
Thanks, Alberto. And yeah, impact should be at a good scale. So that's what we believe at Responsibility. In sustainable food, we have worked over the past 10 years, bringing up early growth companies to a growth stage and then becoming established. So companies that started with a turnover of 5 to 10 million, now they're at a level of 100 million and supporting many fold the initial smallholders. And that experience is what we can replicate when it comes to climate finance and food. This time, we believe that impact will come through interventions more than loans. So these interventions in the past, so over 10 years, we've been doing loans, and over the past 3, we've been doing more interventions with technical assistance, where we can really join the companies as a partners, and it's bringing really important results. One aspect for example, is that when you applied science-based technical assistance, you can measure better the impact to your investors, and that is when I was discussing or mentioning science rigor, is they really appreciate it, and so far we believe that that could be replicated at a larger scale. In a long-term transaction, long-term intervention. So for that, we are again bringing other partners that will help us expand this experience now into sustainable food systems. So back to you, Alberto, please.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. That sounds really exciting. I would like to invite you all to see what the results of the live polling are and what the audience is expressing. Okay, can I go ahead? Hello, everyone. We've seen that the results of the live polling to the question of what is the most important missing aspect to unlock billions in sustainable finance. The majority of the respondents thought that it was about improving intermediation to match the risk-return profiles to different private capital sources. What is, Edith, your take on this? Do you agree?
Thank you, Alberto. I'm not surprised. I think, as we already discussed quite extensively, yeah, the risk return profile is one of the major barriers. So I'm not surprised, and it's pretty balanced, I think, with our two other receiving around the same percentages. I definitely would say that overall, this is a really complex challenge, so there is no one solution. And so I think I also welcome the kind of basket approach of the report you produced, and we need everything. We need to throw everything at this. This is a huge challenge. So we need to de-risk, we need to have the return, and we need to have manage data is very, very important if you want to go mainstream, as it was said. So yeah, we need a lot of elements. I would say on the intermediation, it's an interesting way it was put to that question. I again, personally, what we have seen, and being as an environmental economist, I'm still strongly believing that once you correct that risk return profile, and especially the biggest challenge I still do see is, and the market failure, maybe to complement your points earlier, is that we need to price in negative externalities. Until that's done, we are really fighting a really difficult fight, and you need 300 billion per year. Start with the subsidies, or if we are not factoring into our economies the fact that we can trash nature for free, it's a really difficult fight. So I think we have to start with that. We have to correct that, and I believe that once that's there, the market will flow, the capital will flow. Maybe one interesting anecdote also from the field is when we started with our approach, this protection production, we had to go to the NGOs. We had to start with the protection element because, again, it was new, it was innovative, it was risky, and try to engineer on top of it the production element, and it was very challenging. And just because, as I mentioned, in the past few years, the market has, I think, significantly developed with, as we mentioned, the blended finance becoming more mainstream. So de-risking is happening. A lot of money is being put to incubators, accelerators. So there is that. And then the carbon markets are also developing in the right direction, as I mentioned before. And so what we're seeing for our newer funds is that actually we can start going to the pipeline, to the private sector. There are more and more private actors that say, hey, actually there is something to be done here. And so it's a nice evolution. So again, because there's more awareness, there is a bit, this risk return profile is definitely improving now. It's happening. So I think, again, it's what we need to continue do it a bit faster and bigger. But I still believe that, yeah, in terms of the risk return profile, it's a market failure that we need to solve.
Thank you very much, Serit. Hans, what are your thoughts on this and on the negative externalities and pricing them? That is an excellent point that I did raise.
Yes, it is. I'll be brief. Good to get the feedback on the poll. I would agree with Edith that it's a mix of challenges and interventions that would be the road to success. Casuistic as well, and would also look at a geographical and landscape approach where it really depends on the situation which tool to apply and which is most successful for the biggest bang on the buck, because that's in essence what we all strive for, be it financially and or impact wise. And what we see is a trend where we focus more on the geographical approach for interventions in combination with a supply chain approach. In combination, so it's not separate, it's not either or, but it's both. And which intervention in the end is most successful depends mostly on the situation at hand. Back to you, Alberto.
Thank you, Hans. Mauricio, do you have any thoughts on this that you'd like to share?
Most has been said. I think, yeah, it's spot on. I think everybody will agree that risk return will have to be tackled, and that's what blended finance is supposed to do. So nothing much to really repeat there. Only that if the more layers or tranches that you apply to your blended finance, or the more structuring that you bring to the table, is probably where you can align different risk return expectations. So if you add a mezzanine tranche, for example, you could that is protecting more the senior investors, that mezzanine could be returned a bit more. So you can elaborate a lot on the structuring, how to really layer the different risks and returns, adjusting to that risk appetite, because there are investors that they are looking for higher risk. But yeah, that structuring is expensive, as Edith said, and so it's a part of the first you need the junior investors, and that's really difficult to get, the ones that will catalyze the others. But then you can apply different layers to see what's in there. In the end, is risk return will be the same. It's just will be different, split and layered. Huh? So back to you, Alberto.
Many thanks, Mauricio, for your insights. It's really interesting to hear about the layering. I would like to take a question from the public that is coming through and then discuss it with you. We need to be briefly, so I would ask you to please be brief on your responses. How is COVID affecting and your operations, and then how do you see that this may affect the need to mainstream climate change and biodiversity in your investment solutions? Edith, could you please let us know?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, of course, it's a very important question, I guess, on everybody's mind right now. For us, luckily, it has been all right in terms of, obviously the company adapting to remote working. That was already in our kind of practice. With regards to our funds, it depends on really which funds we're talking about. We do have seen some impacts on some of our projects, but luckily they have been able to put measures in place on time. Obviously, funds that are currently investing, they are impacted with the restrictions on travel, but we had a very healthy pipeline, so I think it was for now working out still okay, and we have been actually busier than ever in the past few months. So in terms of as a fund manager, it has been working out well, but we need to obviously think in the future how maybe due diligence will be outsourced, the importance of local offices, local teams. Of course, it also it was already very important. We have seen that it's much more effective to work on projects locally, but that has been also reinforced. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Edith. Hans, how is this for Rabobank?
I would say the impact is the biggest when you look at it from a midterm, long-term perspective. I think the food and agriculture supply chain has proven to be fairly resilient versus other supply chains. When jobs will get lost over time, there will be a lack of purchasing power, which will translate into a bigger impact in what we've seen to date. So I'm afraid there's quite some storm to come. When you look at it from a blended finance perspective, there's a increased need for localization and automation, which I mentioned already, which will also shorten the supply chains and access to markets. So in a way, it's also an opportunity for the market to be quicker to what we were already doing. Back to you, Alberto.
Thank you, Hans. And Mauricio, very briefly, any additional comment to add?
Just to inside that, yes, we have seen that food and agriculture are amongst the least impacted sectors in COVID. So post-COVID, we see it as a smart investment for investors. How we are picturing, we see new opportunities. There's appetite for innovations because they still need to deliver food, but under a disrupted global trade scenario. So we see opportunities. There are some challenges, but we are at least advertising that the food and agriculture they've been the least impacted, and they will be in future health pandemics. So so far it's been operating, so it's better to invest always in an ongoing business than something that was very disrupted. So to you, Albert.
Thank you, Mauricio, and thank you, Hans and Edith, for joining us today. It's been a wonderful pleasure discussing with you the topic of sustainable finance to unlock billions. I would like to thank the audience for joining us today, and I will pass it over to Daisy.
Thank you, Alberto, Edith, Mauricio, and Hans for such an interesting conversation. Thanks to the audience for the active participation, answering the poll and with the questions. We had limited time, but we understand that this is a very interesting topic, and there is a lot of questions that arise from this topic. Some of the important messages that I heard from this session included the importance of partnerships between technical assistance institutions and investors. I think that is one of the key messages. Also, digitalization is key for bringing to scale sustainable investments. Something that we need to work more on that, even in this in this situation that we are currently facing at global level. Science-based mechanisms to measure impact are also key in order to assess how these sustainable investments are having impact on the ground. And also related to the answer in the poll, improving intermediation to mass risk return profiles to different private capital sources is also very important. And something that was mentioned also is that de-risking is happening. Blended finance is becoming more present, but this needs to keep happening at a faster pace. So we need to work on that a lot more. And before saying goodbye and close this session, I would like to invite you all to download the Transformation Initiative report, which you can find in our CCAP's website, the CCAP social media, the events app, and you will be able to see all the actions and more detail on this action that we have in this initiative. Thanks again to our audience and experts for joining our session. It was very interesting conversation, and I think it has led to very interesting messages also regarding sustainable finance. And I invite all the audience to stay with us and enjoy our closing session, which has also very interesting guests from Latin America. And bye, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Bye-bye.